The mysterious giant serpent. When sailing in the South Atlantic, officers and crew aboard the HMS Daedalus ship saw what they described as an enormous 60-foot serpent swimming with its head 4 feet above the water. Captain McQuarho also said that the creature passed rapidly, but so close under our lee quarter, that had it been a man of my acquaintance I should have easily recognized his features with the naked eye. According to 7 members of the crew, the mysterious creature remained in view for around 20 minutes. Lieutenant E.A. Drummond recorded the events in his diary the day he observed them and also made sketches of what he saw. It is said that the HMS Daedalus incident wasn't the only time the mysterious creature was sighted. Other supposed sightings of the creature occurred during the 19th century, mainly in the Atlantic, which lent it some public and scientific credibility as a real animal, but the HMS Daedalus sighting was the most notable one. There is no doubt that something remarkable passed by that ship on that day, and the Daedalus case has remained one of the most famous and puzzling maritime mysteries of all time. The Octavius. The story of the Octavius is considered to be one of the eeriest ocean mysteries of all time. In 1762, a sailing ship named the Octavius departed China for London. The captain decided to go through the Northern Passage, but the ship never reached London. Many years later, the ship was found floating aimlessly with the whole crew frozen solid and dead. It was found 14 years later after it was last seen in 1762. It was October 11, 1775, when the whaler ship Herald stumbled upon a rather strange-looking ship. The crew of Herald thought that the badly weather-beaten ship was drifting, and decided to give it a closer inspection. They made their way slowly through the strange, creepy, and quiet ship. In the lower deck, they discovered 28 sailors, frozen stiff and completely motionless. When they reached the captain's office, they found him behind his desk, also frozen, and he was still holding his pen. The inkwell and other everyday items were still in their place on the desk. Turning around, they saw a woman wrapped in a blanket on the bed, frozen to death, along with the body of a young boy. It seemed that everyone on the ship has been frozen to death in an instant. Upon inspecting the captain's desk, the crew found a logbook that belonged to the captain. In it, the captain had documented the ship's journey when it began in 1762. The 13 years between 1762, when the ship departed from China, and 1775, when it was found by the Herald crew, were nowhere to be found in the logbook. With the realization that they are on board a ghost ship, the crew of the Herald were frightened of the Octavius and feared that it was cursed, so they quickly headed back to the Herald and simply left the Octavius adrift. To this day, it has never been sighted again. The mysterious vanishing of C-124. While flying across the Atlantic Ocean in 1953, a Douglas C-124 aircraft crashed with 53 people on board. The plane ditched safely in the Atlantic Ocean and all of the passengers survived. The C-124 ditched at approximately 700 miles southwest of Ireland. The aircraft was intact when it touched down on the ocean. All the survivors exited the aircraft wearing life preservers and climbed into the inflated 5-man life rafts. The rafts were equipped with cold weather gear, food, water, flares, and emergency radios. Shortly after the men were in the life rafts, a pilot out of Ireland spotted the rafts and the flares that the men had ignited. Their location was reported, and the pilot left the scene when his fuel was getting low. No other United States or Allied planes or ships made it to the ditch site for over 19 hours, until Sunday, the 25th of March 1951. When the ships arrived, they discovered that the aircraft, along with its passengers and crew, have completely vanished. All they found were some charred crates and a partially deflated life raft. Ships and planes continued searching for the next several days, but not a single body was found, and the fate of the aircraft and the 53 survivors remains a complete mystery to this day. It has been theorized that the survivors may have been snatched by the Soviet Union for their intelligence value. No one knows if that's true or not, but it's not totally unlikely, given that Soviet vessels were active in the area during that time. Another theory claims that the Douglas C-124 Globemaster, along with its passengers and crew, might have been completely swallowed by an unknown gigantic ocean creature. A creature so large that it swallowed 53 individuals and an entire aircraft in one leap. The Stronsay Beast. On September 25, 1808, John Peace, a local man, fishing off the coast, was puzzled by the sight of seabirds flocking around what looked like an animal's corpse on the rocks. Turning his little boat, Peace made his way to the carcass. But what he found was unlike anything he had encountered before. Lying on the rocks were the remains of a large serpent-like creature, with a long, eel-like neck and 3 pairs of legs. The corpse was examined and meticulously studied 10 days later by George Sherrar and 3 other men. The mysterious creature was described as serpentine, measuring exactly 55 feet long, but as part of the tail was apparently missing, the animal was actually longer than that, with a neck measuring 10 feet 3 inches long. The head was like that of a sheep, with eyes bigger than a seal's. Its skin was grey and rough to the touch. However, if stroked from the head down the back, it was said to be as smooth as velvet. 6 limbs extended from the body, and the beast had wiry hair that grew from its shoulders down to its tail. The hair was said to glow eerily in the dark. By the end of September, news of Stronsay's monster had spread far and wide. Because the remains had rotted away to practically nothing, the 4 men who had originally examined the carcass were taken to Kirkwall. There, they had to swear to the magistrate that their information was the truth. Scientists have theorized that the Stronsay Beast is most likely just a basking shark, an animal fairly common in the waters around Orkney. But the mystery doesn't end there. Even if the Stronsay Beast was nothing more than a dead basking shark, an element of mystery is still present. The longest recorded basking shark measured a mere 40 feet to 15 feet smaller than the remains of the Stronsay Beast. At 55 feet long from tip to tail, the shark that decomposed to form the Stronsay Beast must have been a monster in its own right. Scientists still fail to explain the huge length of the Stronsay Beast. The Devil's Sea. The Devil's Sea is a mysterious area in Japan's corner of the Pacific Ocean where many ships have vanished, including multiple large vessels in the 1950s. In fact, between 1950 and 1954 alone, no less than 9 large freighters reportedly disappeared in the area, and none of them managed to send out a distress call. When the Japanese government got fed up with the situation, they sent a ship called Kiyomaru to research the situation. It disappeared too. Following this incident, the Japanese government reportedly declared this area dangerous for marine voyaging and transporting goods. Moreover, as a result of this unprecedented incident, all efforts to unearth the facts behind the mystery were also aborted completely. The continued mysterious existence of the Devil's Sea area is testimony that certain phenomena in the world are far beyond the control of human beings.
Discovered in 1936, the London Hammer, also known as the 400-million-year-old hammer, is embedded in a limy rock concretion that is believed to be millions of years old. Surprisingly, the head of the hammer is made of iron that could have only be built with modern-day technology. How is this even possible? In 1936, Max Hahn and his wife were out walking near Red Creek in London, Texas. Suddenly, they spotted a piece of loose rock from which a bit of wood was poking out. The intrigued couple took it home. About a decade later, their son broke open the rock, exposing the hammerhead concealed within the rock. The 6-inch-long hammerhead consists of 96% iron, 2.6% chlorine, and 0.74% sulfur. It is similar to the tools manufactured in the region during the late 1800s. But when the rock was examined, it was determined to be over 400 million years old. This revelation posed a question. How can a modern artifact be stuck in a 400-million-year-old rock? This is truly one of the biggest mysteries of our universe. This remarkable ancient artifact has astounded historians, archaeologists, and scientists for thousands of years. If it hadn't been discovered, no one would possibly believe that it could exist because it's so sophisticated. The most puzzling thing about this artifact is that the technology used in creating it is believed to have only been available about 1,000 years after its creation. The technology involved is so advanced that the device works as an analog computer. The Antikythera Mechanism is an intricate arrangement of bronze gears, dials, and plates, encased in a wooden box-like structure. Discovered in 1901 in a shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera, it was initially believed to be an ancient navigational tool. However, as experts examined the mechanism more closely, they realized its true complexity and purpose went far beyond navigation. They discovered that it was, in fact, a sophisticated astronomical calculator capable of predicting the positions of celestial bodies with astonishing precision. How the ancient Greeks were able to invent such a sophisticated and advanced device is a mystery that will never be solved. This device can easily be considered one of the oldest computers known to man. By turning the device's knobs and dials, ancient users could track the positions of the sun, moon, and planets, predict eclipses, and even calculate the dates of important celestial events, such as the Olympic Games. Its intricate gear system mimicked the complex motions of celestial bodies in the heavens. The crystal skulls are a series of enigmatic ancient artifacts that are intricately carved representations of human skulls. They are made from various types of quartz crystals, such as clear quartz and amethyst. It is believed that these mysterious artifacts possess mystical and supernatural powers that are far beyond the comprehension of humans. The origins of the crystal skulls remain shrouded in mystery, with various theories and legends surrounding their creation. Some believe that these crystal skulls were created by ancient Mesoamerican civilizations such as the Aztecs, Mayans, or Olmecs. According to legend, these skulls were used for divination, healing, or even communication with the spirit world. Others speculate that the crystal skulls are relics left behind by an advanced extraterrestrial civilization, suggesting an otherworldly connection to their origin. In 1938, archaeologist Chi Pu Ti claimed to have discovered disc-shaped stones in a remote cave in China. These stones, known as the Dropa Stones, allegedly bear hieroglyphic-like markings. According to the controversial story, these markings told the story of a group of extraterrestrial beings who crash-landed on Earth thousands of years ago. The authenticity and interpretation of the Dropa Stones have been highly debated, with skeptics dismissing them as a hoax. For now, no one knows where these stones are stored or what is being done with them. Discovered in China in 2000, the Fukang Meteorite is one of the most beautiful interstellar bodies that's been found on Earth. An anonymous hitchhiker found the meteorite outside the town of Fukang in Xinjiang, a region in the northwestern part of China. The beautiful space rock is made of palisite, recognizable for its pieces of olivine crystals embedded in an iron-nickel matrix. When slices of this meteorite are lit from the back, they take on the look of a stained glass window. Despite all of this, scientists have no idea where this mysterious palisite meteorite came from, but it's believed that the meteorite formed approximately 4.5 billion years ago. Since the first of these mysterious dodecahedrons was discovered in England around 300 years ago, almost 100 have been found in various locations across Europe. So far, scientists and archaeologists are baffled as to what these 12-sided objects were used for. While some believe they were made as toys for children, others think they were weapons used by the Roman army to conquer their foes. The Baghdad Battery is a clay pot believed to be used for electroplating metal objects around 220 CE, which is about 2,000 years ago. But how is this even possible? There was no electricity during that time period. In 1938, German archaeologist Wilhelm Koenig unearthed a clay jar while working in Kujut Rabu, outside Baghdad, Iraq. The 5-inch clay jar contained an iron rod encased in a copper cylinder kept inside the jar. The vessel showed signs of corrosion. Upon examination, it was found that the vessel once held some acidic agent such as wine or vinegar. Koenig hypothesized that the vessel functioned as a battery and was used for electroplating. To understand whether the vessel can conduct electricity or not, many researchers have made replicas, filling them with grape juice or vinegar. The replicas worked and produced voltages from 0.8 to nearly 2 volts. This suggests that this ancient civilization may have possessed advanced knowledge and technology and was ahead of its time. The discovery of a mysterious nuclear reactor in Africa's Gabon Republic is a truly fascinating scientific anomaly. Located in Oklo, Gabon, this nuclear reactor dates back approximately 1.8 billion years, making it the oldest known nuclear reactor on Earth. In 1972, French physicist Francis Perrin and his team noticed something unusual during the analysis of uranium ore samples from Oklo. They found that the concentration of U-235, a fissile isotope, was significantly lower than what would be expected for natural uranium. This discrepancy indicated that a nuclear fission reaction had occurred in the area. Many scientists have theorized that this could not be a natural phenomenon. It has to be a nuclear reactor that was built by man because, in order to burn uranium, the conditions need to be very precise. The water also needs to be purer than what exists naturally. Overall, it is challenging for all the conditions to be naturally in favor of a nuclear reaction. The 1.8 billion old nuclear reactor seems like a wonder because if such technology existed in those times, there should be more evidence about it. There is no concrete explanation for it. If you still want to know more about the mysterious history.
Deep beneath the frozen expanse of Antarctica lies a world of secrets and mysteries that have long remained shrouded in darkness. What ancient secrets lie hidden beneath the ice? What strange creatures lurk in the frigid waters of the southern oceans? And what secrets are hidden in the remote corners of the continent, waiting to be uncovered by those daring enough to venture there? Let us explore the enigmatic and captivating world of Antarctica, a land of wonder and mystery that holds secrets that have yet to be uncovered. From the icy depths of Lake Vostok to the rumored secret Nazi bases hidden deep within the ice, we'll take a journey into the unknown and uncover some of the most fascinating stories from one of the world's most remote and least explored regions. It is believed that during World War II, Nazi Germany established a secret base in Antarctica called New Swabia. Some conspiracy theorists believe that the Nazis may have used the base to conduct secret experiments, including the development of advanced technologies and even a secret space program. The idea of a secret Nazi base in Antarctica dates back to the end of World War II. In the final days of the war, Nazi Germany was on the brink of defeat. Rumors began to circulate that the Nazis had developed advanced technologies and were planning to flee to a secret location to regroup and continue the war. Antarctica, with its remote location and harsh climate, was a natural choice for such a base. German explorer Alfred Richter led an expedition to the continent in 1938, and there are reports of German U-boats operating in the region. In addition, the Nazis were known to have developed advanced technology, such as the V-2 rocket, and there are rumors that they may have been working on even more advanced projects, such as anti-gravity propulsion or even a flying saucer. Despite the lack of evidence, the idea of a secret Nazi base in Antarctica continues to capture the public's imagination. Some conspiracy theorists have suggested that the base is still active and that the Nazis are still using it to conduct secret experiments or even plan an invasion of the world. While there is no concrete evidence to support these claims, it's important to note that there have been multiple reports of strange activity in Antarctica, such as unusual seismic readings or unexplained lights in the sky. In recent years, there have been several expeditions to Antarctica to search for the remnants of Nazi Germany and the alleged base. These expeditions have turned up nothing conclusive. Some researchers have suggested that the myth may be based on a misunderstanding of the location of the Vostok Station, a Russian research station located in Antarctica that was established during the Cold War. While the idea of a secret Nazi base in Antarctica is intriguing, there is no concrete evidence to support it. Most historians agree that the idea is likely a conspiracy theory. However, the myth continues to capture the public's imagination, and it is likely that we will continue to hear stories about this alleged base for years to come. The Piri Reis Map is a 16th century map that shows Antarctica in remarkable detail, despite the fact that the continent wasn't officially discovered until the 19th century. Some researchers believe that the map is evidence of a lost civilization that once inhabited Antarctica. The Piri Reis Map was created in 1513 by the Ottoman Turkish cartographer and admiral Piri Reis. The map is notable for its accuracy in depicting the coastlines of Africa, Europe, and South America, as well as its inclusion of what appears to be a depiction of Antarctica. The inclusion of Antarctica on the Piri Reis Map has long been a subject of mystery and controversy. As I said before, at the time the map was created, Antarctica had not yet been discovered, and it would not be until the 19th century that explorers first reached the continent. The depiction of Antarctica on the Piri Reis Map is strikingly accurate, with the coastline and mountain ranges clearly visible. The accuracy of the map has led some to speculate that Piri Reis had access to advanced technology or knowledge that allowed him to create an accurate map of Antarctica. One theory is that Piri Reis had access to ancient maps or knowledge that had been lost to the rest of the world. Some have suggested that the map may have been based on an even older map, perhaps one created by the ancient civilization of Atlantis. Another theory is that Piri Reis had access to advanced navigational instruments or knowledge of the stars that allowed him to accurately map Antarctica. It is known that the Ottoman Empire had a long tradition of seafaring and navigation, and it is possible that Piri Reis had access to advanced navigational instruments. In recent years, there have been several expeditions to Antarctica to search for evidence of ancient civilizations or advanced technology. These expeditions have turned up nothing conclusive, and the mystery of the Piri Reis Map remains unsolved. In 1962, a group of British Antarctic Survey researchers claimed to have seen a large, unidentified creature in the waters near the Antarctic Peninsula. The sighting occurred on April 27 during a survey of the Shackleton Range when the team was flying over the Weddell Sea in a Twin Otter aircraft. According to the researchers, they spotted a large creature with a long neck and several humps swimming in the water below. The creature was described as being brown or black in color and approximately 15 to 20 meters in length. The researchers were not able to obtain any photographic evidence of the creature, as the plane was not equipped with a camera at the time. However, they did sketch what they had seen and reported the sighting to their superiors upon their return to the base. The story of the Antarctic sea monster quickly captured the public's imagination, and it has been the subject of much speculation and interest ever since. There have been a number of attempts to explain the Antarctic sea monster sighting. Some have suggested that the creature could have been a whale or a group of whales, as some species of whales are known to have long necks and humps on their backs. Others have proposed that the sighting may have been a hoax, or that the researchers were mistaken or misled by some other natural phenomenon. Despite subsequent searches and expeditions, no further sightings of the Antarctic sea monster have been reported. However, the story of the sea monster remains a fascinating and enduring mystery, and it continues to capture the imagination of those interested in the unknown and unexplained. Some researchers have suggested that Antarctica may have been home to ancient civilizations that were destroyed by a major catastrophic event. While there is no concrete evidence to support these theories, some have pointed to strange geological formations and anomalies in the region as evidence of a lost civilization. The idea of lost civilizations in Antarctica is based on the notion that the continent was once warmer and more hospitable to human life than it is today. According to this theory, an advanced civilization may have developed in Antarctica before a catastrophic event, such as a pole shift or meteor impact, caused the climate to change and wiped out the civilization. As I said before, supporters of this theory point to various geological anomalies and formations in Antarctica as evidence of a lost civilization. For example, there are large areas of exposed rock in Antarctica that are much older than the surrounding ice, suggesting that the continent may have been ice-free at some point in the past. There are also unusual rock formations that some believe could be evidence of ancient ruins, such as the so-called pyramids near the Ellsworth Mountains. In addition to geological evidence, some proponents of the lost civilization theory point to alleged discoveries of ancient artifacts in Antarctica. For example, in 2016, Russian researchers claimed to have discovered a pyramid-like structure in Antarctica that they believe could be evidence of a lost civilization. However, the claim has been met with skepticism from many scientists, who argue that the pyramid is likely a natural formation. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the theory of a lost civilization in Antarctica continues to capture the imagination of many people. Some have even speculated that the lost civilization could be connected to other ancient mysteries, such as the legend of Atlantis. It is worth noting that the majority of mainstream scientists reject the idea of a lost civilization in Antarctica, citing the lack of evidence and the extreme conditions on the continent as reasons why human habitation would have been unlikely in the past. Nonetheless, the idea of a lost civilization in Antarctica remains a fascinating and intriguing mystery. Lake Vostok is one of the most mysterious and intriguing places on Earth. Located beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, this subglacial lake has been hidden from view for millions of years. Its isolation from the rest of the world has made it a fascinating subject of scientific study, and it has been the focus of numerous research expeditions over the years. In 1996, a team of Russian scientists drilled through the ice sheet and reached the surface of the lake. They had to be extremely careful not to contaminate the lake with their equipment, as it is one of the most pristine environments on Earth. The team was successful in collecting water samples from the lake, which they then analyzed for signs of life. One of the most remarkable things about Lake Vostok is its isolation from the rest of the world. The lake has been hidden from view for millions of years, and the water that fills it has been cut off from the surface for just as long. This means that the lake contains a unique ecosystem of microorganisms that have been living in isolation for millions of years. The extreme conditions of the lake also make it a fascinating place for scientists to study. The water is incredibly cold and under enormous pressure, and the lake is completely dark. Despite this, there is evidence that life does exist in the lake, including bacteria and other microorganisms that have adapted to these harsh conditions. The discovery of life in Lake Vostok would be a major breakthrough for astrobiology, the study of life in the universe. It is believed that the conditions in the lake are similar to those that may exist on other planets, such as Jupiter's moon Europa or Saturn's moon Enceladus, both of which are believed to have subsurface oceans. However, the search for life in Lake Vostok has been challenging. Because the lake is so isolated and protected, any drilling or sampling must be done carefully to avoid contaminating the lake with organisms from the surface. Researchers have also had to develop specialized equipment to study the lake's ecosystem, including remotely operated vehicles and sensors that can measure the chemical and biological properties of the water. Despite the challenges, researchers continue to be fascinated by Lake Vostok and its potential for revealing new insights into the origins and nature of life on Earth and beyond. There are ongoing efforts to study the lake's ecosystem and to develop new technologies that can better explore its depths. One of the most exciting developments in recent years has been the discovery of other subglacial lakes in Antarctica. These lakes, such as Lake Whillans and Lake Mercer, are smaller and less isolated than Lake Vostok, but they still contain unique ecosystems that are of great interest to scientists. As our understanding of these subglacial environments continues to grow, we may learn more about the potential for life beyond Earth and our own planet's history and future.
The lead masks case, also known as the Mascaras de Chumbo case, is a mysterious incident that occurred in Brazil in August 1966. It involves two electronic technicians, Miguel José Viana and Manuel Pereira de Cruz, who were found deceased on a hill near Rio de Janeiro under very mysterious circumstances. Let us try to understand this bizarre mystery. Miguel José Viana and Manuel Pereira de Cruz were two electronics technicians who worked at a radio repair shop in the city of Campo dos Goitacazes in the state of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. They were known to be interested in spiritualism and UFOs, and had reportedly been working on a secret project involving these topics. On August 17, 1966, a young man named Jorge de Costa Alves was flying a kite on a hill known as Morro do Ventim in Niterói, a city across the bay from Rio de Janeiro. As he was flying his kite, he stumbled upon two dead bodies lying side by side on the ground, and both of them were identically dressed. They were wearing suits, raincoats, and masks over their eyes, which were covered with small circular holes. There were no signs of violence or struggle. The masks were made of lead, weighed about 1 kilogram each, and had small holes cut into them to allow the men to see. It's unclear why the men were wearing them, but some speculate that they may have been attempting to protect their eyes from something harmful, such as radiation or a bright light. Now the problem is that no radiation was even detected at the site. If the men were really wearing the masks because they expected radiation, then this means that there is the possibility that Ventim Hill was not the agreed place and that the men needed the masks elsewhere. After Jorge discovered the bodies, he made his way to the nearest phone to call the police. The local police and journalists tried to put the puzzle pieces together from what little evidence they had, only to come out scratching their heads. 45 years later, the mystery is still riddled with theories such as suicide, murder, and alien abduction. When police investigators arrived at the scene and collected evidence, they found a small notebook near the bodies, which contained a strange note that read, 16:30 estar no local determinado. 18:30 Indra capsulas, após efeito proteger mede cigarros sinal mascara. Translated, this reads, be at the determined place at 4:30 p.m., 6:30 p.m., ingest capsules, after the effect protect metals, await signal mask. In addition to the masks and the notebook, investigators also found other unexplained items at the scene, including a bottle of water, an empty bottle of a soft drink, and a towel. It's unclear why these items were there or how they may have been related to the men's deaths. Though some people have theorized that the towels indicate that the men were expecting moisture, as do the jackets. There simply is no explanation for this. There were claims that UFOs were seen in the area on the 17th. Autopsies were performed on the bodies, but no definitive cause of death was found. The men had not been poisoned, nor had they been shot or strangled. What could have caused their death? Could it be something beyond human comprehension? What about the capsules mentioned in the notes? Since most sources say toxicology turned up nothing because the organs were not preserved, there is no way to find out whether the men took the capsules or not, or even what these capsules contained. And if we assumed that they took the capsules, we still wouldn't be able to know whether they ingested the medication voluntarily or were forced to do so. Further investigation revealed that the two men had taken a bus from their hometown of Campos dos Goitacazes to Niterói on the day of their death. Witnesses reported seeing them at a bar where they appeared to be waiting for someone. One of the waiters at the bar said that Miguel appeared to be in a hurry and was frequently checking his watch. A couple of hours later, the men were seen walking up the hill where their bodies were found. This was the last time they were seen alive. The lead masks case has never been solved, and there are many theories as to what may have happened. Some believe that the men were involved in a secret society or cult, and that the notebook found at the scene contained instructions for a ritual suicide. Others speculate that the men were involved in some sort of espionage or illegal activity, and that they were killed by a third party. Some even suggest that the men may have encountered extraterrestrial beings, and that the masks were meant to protect their eyes from a bright UFO light. Despite decades of speculation and investigation, many questions about the lead masks case remain unanswered. For example, why were the men wearing lead masks? What was the notebook's cryptic message trying to communicate? What led to their deaths? Were they meeting a person or hoping for an event? And if so, who were they meeting? These questions continue to puzzle and intrigue those who are fascinated by this strange and unexplained case. In conclusion, the lead masks case remains one of the most intriguing and mysterious unsolved cases in history. While many theories have been proposed, there is no conclusive evidence to suggest what may have happened to Viana and De Cruz. The strange note found at the scene, the lead masks, and the men's interest in spiritualism and UFOs have only added to the mystery surrounding their deaths. The case continues to fascinate and baffle investigators and amateur sleuths alike. Vampires are mythological creatures that have been the subject of countless stories, books, and films. According to folklore, vampires are undead beings that feed on the blood of the living, often causing their victims to become vampires themselves. There have been many reported sightings of these mythical creatures throughout history, which led some people to believe that there is a chance that they could be real. One of the most famous cases of vampire sightings occurred in the small town of Exeter, Rhode Island. According to reports, a family named the Browns had several members die from a mysterious illness. When the family's member, Mercy Brown, also fell ill, the townspeople believed that she was a vampire and began a series of rituals to prevent her from rising from the dead and feeding on the living. Her body was exhumed, and her heart was burned, and the ashes were mixed with water and given to her brother, who was also ill. Despite these efforts, her brother died. While the events in Exeter are often dismissed as superstition, they have become a part of vampire lore. In more recent times, there have been reported sightings of people who claim to be vampires or who practice vampirism. These individuals often dress in gothic clothing, adopt the lifestyle and mannerisms associated with vampires, and sometimes engage in blood-drinking rituals. It's believed that these individuals are genuinely vampires or are in some way connected to the supernatural. One possible explanation for the belief in vampires is a rare medical condition called porphyria. This genetic disorder affects the production of heme, a component of hemoglobin, and can cause symptoms such as sensitivity to sunlight, skin lesions, and anemia. In the past, people with porphyria may have been viewed as vampires because of their sensitivity to sunlight and their need for blood transfusions. Another possible explanation for the belief in vampires is the psychological phenomenon known as clinical vampirism or Renfield syndrome. This condition involves a compulsion to drink blood, and while it is rare, there have been documented cases of people who engage in this behavior. These individuals often report feeling a strong connection to vampires and may adopt the lifestyle associated with them. The Kraken is a legendary sea monster that has been a part of folklore and mythology for centuries. It is typically described as a giant octopus or squid that can reach enormous size, with tentacles that can wrap around and drag ships to the bottom of the ocean. While there is no direct evidence to suggest that the Kraken is a real creature, there are several factors that have contributed to its enduring popularity and the possibility of its existence. One of the key pieces of evidence that suggests the existence of the Kraken is the discovery of giant squid. While giant squid are not as large as the mythical Kraken, they can grow up to 43 feet in length, and they have been known to attack boats and even people. The first documented sighting of a giant squid was in 1861, when a specimen washed up on a beach in Newfoundland. Since then, numerous specimens have been discovered, and in 2012, the first live footage of a giant squid in its natural habitat was captured. While giant squid are not as large as the Kraken, there is evidence to suggest that there may be even larger species of squid that have not yet been discovered. In recent years, there have been reports of massive squid in the deep ocean that are estimated to be much larger than any currently known species. Another piece of evidence that supports the possibility of the Kraken's existence is the presence of mysterious underwater structures. In 2016, a team of researchers discovered what appeared to be giant circles on the seafloor off the coast of Scotland. The circles, which are about 2.4 meters in diameter, are thought to have been created by a creature that was larger than any known species of squid or octopus. In addition to physical evidence, there are also many reports of sightings of the Kraken throughout history. In the 19th century, there were numerous accounts of sailors encountering giant octopuses and squid, and many of these accounts may have contributed to the legend of the Kraken. The Bunyip is a mythical creature from Australian Aboriginal folklore that was reportedly sighted several times in Australia. It is described as a large, water-dwelling creature with a fierce appearance and a loud, booming roar. Many of the early accounts of Bunyip sightings come from European settlers who arrived in Australia in the 19th century. These settlers reported seeing strange creatures in the country's waterways, including rivers, swamps, and billabongs, which are small bodies of water that are connected to a river or stream. These creatures were described as having dark, matted fur, a dog-like face, and a long, powerful tail. Some Aboriginal stories also mention the Bunyip, describing it as a malevolent creature that is feared by many of the country's indigenous people. According to legend, the Bunyip was said to live in the deepest parts of waterways and would sometimes emerge to attack humans and other animals. There have also been several reported sightings of strange creatures in Australia's waterways that could potentially be the Bunyip. In the early 1900s, for example, a group of gold prospectors in Victoria claimed to have seen a large, unknown creature swimming in a nearby river. They described the creature as having dark, shaggy fur and a long, powerful tail. More recently, there have been several reports of large, unknown creatures in Australia's Murray River. In 2001, a group of fishermen claimed to have seen a creature that resembled the Bunyip swimming near their boat. They described the creature as being about 4 meters long, with a large, dog-like head and a thick, muscular body. Charybdis is a sea monster from Greek mythology that was said to inhabit the Strait of Messina, a narrow waterway between Sicily and Italy. According to legend, Charybdis was a giant whirlpool that would suck in ships and sailors, causing them to be lost forever. While most scientists believe that Charybdis is purely mythical, there are some natural phenomena that may have inspired the legend. The Strait of Messina is known for its strong currents and whirlpools, which can be dangerous for ships and boats. These currents are caused by a variety of factors, including the shape of the coastline, the tides, and the wind. One possible explanation for the legend of Charybdis is that sailors may have encountered these dangerous currents and whirlpools and attributed them to a supernatural force, such as a sea monster. Another possibility is that the legend of Charybdis was inspired by a real-life event, such as a shipwreck caused by the treacherous currents in the Strait of Messina. While there is no evidence to suggest that Charybdis is a real creature, there are many examples of sea monsters and other aquatic creatures that have been discovered in the world's oceans. Some of these creatures, such as giant squid and the coelacanth, were once thought to be extinct but have since been rediscovered by scientists. It is possible that there are other, as yet undiscovered, creatures lurking in the depths of the ocean that could inspire myths and legends like that of Charybdis. In fact, the vast majority of the ocean remains unexplored and uncharted, so it is entirely possible that there are creatures living in the ocean that we have yet to discover. The chupacabra is a legendary creature that is said to inhabit parts of the Americas, particularly in Mexico and Puerto Rico. The name chupacabra is derived from the Spanish words chupar and cabra, which refers to the creature's reported habit of attacking and drinking the blood of livestock, particularly goats. Reports of chupacabra sightings began to emerge in the 1990s, particularly in Puerto Rico and other parts of the Caribbean. Witnesses described the creature as a bipedal, reptilian monster with spines or quills running down its back. It was said to be about the size of a small bear, with sharp claws and fangs. In the years since these initial reports, there have been numerous alleged sightings of chupacabras across the Americas. Many of these sightings have been accompanied by reports of livestock attacks and unexplained animal deaths. Some researchers have pointed to the similarities between the reported sightings and known animal species. For example, some experts have suggested that the chupacabra may be a misidentified or mutated species of canid, such as a coyote or wolf. Others have suggested that the chupacabra may be a new species of animal altogether, potentially a previously unknown type of mammal or reptile. However, no physical evidence of the creature has ever been found, and some skeptics have suggested that the sightings may be the result of hoaxes, misidentifications, or mass hysteria.
On June 20, 1994, New Zealand was rocked by a tragic event that would go down in history as one of the country's most enigmatic and notorious crimes. David Bain, then a 22-year-old university dropout, called 111 to report that he had found his entire family murdered in their home in the small town of Dunedin. His parents, Robin and Margaret Bain, his sisters Arawa and Laniet, and his younger brother Stephen, had all been shot dead in their sleep. Initially, David was seen as the sole survivor of a brutal and senseless attack. However, as the police investigation unfolded, suspicions began to emerge that David was not the innocent victim he claimed to be. The prosecution would later argue that David, driven by a combination of family tensions and financial pressures, had killed his entire family before staging the crime scene to make it look like a murder-suicide carried out by his father. The trial was one of the most high-profile in New Zealand's history, lasting 3 months and attracting intense media scrutiny. In 1995, David Bain was found guilty of all 5 murders and sentenced to life imprisonment. However, he continued to maintain his innocence, and his case became a cause célèbre for many who believed that he had been wrongly convicted. In 2007, after a decade of legal battles, a retrial was ordered, and David Bain was ultimately acquitted on all charges. The prosecution's case was heavily criticized, with forensic evidence called into question. However, the case remains controversial to this day, with many still divided on whether David was a victim of a miscarriage of justice or a cold-blooded killer who got away with murder. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case is the motive. While the prosecution argued that David was under financial pressure and had a strained relationship with his father, many of his friends and supporters insisted that he was a kind and gentle person who would never have committed such a heinous crime. The Bain family was also known to be deeply religious and tightly knit, making it difficult to understand why one of their own would have turned on them so violently. The crime scene itself was also highly unusual, with many of the bodies found in bizarre and contorted positions. Some have suggested that this is evidence of a struggle or an attempt to stage the scene, while others believe that it is simply a result of the chaotic and violent nature of the crime. Despite the acquittal, the Bain family murders remain one of New Zealand's most haunting unsolved crimes. The tragedy of a family torn apart by violence and the lingering uncertainty over who was responsible have left a lasting impact on the country's psyche. The case raises important questions about the reliability of forensic evidence, the challenges of investigating complex and mysterious crimes, and the ethical and moral considerations involved in cases where the stakes are so high. The fact that the case remains so controversial and divisive more than 2 decades later is a testament to the enduring power of this tragic and puzzling story. In the spring of 1922, a small Bavarian village called Hinterkaifeck was gripped with fear and horror when the Gruber family and their maid were found brutally murdered on their farm. The crime scene was particularly gruesome, with each victim suffering from blunt force trauma to the head. The case has remained unsolved for over a century and has become one of the most perplexing mysteries in German history. Andreas Gruber, born in 1875, was a farmer who spent his entire life living and working on his family's farm in Hinterkaifeck. In 1914, he married his wife, Cecilia, and together they had 2 children, Victoria and Joseph. Andreas was known to be a strict and reclusive man, and Cecilia was deeply religious. Victoria, on the other hand, was rumored to have had an incestuous relationship with her father and was often seen wandering the village alone. On the morning of April 1922, a neighbor by the name of Michael Pohl went to the Gruber farm to inquire about the family's whereabouts, as they had not been seen for a few days. He made a chilling discovery. The entire family and their maid, Maria Baumgartner, were all dead. The murderer had lured each victim to the barn one by one, using a mattock to bludgeon them to death. The baby, Joseph, was found in his crib with fatal injuries. The maid, Maria Baumgartner, was found dead in her bed with similar injuries to the other victims, indicating that she was likely surprised and attacked in the house. During the investigation, strange details emerged that only added to the horror of the crime. A set of footprints was found leading to the farm, but none leading away from it, suggesting that the killer had approached on foot but had not left the same way. Additionally, about a month before the murders, the former family maid, Crescence Regia, had reported hearing strange noises coming from the attic and even discovered a newspaper that did not belong to anyone in the family. The police were baffled by the murders and struggled to find any leads. Several suspects were investigated, including a former lover of Victoria's and a local man who had been seen around the farm in the days leading up to the murders. However, none of them were ever charged with the crime. The Hinterkaifeck Murders have since become one of Germany's most notorious unsolved crimes. Over the years, numerous theories have emerged, ranging from a family member committing the murders to National Socialist soldiers being involved. However, none of these theories have been proven, and the case remains unsolved. The Hinterkaifeck Murders have haunted Germany for over a century, and it is unlikely that the truth behind this horrific crime will ever be uncovered. The Gruber family and their maid met their untimely deaths in one of the most gruesome ways imaginable, and the lack of resolution only adds to the tragedy. The case serves as a reminder that sometimes, even the most heinous crimes can go unsolved, leaving only questions and pain in their wake. The Woodleys were a seemingly ordinary family living in Cypress, Texas. They had been happily married for many years, and with 4 children who were all well on their way to success, the Woodleys appeared to have everything going for them. They were financially comfortable and living in a comfortable suburban home. However, their lives were suddenly shattered on the evening of September 6, 1991. In just a matter of minutes, a mysterious person entered their home and murdered 3 members of the family, Father Barry and his 2 sons, 23-year-old Gregory and 15-year-old Jeremy. The surviving family members reported that the killer was a teenager named Shelby, who had responded to their advertisement on Craigslist in the Houston Chronicle to buy their piano. The murders were carried out in a brief window of just 10 minutes, and the 2 boys were tied together with nylon straps before being shot multiple times. The brutality of the murders has led some to believe that it was a professional hit. The Woodleys' tragedy serves as a stark reminder that violence can strike anyone, anywhere, at any time.
On the 6th of January, 1979, Tan Kyun and his wife, Lee Mai, left their home and went to work at around 6:30 in the morning, leaving their 4 children home alone. Both Tan and Lee worked together on a school minibus and transported students every day. Their children, Kok Peng, Kok Hin, Kok Soon, and Chin Nae, were all still asleep when they left for work. At around 7:10 a.m., the mother phoned the children multiple times to wake them up, as she usually does, but received no answer. She then phoned one of the neighbors and asked them to knock on the door of the house. The neighbor went to the house and knocked on the door, but also received no reply. When the couple returned home at around 10 in the morning, they discovered something that will haunt them for the rest of their lives. Lying in front of them was the lifeless bodies of their 4 children, piled on top of each other, in the bathtub. They were savagely hacked and slashed to death, probably with a machete or a cleaver. Each one of them had at least 20 slash wounds on the head, and the right arm of Kok Peng, the oldest one of them, had been almost chopped off. Chin Li, the youngest one, had slash wounds all over her face. The police arrived to the scene on the same day and launched a massive investigation. There was no sign of forced entry, and nothing was stolen from the house. It appears that the killer had only one goal, and that is to kill the 4 children. Why though, is a complete mystery. The Tan family didn't have any enemies, and they minded their own business. It's unclear why would someone target them. It has been theorized that the killer may have been a mentally disturbed psychopath, with no actual motive. What is clear though, is that the killer knew personal details about the family, and that he premeditated the murder. The killer was seemingly aware that the mother had undergone sterilization after the birth of the last child. Just 2 weeks after the horrific murders happened, the Tans received a mysterious letter from an unknown person. The letter contained a picture of happy children playing together, with the words,
"Now you can have no more offspring, ha ha ha,"
in Chinese. It was signed off as
the murderer.
The sender addressed the parents by their personal nicknames, Chai and Ring, which proves that the killer knew everything about the family and had chosen to target them in particular. Up to this day, the identity of the killer was never discovered, and the mystery of the horrific Gilang Baru murders remains unsolved. During the 1960s, multiple hitchhikers were kidnapped and murdered in Oak Hill, West Virginia. The authorities believe that all the murders were committed by the same person, and the perpetrator was dubbed the Mad Butcher of West Virginia, because authorities never found whole bodies, just pieces of the victims. One of the victims was a mentally disabled man named Mike Rogers. Mike was last seen in the passenger seat of a black station wagon with Ohio tags. A friend driving by saw him, and what happened next is that Mike got out of the car, ran up to his friend, and told him. His friend would basically tell him he was busy running errands, and this was the last time Mike was ever seen alive. Mike simply vanished without a trace and went missing. Some time after his disappearance, the police discovered a trail of body parts scattered on a hillside in Chimney Corner. At the end of the trail, there was a duffel bag filled with human organs, with price tags from a store in Ohio, and Mike's decapitated head. A .22 caliber bullet was found in his skull. He had been killed execution style, and forensic evidence suggests that Mike had been hung by the neck while being dismembered. A total of 13 body parts were found at the scene, and the liver and kidney that were found in the duffel bag had human bite marks. The police investigated the various disappearances and murders that were related to the Mad Butcher, and even the FBI got involved in the case, though no one was ever convicted of these crimes. The identity of the Mad Butcher remains a complete mystery to this day. Some people believe the Mad Butcher was committed to a mental institution, while some believe he may still be active in Oak Hill. On the 18th of November, 1987, Keith Dardeen, a 29-year-old man from Ena, Illinois, failed to show up for work. His supervisor called him numerous times, but Keith never answered. The police were contacted on the same day, and they went to check up on the Dardeen family in their small home in the town of Ena. When the police arrived to the house and got inside, they discovered a horrific scene. Keith's wife, Elaine, and his son, Peter, were found lying on the bed. They were both brutally bludgeoned to death with a baseball bat. Elaine was bound and gagged herself. She had been battered to such an extent that she went into labor and gave birth to a girl who was also bludgeoned during the attack. At first, the police thought Keith Dardeen murdered his family and ran away. But that would quickly change after his body was later discovered in a wheat field, not far from where he lived. The killer shot him 3 times, then chopped off his penis. Also, Keith's blood-splattered car was found parked in front of the Benton police station. Nothing was stolen from the Dardeens. A VCR and portable camera were in plain sight in the living room. Elsewhere in the house, equally accessible cash and jewelry remained. So clearly this wasn't a case of a robbery gone wrong. The police weren't able to find any other evidence that might have suggested a motive, though some theories have developed over the years. One theory states that the Dardenne massacre was the work of a satanic cult, though this is very unlikely because Satanists usually leave behind symbols at the scene of the crime, and extensively mutilate the bodies of their victims by harvesting certain organs. Another theory suggests that the killer was a jealous lover from high school or college, someone who had a crush on Elaine and decided to murder her because she chose Keith over them. In 2000, serial killer Tommy Lynn Sells confessed to the crime. However, he was never charged as there were doubts about his confessions because all the details he shared about the case were inconsistent. No other suspects have ever been named. The castration serial murders were a group of 5 related murders that took place in different states in America. Between August 1980 and November 1986, at least 5 young men from different states were kidnapped, shot in the back of the head, and castrated after their deaths by the same perpetrator. Forensic evidence suggests that 2 of the victims were shot with the same .38 caliber revolver. What's even more bizarre is the fact that there's a high chance the serial killer is actually a female. One of the victims of the castration serial murders was a man named Marty James Shook, a young hitchhiker from Sparks, Nevada. His naked and mutilated body was found on the 14th of June, 1982, in a mountain pass in Heber City, Utah. A mysterious young blonde woman was sighted around the area where his body was discovered. The police believe she might be the killer, though they were never able to find her, and her identity remains a complete mystery to this day. On the 26th of November, 1986, another victim of the castration serial killer was found in Litchfield, Connecticut. The victim was Jack Franklin Andrews. The murderer castrated him post-mortem and brutally mutilated his corpse, cutting off the legs and head from the torso. Up to this day, there's no proper explanation for the castration serial murders, and the killer who committed these heinous acts was never identified. The Michigan Dogman. This humanoid werewolf, or werewolf-like creature, was sighted more than 100 times in Michigan. One of the most notable sightings was the one that occurred in 1887. It was the first time the creature was ever sighted. 2 lumberjacks in Wexford County saw a creature whom they described as having a man's body and a dog's head. It was 7 foot tall, blue-eyed, with the torso of a man and a fearsome howl that sounds like a human scream. Another sighting occurred in the 19th century, in Paris, Michigan. A man named Robert Fortney was attacked by a pack of wild dogs. He was able to scare most of them away by firing a shotgun into the air. But one seemed completely unfazed by the firearm and instead stood on its hind legs and glared at the man. Reports of similar creatures also came from Allegan County in the 1950s, and in Manistee and Cross Village in 1967. Linda Godfrey, in her book The Beast of Bray Road, compares the Manistee sightings to a similar creature sighted in Wisconsin, known as the Beast of Bray Road. In 1961, a night watchman was patrolling a manufacturing plant in Big Rapids, Michigan, when he saw a peculiar figure. At first he thought it was a person until he saw the dog-like features. He pulled his gun and was about to shoot when he remembered his camera and took it out and took a picture of the horrific beast. The photo has not been analyzed yet, and it still remains an unsolved mystery. Reports of the creature still continue to this day. And the fact that there have been more than 100 sightings of the Dogman throughout the past 300 years in Michigan means that there's a high chance that it actually exists. The Yeti. Known to inhabit the Himalayan region of Nepal, Bhutan, and Tibet, the Yeti, or abominable snowman, is a mysterious ape-like creature which is taller than an average human and is covered with brown, grey, or white hair. The Yeti might actually be real, and history has proof of its existence. Many explorers, particularly in the Mount Everest area, have reported seeing evidence of this legendary animal. Stories about the snow-dwelling half-man, or half-ape, have been popular since the late 19th century. However, reports really begin in 1921, when Lieutenant Colonel Charles was undertaking the British Mount Everest expedition. He reported finding larger than usual footprints of a two-footed creature. 4 years later, photographer N.A. Tombazi reported seeing a figure with an outline exactly like a human being walking upright. It showed up dark against the snow and wore no clothes. On Mount Everest in 1951, Eric Shipton took photos of large footprints in the snow. Some scientists have argued these photos are the best evidence of Yeti existence. In 1983, conservationist D.C. Taylor and historian Robert L. Fleming Jr. led an expedition in Nepal and reported seeing large footprints. In December 2007, American TV presenter Joshua Gates led a team to Mount Everest and found footprints measuring 33 centimeters long and 25 centimeters across, with 5 toes. He also found hair samples which, when analyzed, contained unknown DNA samples. Up to today, there's no hard, indisputable evidence for the Yeti's existence. However, that doesn't deter the true believers of the Yeti. The fact that these mysterious creatures haven't been found is not taken as evidence that they don't exist, but instead how rare, reclusive, and elusive they are. Like Bigfoot, a single body would prove that the Yeti exist, though no amount of evidence can prove they don't exist. The Lizard Man of Scape or Swamp. The Lizard Man is a mysterious reptilian humanoid creature that is said to inhabit areas of swampland in and around Lee County, South Carolina. On July 14, 1988, the Lee County Sheriff's Office investigated a report of a car damaged overnight while parked at a home in the area of Browntown, on the edges of the Scape or swamp. The car reportedly had tooth marks and scratches with hair and muddy footprints left behind. Sheriff Liston Truesdale noted this was the start of various claims that eventually coalesced into a story about a lizard man in the swamp. Prompted by the news of the vehicle damage, 17-year-old local Christopher Davis reported to the sheriff that his car was damaged by a creature he described as green, wet-like, about 7 feet tall and had 3 fingers, red eyes, skin like a lizard, snake-like scales. According to Davis, he was driving home from working the night shift at a fast food restaurant when his car got a flat tire. After fixing it, he saw a creature walking toward him. Davis got in his car and began to drive, but the creature was soon on top of the car. He applied his brakes, causing the creature to roll off the car, giving Davis enough time to escape. The increase in newspaper and media publicity prompted further reports of sightings, and the area soon became a tourist attraction for visitors and hunters. Local radio station WCOS offered a $1 million reward to anybody who could capture the creature alive. In 2015, local television station WCIV featured photos and videos claimed to be Lizard Man, allegedly taken by Jim Wilson and other unidentified individuals. In August 2017, the South Carolina Emergency Management Division sent a tweet regarding possible paranormal activity during the solar eclipse that passed over the area, hinting that people of Lee and Sumter counties should remain vigilant for sightings of the Lizard Man. Regardless of whether or not you believe in the Lizard Man, the elusive monster has become an integral part of the culture of Bishopville over the years and has repeatedly popped up in the media. The Black Demon Shark. The black demon shark is believed to be an enormous black shark the size of the megalodon, located just off the Gulf of California. In recent years, numerous sightings have been reported, primarily from local fishermen. The black demon is said to be between 20 to 60 feet long and weighing anywhere between 50 to 100,000 pounds. It is said to resemble a great white shark, but with very dark coloration and a large tail. Some say it could be the megalodon itself, or a new species of shark, or perhaps an unusually large great white. Many expeditions were launched to locate the creature, even on Monster Quest in the chapter Mega Jaws. Nothing became of the investigation. Sadly, sightings are rare. Because of this, not much is known about it. The Jersey Devil. The Jersey Devil, also known as the Leeds Devil, is a legendary creature said to inhabit the forest of Pine Barrens in South Jersey. The creature is often described as a flying biped with hooves, but there are many variations. The common description is that of a bipedal kangaroo-like or wyvern-like creature with a horse or goat-like head, leathery bat-like wings, horns, small arms with clawed hands, legs with cloven hooves, and a forked tail. It has been reported to move quickly and is often described as emitting a high-pitched, blood-curdling scream. There have been many claims of sightings and occurrences involving the Jersey Devil. While visiting the Hanover Mill Works to inspect his cannonballs being forged, Commodore Stephen Decatur sighted a flying creature and fired a cannonball directly upon it, to no effect. Joseph Bonaparte, elder brother of Napoleon, is also claimed to have seen the Jersey Devil while hunting on his Bordentown estate about 1820. During 1840, the Jersey Devil was blamed for several livestock killings. Similar attacks were reported during 1841, accompanied by tracks and screams. In Greenwich, during December 1925, a local farmer shot an unidentified animal as it attempted to steal his chickens, and then photographed the corpse. Afterward, he claimed that none of the 100 people he showed it to could identify it. During the week of January 16 to 23 of 1909, newspapers published hundreds of claimed encounters with the Jersey Devil from all over South Jersey and the Philadelphia area. Among these alleged encounters were claims the creature attacked a trolley car in Haddon Heights and a social club in Camden. Police in Camden and Bristol, Pennsylvania supposedly fired on the creature to no effect. Other reports initially concerned unidentified footprints in the snow, but soon sightings of creatures resembling the Jersey Devil were being reported throughout South Jersey and as far away as Delaware and western Maryland. The legend of the Jersey Devil has grown over the years and has become ingrained into the culture of New Jersey.
During the 1990s, an Air Force captain stationed in Texas named Gary Sood Brink decided to make a surprise for his parents by visiting them in New York. Without telling anyone, he packed his belongings and drove to the airport to book a flight to New York. While he was in the airport, a mysterious person with a clipboard approached him and started asking really strange questions. Gary described the person as male and of average height. The man asked Gary what's his name, how to spell it, where he's going, and other personal information. Gary thought that the stranger was just some annoying salesman trying to sell him a product, so he ignored him. After Gary boarded the plane, the mysterious man approached him for the second time, sat right next to him, and proceeded to ask him the same questions once again. Gary became angry and told the stranger to fuck off. But the stranger was persistent and kept on asking more questions. Subsequently, the plane crew got involved and forced the man to move away from Gary. Eventually, Gary got to New York and surprised his parents with a visit. While he was at his parents' house, he began receiving phone calls from an unlisted number. When Gary answered the phone, he heard something really, really strange. Take a listen.
Yes. I'll tell you who it is.
Hello?
Yeah. Do you want to speak to him?
There's Gary's son Brink there.
Yeah, who's this? Steven? Are you playing games with me or what? Huh? Steven, if you're playing games, I'm going to kick your ass.
So how long are you going to be back from Texas?
Huh?
You're being impersonated by the other voice.
Yeah, this is you, Steven, you idiot. You're pissing me off. Jerk. I'm going to get you on... Let's see what it says. Review. One new call out of area. Is Steven out of the area?
Are you going to be back from Texas?
Wait, say it again?
You're being impersonated by the other voice.
Wait, hold on. Is Steven out of the calling area or what?
What do I know?
What do you mean you don't know? He's in Queens. Well, who are you talking to? I don't know who the fuck.
Hello?
Okay, there was a break. Hold on.
So how long are you going to be back from Texas?
How long am I going to be back from Texas? That question doesn't make any sense.
By the other voice.
Okay. I'll be coming back eventually. I can't tell you when. You should know that question, the answer to the questions, because you seem to know more about me than I do.
What was the purpose of these calls, and what message was trying to be conveyed? Was Gary Sood Brink contacted by intergalactic entities on that day? We will never know. On the 20th of September, 1988, an American author named Dean Koontz was working at his office when he received a mysterious phone call from an unknown individual. When Dean answered the phone, he started hearing what sounded like a distant voice of a woman. The caller only said 2 words, "Be careful," and kept repeating them 3 times. The voice kept getting more distant each time the ominous warning was repeated, and then the line went silent. The voice sounded eerily similar to his mother, but she had been dead for nearly 2 decades. Koontz's number was unlisted, so there's no way it was a prank call. By this point, Koontz had a gut feeling that he had just spoken to his deceased mother. A couple of days later, Koontz went to visit his father, Ray, in the mental facility he had been staying at. Koontz wasn't aware that his father had a fishing knife in his possession. When Koontz came into the room, his father attempted to slash him with the knife, and Koontz had to try to wrestle it away from him. As both of them were wrestling over the knife, a witness saw them and immediately informed the authorities. By the time the police arrived, Koontz had managed to take the knife from his father. The police saw that Koontz was carrying the knife, so thinking he was the perpetrator, they drew their guns and ordered him to drop the weapon. Koontz kept insisting he wasn't the guy they're looking for, but they didn't believe him and ordered him for the second time to drop the weapon. Koontz froze for a second. He remembered the mysterious phone warning he received a couple of days ago. Koontz realized that this was the scenario the caller warned him about, so he immediately dropped the knife. Be careful. In 2007, Courtney Koekendall's phone began to do really weird and bizarre things on its own. It would often turn itself on, change its ringtones, and send messages to Courtney's friends on its own. After a couple of days, Courtney began to receive mysterious phone calls from someone with a raspy voice. The number that the person called from read, "Unknown." The caller told Courtney that he was watching her and began to describe what she was exactly doing at that moment and even what she was wearing. One of the family's neighbors, Andrea McKay, said that she also received similar calls. According to Andrea, she was cutting limes in her kitchen when a mysterious call came through and the voice on the other end told her, "I prefer lemons." The Koekendall family contacted the police about the calls and the bizarre things that their phones would do on their own. When the police traced the calls, they discovered something really strange. It appears that the calls were actually made from the family's own phones. What's even more bizarre is that this would happen even when the phones are completely turned off. After a couple of days, the calls quickly escalated into serious death threats. According to Heather Kuykendall, the caller would often tell them, "You're going to die, we hate you, we're going to murder you." The calls came at all hours, threatening to behead every single member of the family and murder everyone that they knew, including their pets. The family bought new phones and even switched their numbers, but chillingly, the mysterious calls continued. Up to today, the identity of the caller remains a complete mystery, despite the best efforts of the police.
Imagine if you woke up one morning and found that you were the only person left on Earth. No friends, no family, no neighbors, nobody. You would probably feel incredibly lonely and wonder what happened to everyone else. Now imagine that you looked up at the sky and saw that there were billions of other planets out there, some of which might support life. You might wonder if there are other intelligent civilizations out there, and if so, why we haven't made contact with them yet. This is the Fermi Paradox, and it's one of the biggest mysteries in science. It is a fascinating and perplexing question that has kept scientists and philosophers awake at night for decades. The Fermi Paradox is named after physicist Enrico Fermi, who first posed the question, "Where is everybody?" in 1950. The paradox asks why, given the vast size of the universe and the high probability of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, we have not yet made contact with any of them. This paradox has puzzled scientists and philosophers for decades and has given rise to numerous potential explanations. To understand the Fermi Paradox, it is helpful to first consider the vastness of the universe. Our own galaxy, the Milky Way, contains an estimated 100 billion stars, and there are an estimated 100 billion galaxies in the observable universe. Based on these numbers, it seems likely that there are many other planets out there that could support life. In fact, recent discoveries of exoplanets in the habitable zone of their host stars have only strengthened this hypothesis. So, if there are so many potentially habitable planets out there, where are all the aliens? This is the heart of the Fermi Paradox, and there are several potential explanations that have been proposed. One possibility is that intelligent civilizations self-destruct. This could happen for a variety of reasons, such as war, environmental destruction, or technological mishap. We have certainly seen examples of such catastrophes in our own history, such as the Chernobyl disaster or the Tunguska event. It is possible that other civilizations have suffered similar fates, preventing them from ever making contact with us. Another possibility is that the distances between stars are simply too great for us to make contact with other civilizations. Even if there are other intelligent civilizations out there, they may be too far away for us to detect their signals or travel to their planets. This could be due to limitations in our technology, or it could simply be a consequence of the vastness of the universe. A third possibility is that we are simply not looking in the right places or using the right methods to detect other civilizations. For example, we may be searching for signals in the wrong frequency range or looking for civilizations that use technologies that are vastly different from our own. It is also possible that other civilizations are intentionally hiding their signals or avoiding contact with us for some reason. Yet another possibility is that we are alone in the universe. While this may seem unlikely given the vastness of the universe and the number of potentially habitable planets, it is still a possibility. Perhaps the conditions required for the evolution of complex life are rare, or perhaps the emergence of intelligent life requires a very specific set of circumstances that are unlikely to occur elsewhere. There are, of course, many other potential explanations for the Fermi Paradox, and the truth may be a combination of several factors. However, regardless of the answer, the Fermi Paradox reminds us of the vastness and complexity of the universe and the many mysteries that still remain to be solved. As we continue to explore and study the cosmos, we may yet find answers to this and other perplexing questions about our place in the universe. What would happen if you went back in time and killed your own grandfather before he had children? I mean, if you did this, you would prevent your own existence. But if you never existed, then how could you have gone back in time to kill your grandfather in the first place? Scientists call this the grandfather paradox. It's a well-known paradox in science fiction and time travel stories that raises questions about the possibility of time travel and its potential consequences. One of the key issues is whether time travel is possible at all. According to our current understanding of physics, time travel is not possible, since it would require the existence of closed time-like curves, which violate the laws of causality. However, there are a number of theoretical models that suggest that time travel may be possible under certain conditions. For example, some physicists have proposed the idea of wormholes, which are hypothetical shortcuts through space and time that could potentially allow for time travel. Others have suggested that time travel may be possible using black holes or other exotic phenomena. Assuming that time travel is possible, the grandfather paradox raises further questions about the nature of causality and the possibility of changing the past. According to our current understanding of physics, the past cannot be changed, since everything that has happened in the past has already caused the present. However, if time travel were possible, it would open up the possibility of changing the past, leading to the paradoxical situation described by the grandfather paradox. Some people have tried to solve this paradox with the idea of the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. According to this interpretation, when a time traveler goes back in time and kills their own grandfather, a new branch of the universe is created in which the time traveler never existed. This avoids the paradox by creating a separate timeline in which the time traveler's actions do not affect their own existence. Now, despite the many theoretical models and proposed solutions, the grandfather still remains a challenging and unresolved problem. Ultimately, the grandfather paradox serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of messing with the fabric of time and space. While time travel may seem like an exciting prospect, the potential consequences are far-reaching and difficult to predict. This statement is false. Now, if this statement is true, then it must be false. But if it is false, then it must be true. This creates a paradoxical situation called the liar paradox. The liar paradox is a particularly interesting paradox because it highlights the limitations of language and our ability to use it to describe reality. It also raises questions about the relationship between truth, meaning, and reference, and has implications for our understanding of semantics and logic. One possible way to understand the liar paradox is to analyze it in terms of its underlying assumptions about language and truth. The statement, "This statement is false," assumes that truth is a property that can be consistently assigned to propositions, and that language can be used to accurately describe reality. However, the liar paradox shows that these assumptions may not always hold true, and that our understanding of truth and language may need to be reevaluated. Another way to approach the liar paradox is to consider its implications for logic. The liar paradox shows that there may be statements that cannot be consistently assigned a truth value using the traditional principles of logic. This has led to the development of new theories of logic, including pair-consistent logic and dialtheism, which argue that it is possible for some statements to be both true and false. These theories challenge our traditional notions of logic and require us to rethink our assumptions about the relationship between language, truth, and reality. Attempts to resolve the liar paradox have been ongoing for centuries, and many philosophers and logicians have proposed various solutions to the paradox. Some have suggested that the paradox arises from a misunderstanding of the nature of truth, and that truth should be understood as a pragmatic concept, rather than an objective property of propositions. Others have proposed more technical solutions, such as revising the principles of logic or introducing new rules for assigning truth values. This paradox arises when considering whether humans have free will or whether our actions are predetermined by factors such as genetics and environment. If we do have free will, then it seems that our actions cannot be predicted. But if our actions are predetermined, then it seems that we cannot have free will. This paradox has important implications for moral responsibility and personal identity. The paradox arises from the tension between our subjective experience of making choices and the deterministic nature of the universe, which suggests that everything that happens is determined by prior causes. This has been debated by many philosophers and scientists for centuries, and it remains a complex and unresolved problem. At its core, the paradox raises fundamental questions about the nature of reality and our place in the universe. To approach the paradox of free will, you need to examine the different perspectives on the problem. From a philosophical standpoint, the paradox of free will can be seen as an issue of determinism versus indeterminism. Determinism suggests that everything that happens is caused by prior events and that there is no room for free will in a deterministic universe. Indeterminism, on the other hand, suggests that there are some events that are not causally determined and that free will may be possible in an indeterminate universe. From a scientific standpoint, the paradox of free will is related to the idea of causality and the nature of the universe. According to the laws of physics, every event is caused by prior events, and there is no room for free will in a purely deterministic universe. However, recent advances in quantum mechanics have suggested that some events may be indeterminate, and that free will may be possible in a probabilistic universe. Despite these different perspectives, the paradox of free will remains unresolved, and there is no clear answer to the question of whether humans have free will or whether all of our actions are predetermined. What do you think about the paradox of free will? Do you believe that humans have free will? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. If the universe had a beginning, then what existed before the universe? And if the universe is eternal, then how can we explain the origin of existence itself? The question of existence is one of the most profound questions that humans have asked themselves throughout history. It is a question that has been addressed by philosophers, theologians, and scientists in many different ways. But the paradox of existence raises a particularly difficult problem. As I said before, if the universe had a beginning, then what existed before the universe? And if the universe is eternal, then how can we explain the origin of existence itself? One way of approaching this paradox is to look at the scientific evidence for the origins of the universe. According to the Big Bang Theory, the universe began as a singularity, a point of infinite density and temperature around 13.8 billion years ago. This singularity then rapidly expanded and cooled, forming the universe as we know it today. However, this theory does not explain what caused the singularity to come into existence or what existed before it. Another scientific theory that attempts to explain the origins of the universe is the concept of a multiverse, where there are many universes existing alongside each other. The idea of a multiverse is supported by the theory of cosmic inflation, which suggests that the universe underwent a period of exponential expansion shortly after the Big Bang. This theory proposes that the universe is one of many possible universes, each with different physical laws and constants. However, the concept of a multiverse raises its own set of paradoxes and questions. For example, if there are multiple universes, how do we explain the fact that we exist in this particular universe with these particular physical laws and constants? And if the multiverse is infinite, then are there an infinite number of versions of ourselves existing in parallel universes? On a philosophical level, the paradox of existence raises questions about the nature of being and the concept of nothingness. If the universe began with a singularity, then what was the singularity made of? And how did it come into existence? And if there was nothing before the universe, then how can we even conceive of the idea of nothingness? The paradox of existence is a deeply philosophical and scientific problem that challenges us to think deeply about the nature of existence and the origins of the universe. While we may never have a definitive answer to this paradox, it reminds us of the limits of our understanding and the profundity of the questions that we ask ourselves.
The afterlife is a very mysterious and still not fully understood concept that has fascinated and even haunted humanity for centuries. It has inspired countless myths, legends, and religious beliefs, yet remains a complete mystery that eludes our understanding. What happens to us after we die? Is there an afterlife, or do we simply cease to exist? Let us try to find out. One of the most commonly reported experiences that suggest the existence of an afterlife is the near-death experience, or NDE. This is an experience that some people report having when they are close to death or have been revived after being declared clinically dead. The experience usually involves a feeling of being outside of one's body, encountering a bright light, or seeing deceased loved ones. Studies have shown that these experiences are reported across different cultures and religions, suggesting that they may be a universal experience. One of these studies was conducted by Dr. Kenneth Ring and Dr. Sharon Cooper, where they interviewed 102 people who had experienced NDEs. They found that 92% of the participants reported a sense of peace and well-being during their experience, and 81% reported encounters with deceased loved ones or spiritual beings. Aside from the bright light and deceased loved ones, many people from different cultures reported seeing a mysterious guiding figure. One famous example of this is the story of Dr. Eben Alexander, a neurosurgeon who claimed to have had a near-death experience and saw a mysterious guiding figure during his time in a coma. He described the figure as a beautiful woman with sparkling blue eyes who guided him through a vibrant and colorful realm.
But as his body lay in that hospital bed with no recognizable brain activity, Dr. Alexander says he had already begun an astounding journey. A journey to a place he'd said didn't exist.
You described this world as hyper-vivid.
The colors were extremely vivid. Millions of butterflies, and these flowers blooming, blossoms opening as we flew by.
There was a person guiding you, a beautiful girl, as you describe her. Tell me what she looked like.
A wide smile, high cheekbones, and absolutely gorgeous, clear blue eyes. She never said a word to me. She would look at me and the thoughts would come directly in.
In 1991, a woman named Pam Reynolds underwent a risky brain surgery. During the surgery, her body was cooled to a temperature of 60 degrees Fahrenheit to induce clinical death. However, she reported being able to hear and see everything that was happening around her during the surgery, including conversations between the medical staff. When she regained consciousness, she was able to provide details about what the doctors were saying and doing, despite being clinically dead. All of these cases provide very strong evidence for the existence of the afterlife, yet some people are still skeptical about them and insist that all of these experiences can be explained by psychological processes, such as the brain's response to stress or trauma. However, there's one case that stands out from the rest, a case that provides a very compelling and actually chilling proof for the existence of the afterlife, one that cannot be easily explained by the brain's response to trauma. Let's talk about reincarnation a bit. Reincarnation is the belief that after death, a person's soul is reborn into a new body. There have been several cases of children who claim to remember past lives and have been able to provide detailed information about their previous lives that they could not have possibly known otherwise. One of the most famous cases is that of James Leininger. James was a 2-year-old boy who began having nightmares about being a pilot named James Houston, who was shot down during World War II. He would talk about the aircraft carrier he was stationed on, the planes he flew, and even the name of the pilot who shot him down. After extensive research, it was discovered that all of the details that James Leininger provided were chillingly accurate. There was indeed a pilot named James Houston Jr. who was killed in the same exact way that James Leininger had described. Did James Leininger live a past life? Some skeptics may argue that James may have overheard adults talking about these events or that he had seen a documentary or read a book about them. However, there is no evidence that James had been exposed to this information before his dreams and memories began. Additionally, the specific details that James provided, such as the name of the aircraft carrier and the type of plane, were not widely known or readily available in the public domain. While the story of James Leininger cannot be considered conclusive evidence for the afterlife or reincarnation, it is by far the strongest proof for reincarnation and the afterlife. The specific details that James was able to provide cannot be easily explained by science, and the case raises intriguing questions about the nature of consciousness, memory, and the afterlife. There may be more to life than what we can see and experience in our physical world. Near-death experiences, reincarnation, mediumship, etc., all provide intriguing evidence that there may be something beyond our physical existence. Whether or not you believe in an afterlife is ultimately a personal belief, but it is always fascinating to explore the possibilities of what may lie beyond.
In 2010, a team of Japanese scientists discovered something really bizarre and strange while searching in the deep parts of the Pacific Ocean, particularly in an area called Sagami Bay. The bizarre incident was captured on camera, and to this day, no one can explain what the Japanese scientists discovered on that day. Let's watch the recorded footage. The video starts out normal, showing familiar sea creatures like octopuses and squid. At around 3 minutes in the video, this mysterious creature appears. What kind of creature is that? It kinda looks like a dolphin, but it's not one. Some have theorized that it could be a creature called the Ningen. The Ningen is a supposed cryptid that is believed to inhabit the icy waters of the Antarctic Ocean. The term Ningen originates from Japanese folklore and translates to human or humanoid. Reports of these enigmatic beings describe them as massive, humanoid creatures with distinct human-like features. According to eyewitness accounts and alleged sightings, Ningen creatures possess a streamlined, mermaid-like body shape similar to that of a human. Witnesses often describe their skin as pale, bluish-white in color, which is believed to help them blend with their surroundings. The Ningen is typically depicted as lacking most visible facial features, such as nose or mouth. Their limbs resemble those of a human, with arms, legs, and even fingers reported in some sightings. Reports of Ninjin sightings primarily emerged on internet forums and online communities in the late 2000s. Crew members of Japanese fishing vessels and explorers operating in the Antarctic region have claimed to witness these mysterious creatures. The sightings allegedly occurred during nighttime or in foggy weather, when visibility is reduced, making it difficult to capture clear photographic or video evidence. Witnesses often describe a sense of awe and fear upon encountering a Ninjin. They report these creatures appearing silently and calmly gliding through the frigid waters, occasionally surfacing partially or entirely. The encounters are said to be fleeting, with the Ninjin disappearing beneath the water's surface or fading into the fog. Now, could the creature found in Sagami Bay be the Ninjin? Or at least, could it be an undiscovered species of sea creatures? There's no definitive answer to that question, but I say it's not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, it is estimated that approximately 80% of the world's ocean remains unexplored, representing a significant portion of our planet that remains largely unknown. This staggering statistic highlights the vast potential for new discoveries and the existence of countless species yet to be documented. But until concrete evidence is obtained, the unknown Sagami Bay creature remains an intriguing enigma, sparking curiosity about the secrets that may lie hidden in our planet's unexplored realms. The mysterious moon music phenomenon occurred during the Apollo 10 mission in 1969. While orbiting around the far side of the moon, the astronauts on board the spacecraft heard strange and eerie whistling sounds or music coming through their headsets.
That is used to keep it sound down in space, doesn't it? Do you hear that whistling sound? Boy, that sure is weird music. Boy, it got quiet, didn't it? Don't believe it. Nobody.
The sounds lasted for approximately 1 hour and seemed to be coming from outside the spacecraft. The crew members were quite unnerved by the experience and even considered the possibility that the sounds could be coming from intelligent extraterrestrial life. The incident was initially kept secret and only became known to the public in 2008 when transcripts of the mission were released to the public. The transcripts included conversations between the crew members and ground control about the mysterious sounds they were hearing. Despite extensive analysis and investigation, the source of the mysterious music has never been identified. It has been suggested that the sounds could have been caused by interference between the spacecraft's radio communication system and its power supply. Others have suggested that the sounds could have been caused by natural phenomena, such as electrical discharges in the moon's atmosphere. It is worth noting that the Apollo 10 astronauts were not the only ones to report hearing strange sounds while in space. Other astronauts, such as those on board the International Space Station, have reported hearing unexplained sounds or space whispers while on missions. However, the exact cause of these sounds remains a mystery. The Mars Observer was a highly advanced spacecraft that was designed to study Mars from orbit, and it carried a suite of scientific instruments that were capable of making detailed measurements of the planet's surface and atmosphere. The spacecraft was also equipped with a camera that was capable of taking high-resolution images of the Martian surface. On August 21, 1993, just 3 days before the spacecraft was scheduled to enter orbit around Mars, all communication with the spacecraft was lost. Despite numerous attempts to re-establish contact with the spacecraft, no signal was ever received, and the Mars Observer mysteriously vanished. NASA launched an extensive investigation into the incident, but the cause of the spacecraft's disappearance remains unknown to this day. Some theories suggest that a fuel line may have ruptured, causing the spacecraft to lose power, while others speculate that it may have collided with a small meteorite or been hit by a solar flare. However, none of these theories can be proven. Now, is it possible that the Mars Observer was deliberately sabotaged by a foreign government or organization? Mars has long been a topic of interest to governments around the world, and some may view the exploration of Mars as a way to gain an advantage in space or on Earth. Additionally, some people may view the disappearance of the Mars Observer as evidence of a larger conspiracy involving government cover-ups and secret agendas. Could the Mars Observer have been targeted by extraterrestrial life forms? Some people may believe that extraterrestrial life forms could have been responsible for the disappearance of the Mars Observer because of the long history of UFO sightings and conspiracy theories related to extraterrestrial life. Some may view the disappearance of the Mars Observer as evidence that aliens are monitoring human activity in space and are actively working to prevent humans from uncovering the truth about their existence. Yan Liwei is a Chinese astronaut who became the first person to be sent into space by the Chinese space program in 2003. During his space mission, he reported hearing a series of strange knocking sounds in his spacecraft. This mysterious phenomenon has puzzled many people and sparked numerous theories over the years. The knocking sounds that Yang Liwei heard have been described as a series of metallic, rhythmic, and intermittent sounds that seemed to come from outside the spacecraft. The sounds were loud enough to be heard over the communication system and lasted for about 20 seconds. According to Yang, the sounds were unlike anything he had ever heard before, and it sent chills down his spine. Several theories have been proposed to explain the strange knocking sounds. One possibility is that the strange knocking sounds could have been caused by extraterrestrial life. Some people believe that Yang may have been visited by aliens and that they were knocking on his spacecraft to let them inside. However, there is no concrete evidence to support this theory, and it remains purely speculative. Another theory suggests that the sounds were caused by micrometeoroids hitting the spacecraft. Micrometeoroids are tiny particles that travel through space and can cause damage to spacecraft. It is possible that some of these particles hit the spacecraft and caused the knocking sounds that Yang heard. Another theory is that the sounds were caused by thermal expansion and contraction of the spacecraft's metal structure. As the spacecraft moved in and out of the Earth's shadow, the temperature of the metal would have changed, causing it to expand and contract. This could have created the knocking sounds that Yang heard. In conclusion, the mystery of the strange knocking sounds that Yang Liwei heard in his spacecraft remains unsolved. While there are several possible explanations, none of them have been proven. To this day, no one actually knows what caused these strange knocking sounds. The first reported sighting of the Black Knight satellite was in 1954 by a civilian observer named Donald Kehoe, who claimed to have seen a dark object in orbit around the Earth. Later that year, newspapers reported that the U.S. Air Force had detected a mysterious object in space that was orbiting the Earth. In 1960, the U.S. Navy claimed to have detected a dark, tumbling object in space, but they soon dismissed it as space debris. Later, in the 1970s, astronomers picked up signals from space that they believed to be coming from the Black Knight satellite. Despite the lack of strong evidence, some people continue to believe that the Black Knight satellite is evidence of extraterrestrial life. Some theories suggest that the object is a remnant of an ancient alien civilization that visited Earth in the distant past. Others speculate that it is a monitoring device left behind by a more advanced civilization. Another theory is that the Black Knight satellite is a secret government project, possibly related to espionage or military surveillance. Some people believe that the satellite is part of a larger network of secret satellites that are used for covert operations. There have also been claims that the Black Knight satellite is responsible for interfering with spacecraft and communication satellites. However, these claims have not been substantiated. The WOW signal is a mysterious radio signal detected on August 15, 1977, by the Big Ear Radio Telescope at Ohio State University. The signal was so unexpected and unusual that astronomer Jerry Emin wrote WOW on the printout, hence its name. Despite many subsequent attempts to detect the signal again, its origin remains unknown. The signal lasted for a total of 72 seconds, and it was detected in the 1420 MHz band, which is the frequency of hydrogen. It appeared to come from the direction of the constellation Sagittarius, and it was 30 times stronger than the background radiation of the universe. Despite numerous attempts to detect the signal again, it has never been observed again. This has led to speculation and theories as to its origin and meaning. One theory is that the signal was of extraterrestrial origin, possibly from an intelligent alien civilization attempting to make contact with humans. The signal's characteristics and its narrow bandwidth support this theory, as they are consistent with what one might expect from an extraterrestrial transmission. However, there is no direct evidence to support this theory, and it remains speculative. Another theory suggests that the signal may have been generated by a natural phenomenon, such as a comet or a pulsar. However, this theory also has its limitations, as the signal was never detected again despite numerous attempts to do so. Finally, some scientists have proposed that the signal may have been a result of human interference, such as a transmission from a nearby spy satellite. However, this theory is also challenged by the signal's characteristics, which do not resemble any known human-made signal. In conclusion, the WOW signal remains one of the most intriguing mysteries in the history of astronomy. While there is no conclusive evidence to support any theory, the possibility that the signal was of extraterrestrial origin is high.
There are many mysteries in the world that we still cannot explain. Whether you're into solving puzzles or just want to know about interesting things, mysteries are a great way to spend your time. Today I am going to talk about a mysterious discovery from the North Atlantic, a discovery that still baffles scientists to this day. A couple of years ago, a team of scientists were sailing in the North Atlantic when they made a chilling discovery. What the team of scientists discovered was unlike anything they had seen before. They found a mysterious dark-colored shark that looked as if it was hundreds of years old. When scientists conducted some experiments and studies on the shark, they found that the shark was indeed very old. Like, very, very old. The Greenland shark, which grows only 1 centimeter per year, is estimated to have lived for 512 years. This means that this shark is as old as the Mona Lisa painting and existed way before William Shakespeare was born. The shark was born in 1505, which makes it the longest living vertebrate in existence. Even the oldest living shark ever recorded, before the discovery of this Greenland shark, lived for only 250 years. The Greenland shark that was discovered recently is a true genetic anomaly that will probably never occur again. Now just imagine with me again, this shark existed since 1505. It was literally alive during the founding of the US, both World War I and II, the sinking of the Titanic, the rule of King Henry VIII, the exploration of the Americas by Christopher Columbus, and before Michelangelo began painting the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in Rome. If that isn't mind-blowing, then I don't know what is. This shark is a living time capsule. Scientists still cannot understand or explain how this shark was able to survive for more than 500 years. It is one of the biggest mysteries of the world.
The Tully Monster is an enigmatic creature that lived over 300 million years ago during the Carboniferous period. It was first discovered in Illinois in 1958, and scientists still can't agree on what kind of animal it is. Some suggest that it was a worm-like creature, others believe it was a type of mollusk or even an alien that arrived from a distant planet. The Tully Monster remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the fossil record. It was a soft-bodied, bilaterally symmetrical animal with a distinctive long, tube-like body that measured about 14 inches in length. It had a long proboscis with a sharp tooth at the end, which it likely used to capture prey. It also had stalked eyes, a pair of fins on either side of its body, and a series of small, bristle-like structures along its back. Despite its unique appearance, the Tully Monster's classification has long been a mystery. It has been variously classified as a mollusk, an arthropod, and a chordate, but none of these classifications can fully explain all of its features. Recently, new research using advanced imaging techniques has shed some light on the Tully Monster's anatomy, but its exact classification remains a subject of debate among scientists. The mystery of the Tully Monster continues to fascinate paleontologists and the public alike, and it remains one of the most enigmatic creatures to have ever roamed the Earth. Meet the tardigrade, also known as the water bear or moss piglet. These microscopic creatures are some of the toughest creatures on Earth, able to survive extreme conditions that would kill most other living things. They have been around for over 500 million years, and there are over 1,000 known species. They are found in space and almost every habitat on Earth, from the highest mountains to the depths of the ocean. Tardigrades can survive temperatures as low as 272 degrees Celsius and as high as 151 degrees Celsius. They can even withstand pressure 6 times greater than that found in the deepest part of the ocean, and radiation doses 1,000 times higher than lethal levels for humans. Tardigrades have a mouth and a digestive system, but they can also absorb nutrients through their skin. They have been known to eat bacteria, algae, and even other tardigrades. Despite all of the things that we know about these creatures, we still have much to learn about them. For example, we don't know exactly how they are able to survive in space, where they are exposed to extreme radiation and vacuum conditions. These creatures are considered mysterious because they have several unique and intriguing characteristics that scientists are still working to fully understand. Like, for example, their extreme resilience. Tardigrades are known for their ability to survive in extreme conditions, such as extreme temperatures, high levels of radiation, and even the vacuum of space. The mechanisms that allow them to do so are not fully understood, and studying tardigrades' resilience could lead to new technologies and medical treatments. Cryptobiosis.
Tardigrades are capable of entering a state called cryptobiosis, in which they essentially shut down their metabolism and can survive for long periods of time without food or water. This state is not fully understood, and researchers are still investigating the molecular mechanisms involved. Unique anatomy. Tardigrades have a unique anatomy that sets them apart from other animals. For example, they have a segmented body with 4 pairs of legs, a stylet used to puncture food sources, and a tardigrade-specific protein that is found nowhere else in the animal kingdom. These unique features are still being studied to understand their functions and evolutionary history. The tardigrade is a true marvel of nature, a tiny creature that has managed to survive in some of the most extreme environments on our planet. Who knows what other secrets these mysterious creatures might be hiding? The Kraken is a legendary sea monster that has been described in various forms throughout history. Now hold on, I know what you might be thinking right now, that I am trying to convince you of the existence of a creature that is often considered mythical. However, I ask that you keep an open mind for a moment. While there is no definitive proof of the Kraken's existence, there have been numerous sightings of this monstrous sea creature in different parts of the world, which suggests that there may be a chance that the Kraken is real. It is said to be a massive cephalopod, similar to a giant squid or octopus, with long, tentacle-like arms and a huge, bulbous head. For centuries, sailors have shared stories of encountering this monstrous sea creature, and the legend of the Kraken has captivated people's imaginations for generations. Some stories describe it as being as large as an entire island, capable of dragging entire ships and their crews to their doom. There have been many reported sightings of the Kraken throughout history, particularly in the North Atlantic and the seas around Norway and Greenland. One of the earliest known accounts of the Kraken dates back to the 13th century, when the Norse sagas described it as a creature that would surface from the depths of the ocean to attack ships. In the centuries that followed, many sailors reported encountering the Kraken. Some described it as a massive, shadowy shape looming beneath the surface of the water, while others claimed to have seen its enormous tentacles rise up out of the sea. The legend of the Kraken is particularly terrifying because it was believed to be capable of sinking entire ships with ease. Sailors told stories of the Kraken attacking their vessels, wrapping its tentacles around the hull and dragging the ship and its crew down into the ocean's depths. It's important to note that some of these stories are likely exaggerated or outright false, and there is no concrete evidence that the Kraken ever existed. However, some other stories may be genuine, and we have no reason to assume that they are false. This tiny, translucent immortal creature has been baffling scientists for years with its incredible traits and features. First off, let's clarify what we mean by immortal. While the immortal jellyfish can't live forever, it has an extraordinary ability to regenerate itself. When it reaches the end of its life cycle, instead of dying like any other creature, it reverts back to its baby form and starts its life cycle all over. This process is known as transdifferentiation, and it's something that no other animal in existence can do. But the immortal jellyfish isn't just remarkable for its ability to regenerate. It's also deadly and venomous. The immortal jellyfish has the ability to kill a human with its small, hair-like tentacles that contain thousands of tiny nematocysts, which are stinging cells that release venom when they come into contact with something. Despite its incredible traits and features, the immortal jellyfish is still a mystery to scientists. They're still trying to understand how the jellyfish is able to regenerate itself and maintain its youthful state. Some scientists believe that the jellyfish is able to reverse the aging process by resetting the DNA in its cells, while others think that it's able to maintain its telomeres, the protective caps on the ends of chromosomes that shorten as we age. Hello and welcome to this video on the Overtown Bridge mystery. If you haven't heard of this before, it's a strange phenomenon that has puzzled researchers for years. The Overtown Bridge is located in Scotland and has been known for a series of unexplained incidents in which dogs have apparently leapt off the bridge to their deaths. In this video, we will explore the history of the Overtown Bridge, the incidents that have occurred over the years, and the various theories proposed to explain this bizarre mystery. The Overtown Bridge was built in 1895 and is located in the village of Milton, near the town of Dumbarton in Scotland. The bridge is a popular tourist attraction and is known for its unusual architecture, with its Gothic arches and parapet walls. The bridge spans a 50-foot drop to a narrow gorge that runs beneath it. The phenomenon of dogs jumping from the Overtown Bridge was first reported in the 1950s.
Over the years, numerous dogs have been reported to have leaped from the bridge to their deaths. Most of these incidents occurred in the same spot on the bridge, between the two highest points of the arches. This bizarre phenomenon has led to various theories as to why it occurs. Some suggest that the bridge is haunted by the ghost of Lady Overtown, the wife of the original owner of the bridge, who died in 1908. Others propose that the dogs may be picking up on some kind of scent or sound that is luring them over the edge. In recent years, researchers have studied the area and come up with some possible explanations for the phenomenon. One theory suggests that the bridge's walls and surroundings may create an optical illusion that disorients the dogs and causes them to lose their balance and fall. Another theory is that the bridge's location, which is adjacent to a mink farm, may be attracting the dogs, as mink urine has been shown to have a strong attraction for dogs. However, some researchers believe that there may be more to the story. Dr. David Sands, a Scottish animal behaviorist, has studied the incidents and has proposed that the dogs may be experiencing a form of canine suicide. He suggests that certain breeds, such as retrievers, may have a genetic predisposition towards suicidal behavior. Despite these studies and theories, the mystery of the Overtown Bridge remains unsolved, and the phenomenon continues to attract visitors and researchers from around the world. There have been many controversies surrounding the incidents, including accusations of animal cruelty and calls for the bridge to be closed to the public. In conclusion, the Overtown Bridge mystery is a bizarre phenomenon that has puzzled researchers for years. While there are several theories as to why dogs have been leaping from the bridge, the true cause of the phenomenon remains unknown. Whether it is a haunting, an optical illusion, or some other unknown factor, the mystery of the Overtown Bridge continues to fascinate and perplex visitors and researchers alike. I hope that this video has given you some insight into the history and the strange occurrences surrounding this enigmatic bridge.
On the 29th of September, 1988, a young boy was walking on the banks of the Garapiranga artificial lake after school, looking to play with birds and insects. As the boy was walking, he spotted something really strange in the distance. It looked like a large group of vultures gathered around something. The group of vultures was so large that the boy wasn't able to tell what exactly they were gathering around. Curious to know what lay beneath them, the boy walked towards the group of vultures and dispersed them by throwing a stone at them. And it was at this moment, the boy discovered something straight out of his nightmares. Something that terrified him to the core. It was the horribly mutilated corpse of a middle-aged man. I'm not exaggerating when I say horribly mutilated. I saw the pictures of the corpse myself on Google, and I do not advise you to do the same. So after the boy found the corpse, he ran towards the nearest village and breathlessly told the villagers what he saw at the reservoir. The police were later informed, and a fire truck and a team of detectives from Santo Amaro Police Department arrived on the scene. The detectives weren't able to comprehend what exactly was lying in front of them. The corpse was missing the eyes, ears, lips, jaw, and anus. Also, there were strange, cookie-cutter-like holes all over the body, and not a single drop of blood was found anywhere. The scene was so horrific and disturbing that the detectives were questioning what, or who, exactly could have done this to another human being, and if it is even possible for a human to inflict these kinds of injuries on another person. The wounds on the man's body were so strange and uncommon that all the detectives agreed that this is something different than anything they ever encountered before. By late afternoon, the area was closed and the site was filled with police officers and medical personnel trying to figure out what happened to this man. Many rumors circulated over the next few hours amongst the villagers, and nothing was reported on the evening newspaper. The police, medical personnel, and everyone else on the site left at night without getting noticed by the villagers. And then there was silence. No one knew anything except that something really mysterious and terrifying was found on the reservoir on the 29th of September that year. And the incident began to slip from the minds of the villagers after some time. In 1994, just 6 years after the enigmatic discovery, forensic reports and photographs somehow got leaked to the press and reports appeared in various newspapers and publications. Someone working in the government must have found this case so disturbing and creepy that they decided to break their silence and leaked all the information to the public. According to the autopsy report, the corpse was missing eyes, ears, lips, jaw, scrotum, anus, heart, as well as the entire digestive system and some other organs. All wounds and mutilations were cauterized. The incision in soft parts and in natural orifices by means of aspiration is suggestive of modus operandi. That is, according to the coroner. Some mechanical instrument was inserted through the belly and aspirated the internal organs, while the skin and tissue moles were extracted with precise surgical cuts. Examining the rest of the body, they found that each of the 2 armpits has been punctured by a single hole of 1.5 inches in diameter. Similar holes were found on the legs and arms. All of the holes were symmetrically aligned. Most alarming of all, the body was showing signs of vital reactions. This means that the man was still alive while everything was happening. This man suffered a really horrific and agonizing death. There was no sign of anesthesia or any other paralyzing agent. He felt everything that was happening to him. All the cuts and holes on his body were made with the help of surgical blades and technology that are far beyond human expertise and comprehension. All of the blood had been completely sucked from his body by some sort of mechanical instrument. Everything was done with precision and with technology that we aren't aware of. Was this man the victim of an alien experiment? It has been theorized that the man suffered from a cardiac arrest and died on the spot, and that the injuries found on his body were caused by animals drawn to the scent of his corpse. While some injuries on the body indicate that vultures were feeding on the corpse, there are many other injuries and wounds that were clearly inflicted by mechanical instruments and surgical blades. Also, the autopsy report indicated that the man died 2 days before he was discovered, so it's impossible that his organs decomposed to practically nothing in such a short period of time. The organs were nowhere to be found. They didn't just decompose, they were clearly harvested by something or someone. Also, if the Garapiranga man really died due to natural causes, then why did the authorities hide this case from the public for 6 years? Another theory suggests that the man could have been murdered. While it's not totally impossible, it's just highly unlikely. If it was a murder, then this means the murderer must have possessed highly exceptional skills and knowledge in human anatomy and had highly advanced, never seen before, mechanical instruments that helped him perform such precise surgical procedures on the man's body while the man was alive and without anesthesia. The final, and perhaps the most far-fetched theory out of them all, suggests that this was the work of either aliens or supernatural entities. Well, this one is also highly unlikely, but many people believe it because it seems to be the most fitting for such a bizarre and mysterious case of unexplained death. For over 3 decades, no one was able to come up with a proper explanation for the strange death of the Garapiranga man, and the harrowing case remains completely unsolved to this day. Our hearts go out to the family and friends of this poor man. May he rest in peace. On the 10th of September, 2021, at around 3:30 p.m., 29-year-old Jason Cortez was walking on a hiking trail at the Montecito Heights Park. Cortez was unexpectedly shot in the back with a sniper rifle. He collapsed to the ground and was immediately rushed to a nearby hospital, where he was pronounced dead. The police believes that the perpetrator was possibly 75 to 100 feet away from Cortez when they fired the shot. The perpetrator is described as male, anywhere between 20 to 30 years old, and anywhere between 5 feet 9 inches to 5 feet 11 inches tall. He was also wearing a blue hoodie at the time of the murder. Family and friends of Cortez described Cortez as a creative person who was passionate about making music and editing videos. Cortez had flown to the city the previous day and was working on a project with a friend when he was senselessly sniped for no apparent reason. Detective Alex Abundis said, "This is another representation of just another senseless killing. There is no reason, there is no motive behind this." Cortez's wife, Corina Solorzano, said that Cortez was her first boyfriend and that he was an amazing son, brother, and loyal friend. It has been almost a year and a half since Cortez was killed at the Montecito Heights Park, and the case still remains unsolved. On the evening of December 22, 1981, Rhonda Hinson was attending a Christmas party at the American Legion Hut in Hickory. After leaving the party around midnight, she stopped by a friend's house to pick up her vehicle and call her boyfriend. After leaving the friend's residence, Rhonda drove her base that sun west on Interstate 40 and exited onto the Mineral Springs Highway 350 off-ramp. She turned right and began driving up a steep hill toward her home, when suddenly she was struck in the back by a high-powered rifle bullet that pierced both her heart and lung. Rhonda was later found lying in a ditch beside the open driver's door of her car. She was shot less than a mile from her home. The medical professionals who examined her body said that she would have been rendered incapacitated after being shot, yet her body was found lying outside the vehicle. Did the perpetrator pull her body from the car? Did Rhonda know the perpetrator? Was she randomly targeted? Was this a case of mistaken identity? Throughout the years, hundreds of people were interviewed by the investigators. The crime scene and evidence have been analyzed and reanalyzed. Yet Rhonda's death and the strange circumstances around it remains a complete mystery to this day. Jason Ellis was a young police officer from Bardstown, Kentucky, who joined the force in 2006. Ellis usually worked the night shift with his K-9 partner, Figo, who spent most of their time taking drugs off the street. On the 25th of May, 2013, Jason completed an arrest of an unidentified individual and brought them to the Bardstown jail. After that, he signed off for the night and left the police station to go to his home. When Jason approached the exit 34 ramp of the Bluegrass Parkway, he noticed several tree branches obstructing the road. Fearing for the safety of the public, Jason got out of his car to move the branches. As he was moving the branches, he would be fatally shot multiple times by a sniper rifle. A few minutes later, two passers-by discovered Jason Ellis's unconscious body and immediately called an ambulance. Jason was later pronounced dead on the scene. After an extensive investigation, the police revealed that this was a premeditated ambush. The sniper intentionally placed the tree branches on the road and then situated themselves on a nearby hill. However, it's unclear whether the murder was random or not. Did the sniper know personal details about Jason Ellis and chose to target him in particular by ambushing him after his work shift? Or did the sniper target random drivers on the road? No suspect has ever been publicly named, and Jason's case still remains unsolved to this day. On the 23rd of June, 2001, Artis White took his wife Benita and their 5-year-old daughter, Michaela, to the picnic area right outside the Potter Park Zoo. After a while, Michaela wanted to leave the picnic area and go inside the zoo with her friends. Benita and Artis argued together and decided that one of them should go pick up their 7-year-old daughter, Alana, who was at a different city park, so she could enjoy the zoo with Michaela too. Artis got in the van and left Potter Park to go get Alana. Benita and Michaela were walking from the picnic area to the zoo entrance when, shortly after 3 p.m., a loud gunshot was heard throughout the park. Lying on the sidewalk was Benita White. A bullet had hit her in the left arm, pierced her heart, then exited out of the right side of her body, killing her instantly. She was killed in front of her daughter. The police immediately arrived to the scene and evacuated the area because they thought there was an active shooter. The next day, investigators and K-9 dogs searched the park for evidence. They meticulously searched everywhere for the bullet that killed Benita, though they were never able to find it. 2 days later, the police determined that the shot came from a high-powered rifle north of the park, about 100 yards away. At first, the police suspected Artis White, who was a detective sergeant for the Michigan State Police by the way, because the couple were in the process of getting divorced. Jonathan Preby, a detective that was involved in the case, said, "Did somebody just fire a round in the air, half a mile away? Was it a gang initiation, a serial sniper murder?" All those were looked into seriously and disproven. The only person they could find with a possible motive was Artis. Since Artis had left the park just minutes before Benita was killed and knew where she would be walking, police figured he had an opportunity to get in position to make the shot. They also theorized that maybe he paid a hitman to do the job instead of him. After a lengthy and extensive investigation, the police weren't able to convict Artis due to the lack of evidence against him. Also, it was concluded that Artis had a solid alibi. For 2 decades, Artis has maintained that he is innocent in front of the public and criticized the police in his book, Who Killed My Wife?, for doing a poor job at investigating his wife's murder. In the book, Artis details how he felt like the investigation was conducted poorly. He says that the Michigan State Police and Lansing Police spent too much time arguing over jurisdiction during the first 48 hours, the most critical time of an investigation when they could have been gathering key evidence. Besides that, they never tested him for gunpowder residue on his arms and hands. It has been 2 decades since Benita White was murdered at the Potter Park Zoo, and the case still remains unsolved.
This serial killer is believed to have operated in the southeastern United States during the 1970s and 1980s. He is suspected of having killed at least 9 women, many of whom were sex workers or drug addicts. The killer was believed to be a police officer or former police officer, as he seemed to have a knowledge of law enforcement tactics and procedures. The Bible Belt Strangler was never actually caught or formally identified. Most of his victims were young women with red or auburn hair who were found along highways in the southeastern United States. The killer's modus operandi involved strangulation, and in some cases, the women's bodies showed signs of sexual assault. Law enforcement agencies in several states worked together to investigate the case, but they were hampered by a lack of evidence and a lack of communication between agencies. Some of the victims were never identified, which made it difficult to connect the crimes and establish a pattern. Over the years, several suspects have been put forward in connection with the case, but none of them have been definitively linked to the murders. At first, the investigators theorized that the killer was a long-haul truck driver who used the interstate highways to travel between states. But it was later concluded that the killer was a police officer who used his knowledge of police procedures to avoid detection. The Bible Belt Strangler case is one of the most perplexing unsolved mysteries in American history. Despite the best efforts of law enforcement, the killer was never caught, and the families of the victims were left without answers or closure. About 4 days ago, a mysterious massive metal sphere has been discovered on a Japanese beach, leaving locals and netizens stunned and speculating about its mysterious origins. The almost 1.5-meter wide sphere, with 2 raised handles and an orangish, rusty exterior, was found on Enchuhama Beach in the city of Hamamatsu by a passerby who reported it to the authorities. Police quickly sent a bomb squad to investigate and to ensure the safety of the area, blocking off a 200-meter radius around the object. Upon inspection, it was discovered that the sphere is hollow and likely had been hooked to something else. The origin of the sphere is unknown, and authorities have confirmed that it poses no threat. Speculations are flying as to what this sphere could be. Internet sleuths have called it everything from a Godzilla egg to a Dragon Ball from the popular anime of the same name. Others have even suggested it could be a piece of espionage technology or a spy balloon, following the recent reports of the US shooting down a large Chinese spy balloon and the removal of smaller objects from airspace over Canada, Alaska, and Lake Huron. Despite these wild theories, it is most likely that the sphere is a detached mooring buoy. These objects are usually floating, permanent objects that secure vessels while in deep or shallow water. However, no one knows for sure, and the mystery only deepens. One unnamed local man claimed that the sphere has been on the beach for some time now, and he even tried to push it but couldn't budge it. As local authorities continue to investigate and study the object, the world awaits eagerly for answers. Could this sphere be a remnant of an ancient civilization, a futuristic technology, or perhaps even an extraterrestrial object? Only time will tell. So, what do you think this mysterious sphere could be? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Deep beneath the Earth's surface, there lie mysterious underground cities that have baffled historians and archaeologists for centuries. These cities were built by unknown civilizations, and their secrets have remained hidden for ages. Today, I will take you on a journey to discover 4 of the most mysterious underground cities that no one can explain. Located in the heart of Edinburgh's Old Town, the Edinburgh Vaults are a series of underground chambers and tunnels that were built in the late 18th century. Although their original purpose is still debated by historians, it is believed that they were used as storage spaces for various businesses and as accommodation for the city's poor and homeless. But the mystery surrounding the Edinburgh Vaults goes beyond their original use. For starters, no one knows who built them. Although there are a few theories, including one that suggests they were built by the city council, there is no concrete evidence to support any of them. This lack of information has only added to the vault's mystique over the years. But it's not just the identity of the builders that remains a mystery. There are also a number of other strange and unexplained occurrences that have taken place within the vaults. For example, there have been reports of strange noises, eerie whispers, and even sightings of mysterious supernatural entities. Some people have claimed to feel a presence within the vaults, and others have reported feeling as though they were being watched. One particularly creepy story involves a group of people who were exploring the vaults when they heard what sounded like someone or something dragging a heavy chain along the ground. When they investigated the source of the noise, they found nothing, but the sound continued to follow them throughout the vaults.
Some have speculated that this could be the ghost of a former resident who was chained up and left to die within the vaults. All of these mysterious happenings have led to the vaults becoming a popular destination for paranormal investigators, ghost hunters, and thrill seekers. The Silla Kingdom was founded in 57 BC and lasted until the 10th century AD. During this time, the kingdom was a major power in the region, and the burial mounds of Silla served as the final resting place for many of its kings and queens. The tombs are large, earthen mounds that are lined with stone chambers, and they feature many unique architectural features that reflect the culture and beliefs of the Silla Kingdom. The burial mounds of Silla are a unique architectural and archaeological site, and they provide valuable insights into the history and culture of ancient Korea. The tombs are massive, with some of them measuring up to 22 meters in height and 45 meters in diameter. They are constructed from earth and stone, and the stone chambers within the mounds contain many valuable artifacts, including pottery, metalwork, and jewelry. The tombs are also decorated with intricate carvings and paintings that reflect the beliefs and customs of the Silla Kingdom. Despite the many unique features of the burial mounds of Silla, much about their history and their builders remains a mystery. While it is believed that the tombs were constructed by the Silla Kingdom, there are no historical records or artifacts that can definitively identify the builders or their purpose. The scale and sophistication of the tombs suggest that they were built by a highly organized and advanced society, but the identity of this society remains unknown. The Gazimir underground city is a vast network of tunnels and chambers that stretch for miles beneath the city of Izmir. The city is believed to be thousands of years old, but its exact age and the identity of its builders remain a complete mystery. The tunnels and chambers are carved out of the soft volcanic rock that is abundant in the region, and the city is thought to have served as a refuge and a hiding place for its inhabitants during times of war and conflict. The city features many unique architectural features, including ventilation shafts, wells, and even a system of underground waterways that provided the city with a constant supply of fresh water. The tunnels and chambers are also lined with niches and alcoves that served as living spaces and storage areas for the city's inhabitants. The city is also home to several underground churches, which are still visible today, and which suggest that the city may have been used as a hiding place for early Christians. Despite the many unique features of the Gazimir underground city, much about its history and its builders remains a mystery. While it is believed to be thousands of years old, there are no historical records or artifacts that can definitively identify its builders or its purpose. Some believe that the city may have been built by the Hittites, an ancient civilization that lived in the region thousands of years ago, while others suggest that it may have been built by aliens. The Naur's underground city is believed to be several centuries old, with the first recorded mention of the site dating back to the 9th century. The city is carved out of the soft limestone rock that is abundant in the region and features a network of tunnels and chambers that stretch for over 1,500 meters. It is believed that the city was used as a refuge and a hiding place for local inhabitants during times of war and conflict, and it is thought that as many as 3,000 people may have lived in the city at one time. The Naur's underground city features many unique architectural features, including wells, ventilation shafts, and even a chapel, which suggests that the city may have been used as a place of worship by its inhabitants. The tunnels and chambers are also lined with niches and alcoves that served as living spaces and storage areas for the city's inhabitants. The city is also home to several murals, inscriptions, and carvings that provide a glimpse into the lives and beliefs of the people who lived there. Despite the many unique features of the Naur's underground city, much about its history and its builders remains a mystery. While it is believed to be several centuries old, there are no historical records or artifacts that can definitively identify its builders or its purpose. Some believe that the city may have been built by the Romans, while others suggest that it may have been built by local farmers during the Middle Ages. Deep in the dark abyss of the ocean lies one of the most mysterious creatures that have ever existed. A creature so elusive, so rare, that only a handful of people have ever seen it. It is the megamouth shark. The megamouth shark was first discovered in 1976 off the coast of Hawaii when a U.S. Navy research ship accidentally caught one in its nets. The megamouth shark's mysterious nature has led some people to speculate that it could be a remnant of an ancient shark species that has been long extinct. The megamouth is truly one of the rarest and most mysterious sharks in existence. It is known for its large mouth and filter-feeding behavior, but scientists are still trying to understand its ecology and behavior due to the difficulty of studying it in its deep-sea habitat. It is estimated that there are only around 100 recorded sightings of this creature. We basically know very little about it. The megamouth shark is a filter-feeding shark, meaning it feeds on plankton and other small organisms that it filters through its large mouth. Its mouth is so big that it can swallow a human whole, but don't worry, the megamouth shark is harmless to humans. We still don't know much about the shark's behavior, its breeding habits, or even its lifespan. It's a very enigmatic creature. The megamouth shark is a living fossil, a window into the past that can tell us a lot about the evolution of sharks and their role in the ocean's ecosystem. The billy ape is a mysterious primate that has been reported in the forests of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The animal is said to be much larger and more aggressive than any other primate known to man. Adult males can weigh up to 220 pounds and stand up to 6 feet tall. Despite their size and strength, billy apes are notoriously difficult to spot in the wild. They are incredibly shy and tend to avoid human contact whenever possible. They live in small family groups of 10 to 20 individuals and are expert climbers and swimmers. One of the most remarkable things about the billy ape is its incredible strength. These primates have been known to use sticks and branches as weapons to defend themselves against predators and even each other. In fact, billy apes have been observed killing lions, which is an incredibly rare feat for any animal, let alone a primate. This should give you a clear idea of just how strong these primates really are. So, what gives the billy ape its incredible strength and fighting prowess? One theory is that they have evolved to be larger and stronger in order to compete for resources with other animals in their environment, including other chimpanzees. Another theory is that they have developed their formidable skills in order to protect themselves from humans who have encroached on their natural habitat and posed a threat to their survival. Despite their reputation as fearsome creatures, billy apes are actually quite gentle and social animals. They are known to groom each other and play, much like other primates. They also have a unique vocalization system, which allows them to communicate with each other over long distances.
The disappearance of Hoa Verde. This small town in Brazil once housed 600 citizens who suddenly vanished without a trace. Supposedly a rather bustling community, it is thought to have disappeared sometime in 1923. A group of visitors stopped by the small village when they were greeted with an eerie silence. Virtually no one remained. The houses looked as though they were abandoned in a hurry, and food and personal artifacts were left behind untouched. The visitors contacted local law enforcement, who subsequently launched an investigation, but could not find any sign of the inhabitants' whereabouts. One odd clue left behind was a gun that looked as though it had been recently fired, and a mysterious message written on a blackboard that read, "There is no salvation." One of the most bizarre theories floating around states that the 600 residents of Hoa Verde were swallowed by a black hole, taking them all to a fourth dimension. Another theory states that the residents might have been abducted by the aliens. And another theory claims that perhaps the residents were evacuated by soldiers or revolutionaries. As disturbing as this may be, no one has been able to confirm what exactly happened in Hoa Verde. The Roman Ninth Legion. The disappearance of the Ninth Legion is considered to be one of the greatest mysteries of history. The Ninth Legion was a Roman military formation of around 5,000 soldiers stationed in York, northern England, during Rome's occupation of Britain. It was one of Rome's oldest, most reliable, and most formidable fighting forces. They were considered an elite legion. The legion maintained control of the wild inhabitants of what would later become northern England and Scotland. Sometime around the year 117 AD, the Ninth Legion marched north to deal with a rising among the Caledonian tribes. They were never heard of again. The Ninth Legion just simply vanished from history and the archaeological record without a trace, and became the Lost Legion of Rome. What could have happened to erase the existence of 5,000 soldiers? No one really knows. However, there are various theories surrounding the demise of the ninth. One theory suggests the legion was simply sent elsewhere, though there's little evidence to support this. Meanwhile, Emperor Hadrian visited the British Isles at the beginning of the 2nd century. To take control of the Briton-on-Roman violence, he ordered the construction of a 73-mile-long, 15-foot-high fortified wall across the island to keep the invaders out of Roman territory. Hadrian's wall still stands today. However, there's still no sign of the ultimate fate of the 9th Legion. And there probably never will be. However, it is important to note that some people in York claim to have seen the ghosts of the lost 9th Legion. One of the most notable sightings was the one that occurred in the early 1950s. A young plumber, by the name of Harry Martindale, had been repairing a boiler in the basement of the treasurer's house, which stands close to York Minster. He was about to pack away his tools when he heard what sounded like a trumpet. He thought at first it was perhaps a brass band in the street outside and so paid it little attention. Then came a second blast, only this time much louder and much closer. It appeared to be coming from the far end of the cellar. Harry peered into the dimly lit cavernous surroundings yet saw nothing. He was about to continue packing away his things when he found himself seized with horror. A horse's head suddenly appeared from out of the wall at the far end of the cellar. Its rider was then revealed, followed by 15 Roman soldiers. The weary and dejected-looking soldiers paid no attention to Harry as they shuffled their way across the cellar floor, only to disappear into the opposite wall. Harry claimed never to have had a paranormal experience until that day in the cellar, nor had he experienced one since. The Antikythera village disappearance. One of the greatest mysteries in the world is the mysterious disappearance of an entire village near Antikythera Lake, in Canada, during the 1930s. In 1932, a Canadian fur trapper named Joe went to a village near Antikythera Lake in Canada. He knew this establishment very well, as he would often go there to trade his fur and spend his leisure time. On this trip, he arrived at the village and made a disturbing discovery. He found the village to be completely empty and eerily silent, even though there were signs that there were people there a while ago. This had never happened to him coming to this village. People in this village have a reputation for hospitality. No matter whether it's day or night, they always welcome their guests and arrange meals and delicious foods for them. This is why some of their special guests like Joe used to visit them regularly. Between 2,000 and 3,000 people, men, women, and children, seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Each shack he examined came up empty, and nothing had been taken from them. All the food, supplies, and weapons were there. What's even more puzzling is that not a single footprint was present anywhere in the village. If we assume that the villagers had to evacuate the place for whatever reason, at least they would leave behind a footprint because the paths and the grounds were all covered with snows. But to Joe's surprise, he couldn't see the footprints anywhere other than his own boots. Now, he realized that something must have gone wrong, so he immediately went to the nearby telegraph office and reported to the Hill police forces about what he witnessed. The police reached the village and conducted an extensive search for the villagers, but were unable to trace them. However, they found something really strange. Almost all the graves in the village cemetery were empty and the bodies were taken away by someone. Afar from the village, 7 corpses of dogs who starved to death were discovered, tied to some tree stumps. It appeared that the dogs were trying to protect their masters from something or someone. To this date, there's no proper explanation for the mass disappearance of the Antikythera villagers. Though it is important to note that 3 days prior to the disappearance, other villagers near Antikythera Lake reported that they had seen strange blue lights in the sky. Many people believe the Antikythera people were actually abducted by aliens and the blue lights were their craft. The Flannan Isles Lighthouse. On the 26th of December 1900, the lighthouse tender vessel Hesperus approached the tiny island of Eilean Moor to investigate a reported problem with the island's lighthouse. On approaching the island, the lighthouse sat eerily unresponsive to the ship's calls and signals. When relief keeper Joseph Moore was sent to investigate further, he was met with an eerie silence. Moore found the main door and gate to the compound closed, the beds unmade, and the clock stopped. He also found a set of oilskins, suggesting that one of the keepers left without them, which is unusual and worrying, considering the poor weather conditions that had been recorded. The island was searched for clues or any sign of the keepers, but nothing was found. The west landing had received considerable damage, with a turf ripped up and a box of supplies destroyed. The keepers' logs proved that this damage had occurred before the disappearance. The log leading up to the men's disappearance included some strange entries, with descriptions of an awful storm, high winds, and low spirits amongst the keepers. There were however no reports of storms in the area in the days leading up to the disappearance, meaning that the poor weather conditions recorded in the log were either made up or localized. To this day no one knows what took place in the lighthouse that night, though many theories have developed over the years. One theory suggests that the psychology of the lighthouse keepers played a part in the disappearance. One of the three men, MacArthur, had a reputation for brawling and was known to be violent. It is suggested by some that a fight broke out on the cliff edge, causing the men to fall to their deaths. Another theory suggests that a giant sea monster leapt out of the water and snatched the three men from the cliff edge. Other theories suggest that the three men might have been abducted by spies or aliens, or perhaps they had simply escaped to start new lives. The 5th Norfolk Battalion. During World War I, in August 1915, the 5th Battalion of the Royal Norfolk Regiment disappeared without a trace, in the middle of the Dardanelles countryside, after entering into a strange cloud. How did an entire battalion vanish into thin air? Nobody knows. Between March and December of the year 1915, England and France tried to take control of the Dardanelles, a strategic point controlling communications between the Mediterranean and the Russian ports of the Black Sea. But the armies of the Ottoman Empire, commanded by the Germans, kept the Western Expeditionary Force in check. The losses were so great that the Allies finally abandoned the game in December 1915. The story of the Norfolk disappearance is told by the tales of Commonwealth soldiers who attended the event. On August 21, 1915, during the attack on the Gallipoli Peninsula, 22 New Zealand soldiers from an engineering company saw the 5th Norfolk Regiment, which numbered 267 men, coming to the rescue of the Anzac. Attacking Hill 60, south of Suvla Bay. Norfolk soldiers enter a strange cloud. At the moment when all the men have disappeared behind the curtain of mist, the cloud rises gently, then moves away in the sky, against the wind, and soon escapes the eyes of observers. No longer is a living being visible in the small valley. And Turkey claims to have never captured anyone from the Royal Norfolk Regiment.
Hello and welcome to this video. Today, I will show you some of the most mysterious pictures that defy explanation. From eerie anomalies to perplexing phenomena, we'll uncover the secrets behind these enigmatic snapshots. Get ready to be captivated and astonished as we explore the top 20 most mysterious pictures that no one can explain. This mysterious picture captures a frightened kid in the clutches of two men sporting peculiar satanic headgear. These guys appear unkempt, and the child's features suggest an Eastern European origin, possibly from a place like Russia. The man on the right grips a chain tightly and gives a menacing stare right into the camera, while the man on the left seems to keep a close watch on the boy. It is believed that this picture originated from the deep web and that the kid is no longer alive. Most ghost pictures can be pretty easily explained away as the result of double exposures or other trickery. But this chilling shot snapped by the Reverend K.F. Lord in the interior of North Yorkshire's Newby Church has thus far defied any earthly explanations, despite being examined by multiple experts. The shot shows a spectral figure wearing a cowl and standing by the altar, but Lord swears there were no people in the church when he took the shot in 1963. Take a look at this intriguing photograph featuring two couples. They are elegantly dressed, but each person is holding a haunting and contorted mask, exuding an almost demonic vibe. It sends shivers down your spine to ponder why this picture was taken and what circumstances led these individuals to don such unsettling masks. Could they be connected to a secretive and dangerous cult? In this picture, a person is standing on the edge of the demolished South Tower as it was hit by an airplane in the 9/11 terrorist attack. Waving and probably calling for help, the person obviously survived the initial attack, but it is unclear how they made it or what happened to them after. During the final voyage to the moon, Apollo 17 captured this photograph, initially considered blank due to intense light exposure. However, upon adjusting the contrast, a surprising revelation emerged. A pyramid-shaped structure became visible within the image. Could this intriguing photograph be evidence of a hidden lunar history waiting to be uncovered? Could it suggest the presence of ancient civilizations that once inhabited the moon? Tell me in the comments below. Step back in time to the 1950s when the Cooper family settled into their new Texas residence. Excited to capture a treasured family memory, they posed for a photograph. However, when the image was developed, a spine-chilling discovery awaited them. A clear depiction of a body plummeting from the ceiling. Despite exhaustive investigations, no logical explanation has surfaced, leaving the incident shrouded in mystery. One intriguing hypothesis proposes that the enigmatic figure could be the lingering spirit of the home's former owner. This mysterious figure was captured on a security camera at the Hampton Court, a royal palace located in the Greater London area. The figure appeared to be closing one of the palace's doors, but when the guards arrived at the place, nobody was there. As the palace has a long and violent history, the figure is believed to be one of several ghosts that are rumored to haunt the building. In 1991, several members of the Ghost Research Society investigated the Bachelor's Grove Cemetery outside Chicago that is generally considered one of the most haunted places in the U.S., with over 100 of reports of various supernatural phenomena. One of the members took a picture of the cemetery that was empty at that time, but when they looked at the photo, they saw an image of a white ghostly figure sitting on a tombstone. In February 1959, a group of 9 young Soviet hikers embarked on a fateful journey through the perilous Ural Mountains, which is now known as the Dyatlov Pass incident. Tragically, their mysterious deaths left investigators baffled, with no conclusive cause ever determined. Their bodies were found in strange positions, and some were missing the eyes and tongue. Theories range from secret government experiments to encounters with aliens or the mythical Yeti creature. This eerie photo captures the determined group braving the harsh terrain just before they all mysteriously died on the night of February 1. This is another eerie photo from the Dyatlov Pass incident. It was taken by one of the crew members, and it is believed to be one of the last pictures the hikers took before their demise. The picture shows a mysterious dark figure that appears to be stalking the hikers from a distance. No one actually knows who or what this is, but many have theorized that it is a mythical snow creature called the Yeti. This picture is also from the Dyatlov Pass incident, and it is the last picture that the hikers took. It is not clear what is being shown in this picture. If you know what it is, please tell me in the comments below. This is one of the most famous unexplained images of all time. While the focus of the picture is on Mary, something creepy hovers above her left shoulder. There's an object that appears to be some sort of UFO hovering above the cliffs. Just below it you can see a man and his dog looking up at the saucer. Murder scene photos typically help investigators put together the pieces surrounding a death, but what St. Petersburg, Florida cops snapped in 1951 has baffled us for over half a century. The death scene of Mary Reeser was a grim and bizarre one. The woman's entire body had been engulfed by flame in her armchair, consuming everything but her left foot, which was intact. The intense heat had actually shrunken her skull, but bizarrely nothing else in the room was touched. The pictures baffle forensic investigators to this day. Dean Corll, later dubbed as the Candyman, was a serial killer who abducted, tortured, and unalived 28 young boys between 1970 and 1973. However, in 2012, 40 years after these gruesome crimes, a mysterious photo of a terrified handcuffed boy was found in one of Corll's accomplices' possession. As scary as the photo is itself, things got much more agonizing when it was found out that the boy was not one of the original 28 victims. During the fateful December of 1924, James Courtney and Michael Meehan, members of the SS Watertown crew, tragically lost their lives while cleaning an oil tanker's cargo tank, succumbing to poisonous gas fumes. The crew performed a sea burial for the fallen sailors, believing their story had come to a solemn close. However, astonishment gripped the crew when ghostly figures of Courtney and Meehan began appearing in the water the following day. Witness accounts multiplied as more crew members reported encountering these ghostly faces. The ghostly apparitions were so striking that the ship's captain ordered a photograph to be taken as evidence. Even after checking for any signs of manipulation, the picture turned out to be real and genuine, adding a haunting layer to this perplexing tale. In February 1942, the Battle of Los Angeles, famously known as the Great Los Angeles Air Raid, stirred rumors of an enemy assault and triggered an intense barrage of anti-aircraft artillery. Curiously, some contemporary UFO enthusiasts speculate that the photograph captured during the incident could potentially reveal an otherworldly spacecraft, suggesting the involvement of extraterrestrial beings. One of the world's most famous mysterious photos, this image was taken by Jim Templeton near Solway Firth in Cumbria, England, in 1964. Behind Templeton's daughter, who was supposed to be the only figure in the picture, there is another entity resembling a spaceman. But Templeton insisted he did not see anyone else present when the photograph was taken. One of the most recent photos that have baffled many internet users, this seemingly ordinary photo shows 4 youngsters posing for the shot. But if you look carefully, you will notice there is what appears to be an extra thumb next to the kid in black on your right. The boys, as well the person who took the picture, claimed they had no idea whose thumb that was. Captured on the morning of August 3, 1952, this creepy photo appears to show 4 unidentified flying objects hovering across the skies of Salem, Massachusetts. We know that the photographer's name was Shell Alpert, that it was taken at Salem's Coast Guard Air Station, and that the objects were spotted above the Winter Island and Cat Cove areas, but little else is known about this bizarre image. Captured inside the Amityville Horror House in 1976, this creepy vintage photo remains one of the most chilling paranormal images of all time. After the DeFeo murders, the house's next owner, George Lutz, claimed that the home was haunted and called in paranormal investigators to help. One night, the automatic camera they'd set up on the 2nd floor caught what appeared to be a ghostly boy staring back. Some believe it is the ghost of young John DeFeo, who was murdered in the house by his brother years earlier. This picture shows 2 children playing with each other. However, there's something off about this picture. Figured it out yet? If you looked at the television screen adjacent to the kids, you'll notice a mysterious haunting face looking at the camera. When there's only you and your daughter in the apartment. But wait, who's that over there? There's not much info about this picture. So these were 20 mysterious pictures that cannot be easily explained. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing to the channel and giving it a thumbs up. Also, don't forget to turn on the notifications bell so you don't miss out on new videos. See you next time, and thank you for watching.
The Wisconsin Werewolf. The Wisconsin werewolf, also known as the Beast of Bray Road, is a humanoid wolf-like creature that was sighted multiple times during the 1990s near the towns of Delavan and Elkhorn in Wisconsin. Because of the numerous witnesses who have claimed to see this creature, the evidence supporting the Wisconsin werewolf is far greater than the evidence supporting almost any other werewolf legend. It is believed that the creature is responsible for numerous brutal animal mutilations that took place in the area around Bray Road. The creature targeted deers and livestock. It partially ate their remains, then removed specific organs from their carcasses. The Wisconsin werewolf is most often described by alleged witnesses as large, anywhere between 6 to 7 feet tall, with a humanoid-style body, covered in fur or hair, and with a head resembling a wolf or a bear. It is purported to have been seen moving on 2 legs and sometimes on 4 legs. It is believed that the first time the creature was ever sighted was in 1936. The most notable sightings of the Wisconsin werewolf took place in the 1980s. Several alleged witnesses reported that the beast had left long scratch marks on doors and trunks of their cars. One witness stated she hit something while crossing Bray Road. Upon exiting her vehicle to determine what she had hit, supposedly a large wolf-like creature with red eyes chased her back into her car, leaving claw marks in the rear passenger door. Sightings also have been reported during daylight hours, with several witnesses stating they observed an unusually large wolf-like creature running on all 4s through cornfields. Reported sightings continue, most recently in February 2018 and July 2020 when alleged witnesses observed a large, hair-covered upright creature in Spring Prairie and Lyons, both in Walworth County. Indrid Cold. Also known as the Grinning, or Smiling Man, Indrid Cold is a mysterious alien entity that was sighted several times in New Jersey during the mid-1960s. It is believed that Indrid can predict the future and speak telepathically. Most individuals who encountered Indrid described him as human-like in appearance, with a cartoonishly wide and long, eerie smile on his face. Indrid had a tendency to eerily smile at almost everyone that encountered him. It is believed that he still haunts West Virginia to this day. On December 15, 1967, American investigator John Keel reportedly received a phone call from Indrid Cold while he was on the Silver Bridge. Indrid told John Keel on the phone to run away because a terrible disaster was about to happen. As John Keel escaped, the Silver Bridge collapsed, resulting in the deaths of 46 people. Indrid was reportedly sighted for the first time just 1 month before the Silver Bridge incident happened. On the 1st of November, 1966, a salesman was on his way to his home when he noticed strange light in the distance. After he got closer to the source of the light, he found that it was actually a weird, lamp-looking, spacecraft-like vehicle. The door opened, and a man got out from the spacecraft, walking towards the salesman. The man spoke to the salesman telepathically, introducing his name as Indrid Cold. After the two had a conversation, where he said he was an alien from a distant planet and meant no harm to humans, he said that he will visit the salesman again. He then entered his spacecraft and disappeared. The salesman ended up contacting the police, trying to tell them the story, trying to convince them that it's real, but they didn't believe him. Fast forward a couple of weeks, and the salesman got interviewed by news outlets. After the interview, other people went forward and told their experiences with Indrid Cold as well. Some people described him as a 6-foot, bald humanoid creature that doesn't have any ears, nose, facial hair, or eyebrows. It is believed that Indrid has the ability to shapeshift and switch between two physical forms. Perhaps he shapeshifts into a normal-looking human to conceal his true alien identity at some times. That explains why some people said he didn't have any nose, ears, or hair, while others have said he looked just like any normal human being. While Indrid Cold was described to be utterly insane and psychopathic by some people, he never actually harmed anyone. In fact, some people even said that he was a non-malevolent alien who wants to help humans be safe by warning them of future disasters. Indrid Cold has been seen in connection with multiple UFO sightings. If Indrid is an extraterrestrial being, then he may have intentionally gone a bit overboard with the smile in order to appear friendly to humans. The Barsajawn. The Barsajawn, or Lord of the Woods, is a hairy and generally peaceful giant originating from Basque and Navarre mythology. The Barsajawns were thought to build megaliths and keep the secret to various skills and technological advancements humans learned through trickery. People who saw the Barsajawn described it as a huge humanoid, anywhere between 9 to 16 feet tall, covered in fur, and sporting a beard and long hair. The Barsajawn also had a female counterpart, the Bassandeer, which lacked the beard. The Barsajawns were usually shepherds, often seen taking care of huge flocks of sheep, whistling and shouting to warn human shepherds of incoming storms or wolf packs, expecting a piece of bread in return, which would be collected while they slept. The Barsajawns made use of their strength to build megaliths, dolmens, and cromlechs. They also knew agriculture, music, ironworking, carpentry, architecture, and similar technologies long before humans did. The Barsajawns were believed to inhabit Atorn and Gorias forests in the Basque country and the Irati jungle in Navarre. No one knows if they still exist or not. The Mothman. The Mothman is a strange, flying, bird-like creature that has been sighted numerous times, most often before a disaster strikes the area of the sighting. It is described as tall, with large moth or bat-like wings, no neck, and large red glowing eyes. It is sometimes described as being human-like in shape, and sometimes bird-like. The Mothman was first sighted in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, from November 12, 1966, to December 15, 1967. It was said to have chased a couple's car, flying at speeds exceeding 10 miles per hour. It was seen and heard several other times during the next months, and was described similarly each time. Sightings continued until the tragic collapse of the Silver Bridge in the area. After that, the Mothman mysteriously disappeared. The Mothman has been sighted many times since then in other places around the globe, always before a catastrophic and destructive disaster strikes. There are a few theories on what Mothman really is. Some suggest that it is a paranormal creature, such as an alien or demon. Some people even say that Indrid Cold and Mothman are the same creature, or that both of them are related somehow. Others say it is simply a misidentified or unknown species of bird. The Dover Demon. The Dover Demon is a small humanoid alien-like creature that was reported in Dover, Massachusetts. It was the subject of an intensive scare during the 1970s, when multiple witnesses came forward with their sightings. The Dover Demon is described as looking sort of like the grey variety of alien, except that it has rosy tan-colored skin instead. The Dover Demon has a large head on a small, stick-like body. It can be bipedal, but it often travels on all fours or switches back and forth between the two modes of locomotion. It has eyes that glow, usually orange, or sometimes green. It does not seem to wear any clothing, and unlike the Greys, the Dover Demon does not seem to be associated with any UFOs. It just wanders around on its own. The strange tale begins at 10:32 p.m. on April 21st, as three 17-year-olds were driving north on Farm Street. The boy behind the wheel spotted something creeping along a wall of loose stones on the left side of the road. At first he thought it was just a dog or a cat, until his headlights shined on it and he realized it's nothing he's ever seen before. The figure slowly turns its head and stares into the light, its two large, round, glassy, lidless eyes shining brightly like two orange marbles. Except for its oversized head, the creature is thin, with long spindly arms and legs, and large hands and feet. The skin is hairless and peach-colored and appears to have a rough texture. Standing no more than 3 to 4 feet tall, the figure is shaped like a baby's body with long arms and legs. It had been making its way along the wall when the car lights surprised it. Unfortunately, neither of the two other companions saw the creature. The sighting only lasted a few seconds and, before the boy behind the wheel could speak, the creature left the scene. The boy dropped his friends off and went to his home. Visibly upset, he walked through the door and his father asked him if something was wrong. The boy relates the story and later sketches what he's seen. Cryptozoologists seldom show interest in the Dover Demon. Mainstream cryptozoologists are rarely willing to seriously investigate humanoids other than hairy humanoids. It seems that sightings only happen during a short time period, with most claiming that sightings have now ceased, so the Dover Demon does not seem to be a pressing matter. If the creature exists, then it seems that it is introverted and reclusive by nature, with no intent to harm humans.
On June 4, 2001, 52-year-old Junko Yamagami was scheduled to take a business trip to Dalian, China for the travel company she worked for. Before leaving, she was also supposed to attend a meeting. By noon, after Junko hadn't shown up to her office or gotten on board her plane, her colleagues began to get worried. They checked her house, where she lived with her husband Masahiro and mother-in-law Sigusa, but nobody appeared to be home. The family dog and Masahiro's car were gone too. The Yamagami's daughter, a 26-year-old elementary school teacher named Chie, was also missing. She lived alone in an apartment in nearby Takehara City, but came over to visit her parents the night before. Chie was the last member of the family anybody had seen. The Yamagami's front door was locked, but the back door was open. Nothing in the house appeared to be disturbed. The kitchen light was left on, all of the beds were made, and breakfast had been prepared. As ordinary as the scene appeared, however, there were a couple of strange details. The Yamagami's pajamas were missing, and while their shoes had been left behind, their sandals were gone. Junko's luggage and the 150,000 yen she needed for her trip were also inside the house, and so was Masahiro's pager. It seemed that the Yamagamis suddenly dropped whatever they were doing, took the family dog, and quietly left the house in their pajamas and sandals. A year into the investigation, the case seemed to be going nowhere. The Yamagamis had good reputations, and weren't involved with any particularly shady or dangerous people. Masahiro did have some money problems, but it wasn't serious enough to leave town. To some of their neighbors, The Yamagami's strange disappearance reminded them of an old story from Edo times. A female servant was said to have gone into the mountains one day and then disappeared. All the town people tried looking for her, but she was never found. On September 7, 2002, police recovered a car that was found submerged in a reservoir. The car contained the bodies of the 4 Yamagamis and their dog. No cause of death could be determined, but there were also no signs of anybody being attacked or bruised. The car was found in a neutral state. Masahiro's window was down, and everybody was wearing their seatbelt. The Yamagami's clothes were so damaged that the authorities couldn't determine whether they were wearing pajamas. Some glasses and an umbrella were also found. Because Masahiro was in the driver's seat, police believed that it was a murder-suicide or group suicide. Now the suicide theory does seem credible. After all, why else would they have taken their dog? But the apparent suddenness of how the Yamagamis left is suspicious. If Masahiro really did kill everybody, how did he manage to convince the other family members to get in the car? Especially when they were getting ready to eat breakfast? Or did somebody force them to leave? Might they have been trying to get away from somebody, and Masahiro accidentally drove into the water? We most likely will never know.
The Rohonc Codex. The Rohonc Codex was discovered in 1838, written in an indecipherable language. It's still not clear whether the text should be read from left to right or right to left. The 450-page-long manuscript was first discovered at the Hungarian Academy of Sciences in 1838. Since its discovery, scholars, linguists, and code breakers have been trying to decipher the unknown language of the manuscript, but, up to today, not a single word has been decoded. The manuscript contains about 90 illustrations of battles and various religious themes. The Rohonc Codex first appeared in 1743 in one of the catalogues of the Rohonc Library. Scholars and scientists are still scratching their heads trying to decipher the weird characters in the codex. So, who wrote this mysterious manuscript, and why? Was it the aliens? A religious cult perhaps? Nobody knows. The Devil's Bible. This medieval manuscript has haunted readers for hundreds of years. The Devil's Bible, or Codex Gigas, is the largest medieval manuscript in existence. It is 36 inches tall, 20 inches wide, and 9 inches thick. It is said to have been written by a single anonymous person in Bohemia. The Bible contains both the Old and New Testaments, a textbook for teaching medicine, and a calendar. The Bible appears normal at first, but when you open page 577, you will find this. A full-color drawing of Satan. How the unholiest creature of all, Satan, made its way into this most sacred text, is a complete mystery. Was this giant Bible written by the devil himself? One legend claims that a monk who broke his monastic vows was sentenced to be walled up alive. In order to avoid this harsh penalty, he promised to create a book in one night to glorify the monastery forever. Near midnight, he became sure that he could not complete this task alone, so he made a special prayer, not addressed to God but to Satan, asking him to help him finish the book in exchange for his soul. The devil completed the manuscript, and the monk added the devil's picture out of gratitude for his aid. Les Prophecies. Les Prophecies, or The Prophecies, is a collection of prophecies by French physician Nostradamus. Les Prophecies appeared in the 15th century, by the publishing house Mace Bonhomme. It includes 3 whole centuries and 53 quatrains. The prophecies in the book do not follow a chronological order and were written combining different languages, such as French, Greek, and Latin. It is believed that it contains anagrams, mythological and astrological references, in a language that makes comprehension difficult. Some scholars claim that Nostradamus did this to evade the Holy Inquisition, for fear of being persecuted for heresy. Most of the quatrains deal with disasters, and Nostradamus gained notoriety for the belief in his ability to predict the future. It is believed that Les Prophecies predicted major historical events like the rise of Adolf Hitler, the 9/11 attacks, the slaying of JFK, Napoleon's conquests, the French Revolution, the death of Henry II, the Great Fire of London, and other major disasters. All the prophecies in Les Prophéties are written in 4 lines of rhyming verse. Shams al-Ma'arif. Shams al-Ma'arif, or The Son of Knowledge, is a book full of deep and complex meanings related to the secrets of the universe. It is an ancient book that is said to be cursed by an order of jinn. Legend has it, it's the most dangerous book ever written. Written in Egypt in the 13th century by a Sufi mystic and mage of Algerian origin, Shams al-Ma'arif presents the fundamentals of Arabic Islamic occult work. From spiritual cosmology and astrology, including various particularly lunar magics, to working with spirits and jinns, magical employment of letters and numbers, and the occult applications of the Quran, thereby comprising a veritable encyclopedia of Islamic magical wisdom and formulae. The book has been banned and suppressed throughout the entire Arabic world, though it is still being read and studied up to the present day. Many Sufi orders, such as the Naqshbandi order, have recognized its legitimacy and use as a compendium for the occult, and hold it in high regard. Nag Hammadi Codices. Nag Hammadi Codices are a group of books that comprise the Gnostic Bible. In 1945, an Arab peasant named Muhammad Ali al-Saman discovered a clay jar in the deserts of Upper Egypt, which contained 13 books that were bound in leather. He dumped the books at his family's house while he and his brothers went out to enact a blood feud against another man. Some of the books were accidentally burned in a cooking fire, while the rest were eventually sold on the black market, until they attracted the attention of Egyptian officials, who confiscated several of the books, and housed them in the Coptic Museum of Cairo. The codices were eventually discovered to be secret sacred Christian texts. The books were created over 1,500 years ago, during the first centuries of Christianity. Some of them had never been mentioned before in any Christian literature, others had been declared heresy and banned by the Church. They offer a counterpoint to accepted Christian literature, and have been controversial ever since their discovery. The Well of Hell. Surrounded in mystery and tales of demons, the Well of Barhout in Yemen's east, known as the Well of Hell, is a little understood natural wonder. The giant hole in the desert of Al-Mara province is 30 meters wide and thought to be anywhere between 100 to 250 meters deep. Local folklore says it was created as a prison for the jinns and demons, a reputation bolstered by the foul odors rising from its depths. It is said to be the most hated spot in the earth to God, and from it will be the destruction of the world. Some say that it was the jinn who dug this deep hole for one of the kings of the Himyarite who ruled the region in the old time to hide his treasures. Others believe that it was dug up to be a jail for the jinn who came out of control. The inhabitants of the region have many strange tales about the well, one of which tells us that in the past, people have been through a period of severe drought. So they tied a man with ropes and slowly lowered him into the well to bring water. When he reached the middle of the well, he screamed in terror to be lifted up back to surface. When they raised him, they found only half of his body. Another tale claims that one sheep herder put her baby near the well, and when she looked away for a split second, the baby disappeared in the blink of an eye, and was never seen again. Yemeni officials say they don't know what lies below. It's very deep, we've never reached the bottom of this well, as there's little oxygen and no ventilation, said Sulla Babher, Director General of Mara's Geological Survey and Mineral Resources Authority. We have gone to visit the area and entered the well, reaching more than 50 to 60 meters down into it. We noticed strange things inside. We also smelled something strange. It's a mysterious situation. Sunlight doesn't extend far into the structure, and little can be seen from the edge except the birds that fly in and out of its depths. Videographers seeking close-ups of the inside of the well have said they are almost impossible to capture. Local superstition has it that objects near the hole can be sucked towards it. Babher said that the well was millions and millions of years old. These places require more study, research, and investigation, he said. Over the centuries, stories have circulated of malign, supernatural figures living in the well. Many local residents remain uneasy about visiting the vast hole, or even talking about it, for fear of ill fortune from a chasm which, legend has it, threatens life on Earth itself. HR 4796. HR 4796 is a star in the southern constellation of Centaurus. Measurements put it at a distance of 235 light-years from the Earth. This star is believed to be about 8 million years old, and it has a radius about 168% of the radius of the Sun and 218% of the Sun's mass. What makes the HR 4796 really creepy is the fact that it is harboring a circumstellar debris ring. This mysterious alignment of the star and the debris ring resembles a giant eye. Hence, it was given the nickname Sauron's Eye. Veijo Ronkainen Sculpture Garden. Finnish artist Veijo Ronkainen constructed nearly 500 concrete figures and displayed them on the grounds of the home he had lived in since birth. The majority of these are human statues performing a variety of activities. One noteworthy site features a group of roughly 200 figures in various yoga poses. The sculptures possess an otherworldly and at times downright sinister quality, with blank, sunken eyes, skeletal body proportions, ghoulish grins, and, in some cases, the use of real human teeth. Non-human figures include large tree-like structures with cone-shaped branches. Following the artist's death, the sculpture garden and accompanying property was purchased by Finnish businessman Reino Uusitalo, who plans to refurbish the sculptures as needed and offer guided tours of the premises. The Christ of the Abyss. The Christ of the Abyss is a bronze statue of Jesus Christ made by Guido Galletti. It was placed upon the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea as an honor to Dario Gonzat, the first Italian to use scuba diving gear. It is located off San Frutuoso between Camogli and Portofino on the Italian Riviera. It was installed 17 meters under the waves in August of 1954, where it stays to this day. Similar statues have been placed underwater and above ground all over the world, some as an homage to the original, others as mere tangential copycats. The original clay statue from which this first sculpture was cast is now in Ravenna, Italy's National Museum of Underwater Activities. The Miraculous Staircase. Located in the Loreto Chapel in Santa Fe, New Mexico, United States, the mysterious miraculous staircase defies the laws of physics. It rises 20 feet to the choir loft while making 2 full turns, all without the support of a newel or central pole. It is built mostly out of wood and is held together by wooden pegs, with no glue, nails, or other hardware used. The inner stringer consists of 7 wooden segments joined together with pegs, while the longer outer stringer has 9 segments. The exact wood used to build the staircase has been confirmed to be a type of spruce which is not native to New Mexico and scientifically not identified anywhere else in the world. Handrails were added later in 1887, and an iron bracket was later attached to a column to add additional support. The staircase is supported by an inner wood stringer. Apart from any claims of its miraculous nature, the staircase has been described as a remarkable feat of woodworking. According to a Washington Post column by Tim Carter, it's a magnificent work of art that humbles me as a master carpenter. To create a staircase like this using modern tools would be a feat. It's mind-boggling to think about constructing such a marvel with crude hand tools, no electricity, and minimal resources. The identity of the builder is also a complete mystery. It is believed that one day a mysterious man came to the door of the church, looking for work. He showed up with nothing but a box of rudimentary tools and a donkey. The description that they gave of the man matches the biblical description of Saint Joseph himself. He's often shown with a set of tools, and of course the donkey is a familiar image in many nativity scenes. The mysterious man didn't give his name, but he told the nuns to leave him be for a while so he could build a stairway for the choir loft. His only stipulation was that the nuns would keep the church clear of visitors while he was working. The nuns agreed. From there, the story varies. Some people say they came back in just a couple days, and others say a few months. At some point, though, the nuns came back to the church to find the Loreto staircase. And the man was gone. The staircase was built with a double helix shape, which included 2 360-degree turns. This is both rare and extremely difficult. To top it off, the miracle staircase has no visible supports. There was no central pole to support the stairs, which means that the entire weight of the structure rested on the bottom step. The staircase is held together with wooden pegs. No nails were used at all. And the last puzzling and inspiring element, there are 33 stairs leading up to the choir loft, notably the age of Jesus when he was crucified. PSRB 150958. What you see in this image is the remains of a star that exploded 17,000 light-years away. The astronomers who captured this image with a NASA space telescope call it the hand of God. What the image exactly shows is an object called a pulsar wind nebula, a dying star and the cloud of materials left over from the star after it exploded. The particles are interacting with nearby magnetic fields, causing the particles to glow in the image. One of the big mysteries of this object is whether the pulsar particles are interacting with the material in a specific way to make it look like a hand, or if the material is in fact shaped like a hand.
In Ibadan, Nigeria. March 22, 2014. A group of fellow Okada riders set out to find one of their missing colleagues after having received several distressing text messages from him. In the texts, Kazim revealed that he had been lured to a dilapidated building in the forest of Saka, and that he was being held captive. Unbeknownst to his captors, Kazim had managed to hide away a phone with which he contacted his colleagues and described the place he had been taken to. An abandoned construction site in the forest where unspeakable evils were being committed. The forest of Saka has been described as a dangerous area, particularly at night. But few were aware of just how dangerous it really was, or exactly what those dangers entailed. Following the clues provided by Kazim, the search party discovered the building, and the scene they encountered would be seared forever in the darkest depths of their minds. The stench of death reached out for miles. Decomposing bodies were littered around the rundown structure. They found piles of human skulls, rows of unmarked graves, and trails of dried blood. Inside and around the building a score of men and women were found still alive, though they were skin and bones, ribs jutting out from their chests. Many of them were catatonic. All of them wore haunted expressions on their faces. Later, one of the rescued women would claim that she had delivered a baby just 2 days prior, but that her child had been taken from her and presumably sold. Some could not recall what had been done to them. Perhaps they had been sedated, or their minds had simply rejected the horrific memories. Their captors were nowhere to be found. Theories abounded on what had transpired in the Ibadan forest of horror, the consensus being that black magic was at the root of it all. Nigerian juju is said to offer its practitioners anything their hearts might desire. Love, money, happiness, vengeance. Typically the offerings for the rituals are simple, harmless things. Strands of hair, a handful of nail clippings, a few drops of blood. But for more potent and darker spells practitioners mix organs and severed body parts, and sometimes blood from babies, with particular charms. With the right charm and the right offering, juju fanatics believe that they can conjure money, warp the minds of men, and shape their very fates to their liking. Albinos are especially targeted, as their body parts are said to bring wealth, healing, and good fortune. According to some locals, people would visit the forest in the dead of night to purchase body parts for their rituals. It was speculated that the kidnappers were backed by affluent Nigerians, among them top government officials who believed that juju was the source of their good fortune. However, no concrete evidence could be found to support the theory. People had been disappearing from the area at an alarming rate, with many having been missing for years. When news of the discovery broke, devastated families flocked to the abandoned building in an attempt to rescue their loved ones and seek justice against the perpetrators. Riots broke out, and security guards were called in, ostensibly to protect the property of construction companies in the area. But where had they been before? The situation quickly escalated from canisters of tear gas to beatings and gunshots. One woman was hit by a stray bullet and later died of her wounds. Enraged young men killed local livestock in revenge, claiming that the owners could not have been unaware of what had been going on right under their noses. Kazim was described as a gentle and hardworking person by those close to him. His texts helped lift the lid on the unspeakable evils of the Ibadan forest of horror, saving the lives of many, but sadly not his own. His body was never found. The Ibadan House of Horror was eventually demolished and a school now stands in its place. No justice was ever served, and the harrowing case remains unsolved to this day.
What the is that? Ah, get away! Get away! Is it? No! No, no, no! You thing's moving! Ah! What the is that thing? It's a bat!
If this account fails to send a shiver down your spine, it's uncertain what else could. On a particular day, two teenagers took a break from work and happened to pass by a cemetery in Akron, Ohio. To their surprise, they noticed an unusual occurrence through the car window.
Watch the CMG Music Awards live Wednesday, June 7th at 8, 7 Central on CMG. Before I started stowing and going in my Chrysler Pacifica, things were pretty tight. Whose turn to hold the luggage? Now I shine like a diamond in the most awarded minivan of the year. Looking good. I also struggle with parallel park mode minivan. Moving? Me? But thanks to the available parallel and perpendicular park assist system,
a dark figure was engaged in what appeared to be the act of digging within the confines of the cemetery. Upon closer observation, the figure's characteristics did not align with that of a human. Its body shape seemed slightly distorted, and its arm appeared remarkably thin. Various theories have circulated online, speculating that this enigmatic entity could be a Sasquatch or even a zombie. However, the true nature of this figure remains shrouded in mystery. The girls, understandably frightened, promptly departed from the scene. Regardless, the incident raises unsettling questions, as something non-human seemed to be disturbing the graves. Since the video's publication, local residents have steered clear of this particular cemetery, unsure of when or if this mysterious creature might resurface. This footage showcases a group of unidentified creatures congregating in a cave, and there is even a segment where a person approaches one of them in the water. It sparks intrigue and imagination, leading some to entertain the idea that a new troll-like species has been stumbled upon. Throughout the video, the creatures appear to engage in an unusual and strange ritual, meaning that these creatures might be more intelligent than other animals. When internet users found this footage, various theories and explanations began to surface. Some individuals believe that these species have only recently been discovered by scientists, suggesting that they hold significance for humanity as a whole. What do you think, guys? Is this an unidentified species of trolls, apes, or is it just a hoax? A group of workers in Portugal were working on a construction site in a desert area. The construction site was situated in a remote location, devoid of any significant human presence. While they were having discussions about the project, their attention was abruptly drawn to an unusual sight. They beheld the presence of a peculiar, large-bodied creature that resembled a humanoid figure. Its imposing height stood at approximately 7 or 8 feet, towering over the average human. The workers captured their astonishment and fear in the recorded video. Initially tempted to approach the creature, they wisely opted against it, recognizing the potential danger. Since that encounter, the creature has never resurfaced, leaving no trace behind. Given the scarcity of human activity in this highly rural area, it is plausible that no one else has ever stumbled upon this mysterious being. During a hiking expedition, two outdoor enthusiasts came across a mysterious figure deep within the dense forest. The figure's behavior seemed peculiar, displaying signs of distress and urgency, as if desperately in need of help.
How you doing?
Filled with concern, the hikers cautiously approached the enigmatic figure, genuinely interested in its well-being. However, their intentions to assist were met with an unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, the figure began to become aggressive and unsettling, moving rapidly towards them with a threatening posture. At first, the hikers thought that it was a prank or even a harmless encounter. Yet, as the mysterious entity drew closer, their initial suspicions transformed into heightened apprehension, sensing an underlying potential danger. The hikers made the right choice. They abruptly shifted their course and sprinted in the opposite direction, leaving behind any trace of the humanoid entity. Fate dictated that they would never cross paths with this enigmatic being again, forever preserving the mystery and uncertainty surrounding its existence in the depths of the forest. In this video, a man starts recording after he encountered a peculiar creature in his yard. The man was quite alarmed, and, to be honest, I don't blame him. It's understandable that he felt fearful because the way the creature looks and sounds is very unsettling.
What the f is that? Ah! Get away! Get away! What the f? No! No, no, no! Is it dead? I think it's dead. Okay. Just Ma! Ma! Ah! The fucking thing's moving! Ah! What the fuck is that thing? It's a fucking bat! It's got the virus! It's alive! Ma! Call a fucking cop! No! Get the fucking gun! Get away with you! Stop it! Ah! What did you do? What the fuck? What the f is that? It's a fucking dinosaur! Ma, call a cop!
It resembles a combination of a bat and a squirrel, and also it's very freaking fast and agile, capable of making very unpredictable lunges towards its enemy. Could this be an undiscovered species of bats? Tell me in the comments below. A group of adventurers embarked on a hiking expedition near a murky swamp in Florida, USA. As they ventured further, their ears perked up at the sound of unsettling noises coming from the swamp's murky waters. Curiosity piqued, they cautiously approached the source of the disturbance, uncertain of what awaited them. To their astonishment and alarm, they caught sight of a formidable creature thrashing about in the swamp. This unknown entity had an aura of sheer terror, resembling a bear with a ghostly white face. It appeared to be very angry and aggressive. The onlookers, gripped by a mix of fear and awe, instinctively captured the harrowing scene on video before swiftly fleeing from there. Back in 2013, Richard Maria found himself continuously encountering a mysterious and highly advanced life form that seemed to be tailing him. However, the sightings were fleeting, leaving Richard unable to get a clear view of the entity. Determined to shed light on the situation, he installed surveillance cameras around his residence after a few weeks. In the early hours of the morning, around 6 a.m., one of the cameras captured a remarkable event in Richard's backyard. The footage revealed a humanoid figure with potentially wings ascending into the sky. Interestingly, the creature's arms or wings remained motionless, positioned at its sides. Its form bore a resemblance to that of a human, featuring discernible elements such as a head, body, 2 arms, and 2 legs. What perplexes observers is the absence of any visible mechanism enabling the creature to fly. Its wings did not exhibit any movement, leading to the speculation that it employs a flight technique beyond our current understanding. Now, what exactly is this enigmatic being? I invite you to share your thoughts and perspectives in the comments. And there you have it, folks. From eerie swamp monsters to enigmatic forest dwellers, we've journeyed through the realms of mystery and witnessed some truly extraordinary sightings.
During the 1980s, a restaurant owner received multiple mysterious phone calls from an unknown person mimicking the voice of a little girl. The mysterious caller would often threaten to kill Bashir and his entire family, and if that wasn't chilling enough, these calls kept coming for more than 9 years. The story begins with a man named Bashir Kouchacji. Born in Syria and raised in Lebanon, Bashir was a successful restaurant owner who moved to the United States during the 1970s. By 1983, Bashir and his sister had opened up the Moroccan-themed restaurant, Marrakesh, which had separate establishments in Philadelphia and Washington, D.C. While the Washington restaurant was still under construction, a phone line was installed, and Bashir started receiving multiple calls in which there would only be silence on the line. And if that wasn't eerie enough, when Bashir installed an answering machine, he started receiving messages containing weird, disturbing sounds and laughter. After the restaurant opened, the calls continued and escalated into harassment. Whenever Bashir or any of the other employees answered the phone, their lives would often be threatened and they'd often hear sounds like screaming and machine gun fire on the line. The callers started mentioning specific details about Bashir's personal life to suggest they knew him personally and were watching him. Since a large number of calls featured recordings of a child's voice, the caller earned the nickname L'Enfant, which means the child in English. Over the course of the next decade, the Marrakesh restaurant would receive an average of 15 to 20 calls per day from the child. When Bashir traveled to his sister's restaurant in Philadelphia, the child started phoning him there. One day, Bashir discovered that some Stars of David had been carved into his Mercedes. And on another occasion his Jeep started overheating and he discovered that someone had tampered with the spark plug wires, which came close to igniting the fuel lines. Bashir finally went to the FBI, which placed a tap on the restaurant's phone. Over an 18-month period, they recorded over 3,000 threatening calls from the child, which originated from payphones in the DC metro area. These calls would often be made from different payphones at different locations within seconds of each other, which meant that multiple people had to be involved. The FBI never caught anyone in the act, and Bashir eventually decided to check himself into a mental health facility in order to escape this nightmare. While Bashir was in the hospital, his replacement at the DC restaurant, Raj Tully, became the target of the harassment. The caller threatened to kill him, and also claimed to know his exact schedule, movements, and the location of his home. 3 weeks after Raj became manager of the restaurant, his son Richard was targeted. While walking home from school, 2 men approached him, asking if he was Richard. When he responded, they brutally attacked him. Later that day, the child called Raj and confirmed that they had attacked his son. The next day, someone painted "Richard will die" on the front door of Raj Tully's home. Bashir even continued getting calls from the child inside the mental hospital and spent years checking himself. However, after this story got featured on the TV show Unsolved Mysteries in 1993, the harassment campaign finally subsided. Bashir checked out of the hospital for good, but no one ever discovered the identity of the child. Bashir believed the whole thing was somehow connected to a bizarre incident from Beirut that happened in July 1974, when he showed up to pick up his wife at a private party and was kidnapped by a group of unidentified armed men. These men held Bashir prisoner at a Palestinian refugee camp and accused him of working for the CIA. They proceeded to interrogate and torture Bashir for the next 5 days before he attempted suicide by slashing his wrists. Believe it or not, Bashir's kidnappers actually took him to a hospital for medical attention and he was able to secure his release. Bashir believed that the Palestine Liberation Organization was responsible for his abduction, and maintained he was an innocent victim of mistaken identity, but suspected the incident was somehow connected to his ordeal with the child. It's worth noting that Bashir found himself at the center of controversy in 2002 when he paid to publish an ad for the Marrakesh restaurant in the Washington Post, and it contained the line, "Have Zionists turned Jewish beliefs into a political party in the service of hatred and greed?" By this point, Bashir was convinced that the Jews and the Israeli government were responsible for his 1974 kidnapping and the subsequent harassment from the child. The ad drew a massive backlash, and for years, Bashir ran an extremist socio-political website filled with anti-Semitic, racist, homophobic, and misogynist rants. It's been debated if Bashir always held these views and did something to anger the child, or if his extremist behavior might be the direct result of the child's harassment campaign, which took a severe toll on his mental health. Either way, the full story behind the child, or L'Enfant, remains unknown. The Trofimov beheadings. On December 15, 2012, Judge Vladimir Trofimov, 58, his wife Irina, 59, their son Sergei, 30, and his girlfriend Marina Zueva, 29, were found murdered in their home in the city of Kharkiv, Ukraine. All the bodies had been decapitated and their heads were missing. The judge, his wife, and son's partner were killed and then beheaded, while the son was beheaded while still alive. Sergei was an information technology specialist and worked from home. Police is not sure what was used, but it could have been a machete, sword, or axe. Investigators believe that maybe the murder was connected to his job because the murder took place on December 15th, which is Judges' National Day in Ukraine. Trofimov was well known for collecting rare coins, World War II medals, and China statuettes. Several antiques were reportedly missing, So robbery was another motive. The prosecutor said that the quadruple slaying had been carefully planned. He added that at least 2 people were involved in the killings. Witnesses saw the judge leave his apartment and then return between 8:30 to 10 a.m. on Saturday. The police was called at 1:02 p.m. Saturday by a 40-year-old man who had found the bodies and who was a close relative. The mystery of the Trofimov beheadings still remains unsolved to this day. YOGTZE. Also referred to as the Autobahn riddle, the YOGTZE case is one of the most cryptic unsolved cases in German history. In 1984, a man named Gunther Stoll from Anshausen in Germany suffered from bouts of paranoia. Previously a food technician, he later became unemployed. Stoll concerned his wife as he would frequently tell her he was being followed by people who wanted to kill him. He would talk about them, telling her they were coming after him, but would never specify who they were. At first, it seemed to be a classic case of paranoid schizophrenia. His wife never believed anyone was actually coming after Stoll. On the night of the 25th of October 1984, Stoll sat quietly with his wife in the living room of his home. He abruptly jumped to his feet, declaring "Jetzt geht mir ein Licht auf," which roughly translates to "Now I get it" or "Now I understand" in English. On a piece of paper, he wrote down the phrase YOGTZE, a random string of letters that are meaningless in both English and German. He left the house not long after, and his wife never saw him again. After Stoll left home, he went to his favorite pub in Wilmsdorf at around 11 o'clock at night. After ordering his first beer, he collapsed to the floor, losing consciousness and injuring his face. He wasn't drunk, and other punters said he hadn't touched his drink. After waking, he told those around him that he had suddenly gone. He left the pub as abruptly as he'd left his house. He drove to a nearby town called Hagerseelbach, where he'd grown up. At around 1 in the morning, he went to the house of an elderly woman he was acquainted with from his childhood. He told her he knew a terrible event was about to happen, saying, "Something's about to happen tonight, something pretty terrifying." Concerned, she suggested he told his parents what he was worried about. He told her he couldn't because they wouldn't understand. He would go home and tell his wife instead. He never made it home. At around 3 in the morning, 2 truck drivers discovered a crashed car off the Hagensud exit, over 100 kilometers away from Hagerseelbach. The truck drivers looked inside the car, crashed in a trench alongside the highway. They found the barely conscious Gunther Stoll, naked and severely injured. They saw another man walking away from the wreckage, but he disappeared. While waiting for police to arrive, the men spoke with Stoll, who told them 4 other men had been in the car with him, but they had run away. They asked him if the men were his friends, and he said no, they were strangers. Stoll died on the way to the hospital, unable to explain any more. The fact that Stoll was naked confused the investigation, as police could see no reason for it. They were further mystified following his autopsy, as the coroners concluded that Stoll did not die from the car accident. He had been injured elsewhere before the accident. The perpetrators must have placed him in the car and driven him to the crash site. After digging into Stoll's life, police could find no reason why he would be a target for murder. He had no criminal record, no past history with drugs. Nothing suggested anyone wanted him dead aside from the ramblings to his wife. The most likely scenario seemed to be that he stripped naked, was hit by a car, and was then placed in his own car either before or after it had crashed. None of the men he claimed to have been in the car with were ever found. Is YOGTZE the meaningless scribble of a madman, or the key to his death? The case was deemed a murder by German authorities but has never been solved. The case has been re-examined yearly ever since, but so far, all its questions remained unanswered. Perhaps Stoll was an unfortunate victim of crime who also happened to suffer from paranoid delusions. Or perhaps he somehow held the key to solving his own murder, one too cryptic for his killers to face Judgment Day. The Krasnoyarsk child killings. On April 16, 2005, 5 boys who studied at the same school, aged 9 to 12, went for a walk and then completely vanished. The boys' names were Maxim Tomanov, Safar Aliyev, Galash Mamedgasanov, Alexander Lavranov, and Dmitry Makarov. They were last seen on Glinka Street, just a couple of blocks away from their school. At first, police thought that the children had run away from home, but then they quickly changed their theory to kidnapping and then to murder. People who knew the boys did not believe the runaway theory, as only one of the boys had a somewhat unhappy family situation and had run away before. The other 4 boys were good students, had no family problems and never ran away before. Many people searched for the boys, including up to 5,000 police officers. Their bodies were finally found on the morning of May 8th, more than 20 days after their disappearance. Everything about this case is bizarre. You see, they were found in a sewer in the middle of an abandoned plot of land not that far from their school or from where they were last seen, and very close to some of the boys' homes. Burned beyond recognition. Moreover, this particular sewer was searched just 3 days before by police and by Lavranov's father. On May 8th, scrap metal collectors noticed that there was some strange trash on top of the manhole cover on the abandoned plot. They removed a tire and a pallet from the cover and discovered the bodies inside the sewer. And then silence. No one knew anything except that the boys were found and they were burned. The police wasn't releasing any information. At this point it started to seem that there will be no answers. And there aren't. Almost 2 decades passed and the mystery still remains unsolved. The Inokashira Park Dismemberment Incident. On April 23, 1994, a cleaning staff member of Tokyo's Inokashira Park found a garbage bag in the park's trash can. She thought the bag contained raw fish, but when her colleagues opened it to see what was inside, they found a human ankle. The police were called in, and the bag was found to contain a total of 24 pieces of human flesh, including 2 feet, 2 hands, and a shoulder. At an autopsy conducted at Kairan University Hospital, the cause of death was deemed unknown. The parts had been completely drained of blood, and to make the case even weirder, each piece was cut exactly to the length of 20 centimeters. Although a third of the body was never found, including the head, the pieces were identified 3 days later as belonging to a 35-year-old architect named Seiichi Kawamura. Kawamura lived less than a mile from the park, and was last seen on April 21st. He ate dinner with his family that evening, and afterward went out to karaoke with an old coworker. He left his friend around 11 p.m., but never returned home. His family reported him missing the next day. Despite police questioning some 37,000 people, the case has never been solved. There were reports of 2 suspicious men walking in the park and carrying a plastic bag around 4 a.m. on the day Kawamura's body was discovered, but they have never been identified. Other witnesses said that they heard the sound of a car colliding with something in the very early hours of the 22nd. It's been suggested that Kawamura was struck by a car, and that his killers cut him up to get rid of the body. One popular rumor even claimed that Kawamura had been a member of a religious cult and was brutally murdered after trying to leave it. Whether the murder was the attempt to hide a tragic accident or the work of a deranged surgeon, perhaps we'll never know. Adam. On September 21, 2001, the torso of a young boy was discovered in the River Thames, near Tower Bridge in central London. Dubbed Adam by police officers, the unidentified remains belonged to a black male, around 4 to 8 years old, who had been wearing orange girls' shorts. The post-mortem showed that Adam had been poisoned, his throat had been slit to drain the blood from his body, and his head and limbs had been expertly removed. Further forensic testing examined his stomach contents and trace minerals in his bones to establish that Adam had only been in the United Kingdom for a few days or weeks before he was murdered, and that he likely came from a region of southwestern Nigeria near Benin City known as the birthplace of voodoo. This evidence led investigators to suspect that Adam was trafficked to Britain specifically for a muti killing, a ritual sacrifice performed by a witch doctor that uses a child's body parts to make medicinal potions called muti. About 10 years later, it was reported that the torso was that of a 6-year-old named Ikpom Woza, after a television crew managed to track down a woman who used to care for him in Germany, due to his parents being deported back to Nigeria. Joyce Ojajid, a mother of 2, had told ITV's London Tonight that she handed the 6-year-old to a man reportedly named Bawa who proceeded to take the child to London. detectives said that this was a major breakthrough. In February 2013, the BBC was contacted by Ojajid, who declared that she was prepared to tell them everything she knew about the boy. Ojajid revealed that Adam's real name was in fact Patrick Erhaber, and not Ikpamwoza. She also identified Bawa as Kingsley Ojo, and said that she had wrongly identified a photograph that had been circulating in the press as Patrick, when it was in fact of a friend's living son. However, police doubts about her mental state meant that these claims are doubted by detectives, and thus, Adam has never been formally identified.
World War II was one of the most significant events in human history, shaping the world as we know it today. However, behind the battles and strategies, there are numerous untold stories and unsolved mysteries that continue to intrigue historians and researchers to this day. From the secrets of Nazi Germany to the unexplained disappearances of entire battalions and UFO sightings during battles, this video explores some of the most fascinating and enigmatic mysteries of World War II. Let us journey into the past and unravel the mysteries that have captivated the world for decades. In 1945, as the Allied forces advanced across Europe, the Nazis frantically tried to hide their stolen treasures and assets, fearing that they would fall into the hands of the enemy. The Nazis reportedly loaded a train with gold, artwork, and other treasures and sent it to an unknown location. The train disappeared, and its contents have never been recovered. While there have been several searches for the train over the years, its location remains a mystery to this day. However, some people believe that the train is hidden somewhere in the mountains of Lower Silesia, in what is now modern-day Poland. For decades, rumors and legends circulated about the gold train, with some people claiming to have seen it or even worked on it during the war. However, there was no concrete evidence to support these claims, and the gold train remained one of the most enduring mysteries of the war. In 2015, a team of explorers and treasure hunters claimed to have discovered the gold train in a hidden tunnel in the Polish mountains. The team claimed that they had used ground-penetrating radar and other advanced technologies to locate the train, which they said was filled with gold, silver, and other valuables. However, the discovery of the gold train has been controversial, with many experts and officials expressing skepticism about the claims. It was later concluded that the discovery was a hoax. Despite these controversies, the mystery of the Nazi gold train remains one of the most enduring and fascinating unsolved mysteries of World War II. Whether or not the train actually exists or contains the riches that have been rumored for decades, the story of the gold train continues to captivate the imaginations of people around the world, and its discovery would be nothing short of a historic treasure. In 1942, shortly after the United States entered World War II, a large object was seen in the skies over Los Angeles. The object was initially thought to be a Japanese air attack, and anti-aircraft guns were fired at it for over an hour. The object eventually disappeared, and no damage was reported on the ground. The incident remains unexplained, with some speculating that it may have been a UFO. The incident began when a false alarm was sounded after radar detected an unidentified object flying towards Los Angeles. The military quickly went on high alert, and anti-aircraft guns were positioned around the city in preparation for a potential attack. Soon, reports started coming in of sightings of a strange object in the sky. At around 2:25 a.m. on February 25, anti-aircraft guns began firing on the object, which was now directly over the city. For several hours, the object was repeatedly fired upon, but appeared to be unfazed by the barrage. Searchlights were also used to track the object, which was described by witnesses as a large, circular object with a reddish glow. Despite the intense military response, no damage or wreckage was found on the ground after the event, leading to speculation that the object was not of this world. The military initially claimed that the incident was a false alarm and that the object was likely a weather balloon. However, this explanation was quickly disputed by witnesses and journalists who had seen the object for themselves. The incident was widely reported in the media, and many theories have been put forth to explain the mysterious object. Some have suggested that it was a secret Nazi aircraft or a Japanese balloon bomb, while others have argued that it was an extraterrestrial craft. However, to this day, the true identity of the object remains unknown, and the event remains a mystery. The Battle of Los Angeles has become a significant event in UFO lore and has been the subject of numerous books, documentaries, and movies. The incident has also been cited by some as evidence of a government cover-up of the existence of extraterrestrial life. The Vril Society is a mysterious organization that was reportedly active in Nazi Germany during the 1920s and 1930s. The Society's beliefs and practices have been the subject of much speculation and conspiracy theories over the years. According to some accounts, the Vril Society was founded by a group of people who were interested in the occult and the paranormal. The Society was said to have been influenced by the writings of Helena Blavatsky, a Russian occultist who founded the Theosophical Society in the late 19th century. The Vril Society reportedly had connections to some of the most powerful figures in Nazi Germany. It is believed that members of the Society may have had a significant influence on Nazi ideology and policies. The Vril Society's beliefs centered around the concept of Vril, a supposed source of energy that could be harnessed for various purposes. Some members of the Society believed that Vril was a form of mystical power that could be used to achieve superhuman abilities or even contact extraterrestrial beings. In addition to their beliefs in Vril, the Vril Society was also reportedly involved in other occult practices, such as divination and channeling. Some members of the Society were said to have had psychic abilities and claimed to be able to communicate with beings from other dimensions. One of the most persistent conspiracy theories surrounding the Vril Society is the idea that they may have developed advanced technologies using their knowledge of Vril. It is believed that the Society may have been directly involved in the development of Nazi UFOs and other advanced aircraft. There are rumors that the Nazis were working on a top-secret program to develop advanced aircraft, including flying saucers. Some conspiracy theories even suggest that the Nazis had contact with extraterrestrial beings and that their technology was far more advanced than anyone realized, all thanks to the Vril Society. There are several accounts of soldiers and pilots in World War II who claim to have encountered incomprehensible flying entities. These sightings are often referred to as Foo Fighters, a term that was coined by Allied pilots to describe mysterious and unexplained aerial phenomena. Foo Fighters were first reported by Allied pilots in 1944, particularly in the European theater of operations. These sightings were usually described as glowing balls of light that would fly alongside or in front of aircraft, performing complex maneuvers and then disappearing without a trace. Some soldiers and pilots reported that the Foo Fighters were capable of outmaneuvering their planes and seemed to be under intelligent control. Others reported that they seemed to be a type of new weapon being developed by the Nazis. These reported sightings are one of the many reasons why some people believe that the Nazis possessed advanced technologies, and it is believed that the Vril Society played a huge role in the development of these technologies. It's also believed that the Vril Society is associated with the idea of a subterranean civilization called Agartha. According to some conspiracy theories, the Vril Society believed that Agartha was a hidden city located beneath the surface of the Earth that was populated by advanced beings. The idea of Agartha is said to have originated from theosophical teachings, which held that there were hidden spiritual dimensions within the Earth. The Vril Society took these teachings to an extreme and believed that Agartha was a physical place that could be accessed through secret tunnels and portals. According to some accounts, the Vril Society believed that Agartha was home to a highly advanced civilization that possessed technology and knowledge far beyond that of the surface world. They believed that the inhabitants of Agartha had mastered the use of Vril energy and had harnessed it to create incredible machines and devices. Some conspiracy theories even suggest that the Nazis may have made contact with the inhabitants of Agartha and that they may have been working together to develop advanced technologies. However, there is no evidence to support these claims, and they remain the subject of speculation and conspiracy theories. While there is no concrete evidence to support these claims, the Vril Society remains a source of fascination for many people today. The Society's beliefs and practices continue to capture the public imagination, and their alleged connections to Nazi Germany only add to the mystery and intrigue surrounding this enigmatic group. The disappearance of the Nanking Battalion was a mass disappearance event that happened during World War II. The battalion was advancing toward the Japanese strongholds in the area. They were equipped with a number of heavy artillery and were reported to be ready to fight to the last man if necessary. The soldiers' disappearance was baffling as no evidence of their fate was ever discovered. On December 10, 1939, during the Second Sino-Japanese War, a battalion of 2,988 Chinese soldiers was assigned to defend a bridge on the Yangtze River. The battalion was known as the Nanking Battalion and was under the command of Colonel Su Yering. The soldiers were well armed, and their position was fortified with heavy weapons. However, the next morning, the Chinese command received a report that the battalion had completely vanished. The soldiers' position was found to be abandoned, and there was no sign of a struggle. The weapons were still in place and ready to be fired, and the fires were still burning. But there were no soldiers in sight. What could have happened to erase the existence of almost 3,000 soldiers in the span of a couple of hours? The Japanese forces, who were the enemy of the Chinese, later reported that they had not engaged in any battle with the Nanking Battalion during that time. The Chinese soldiers had simply disappeared without a trace. Despite extensive search efforts, no evidence of a mass defection, desertion, or battle was found. Various theories and speculations have been proposed over the years to explain the Nanking Battalion's disappearance, though there's no concrete evidence to support these theories. Some theories suggest that the soldiers may have surrendered to the Japanese or defected to the communist forces. Still, these theories are unlikely given the known brutality of the Japanese towards prisoners of war and the ideological differences between the Chinese nationalists and communists. Another theory suggests that the soldiers may have fled into the countryside using the cover of darkness, but this theory also has its flaws. The surrounding vegetation was sparse, making it difficult for a large group of soldiers to move unnoticed, and there were no reports of Chinese soldiers seen fleeing the area. Some people even believe that the Nanking Battalion were abducted by UFOs, or that they retreated into a hollow subterranean layer of the earth. However, these theories also lack evidence to support them. Despite extensive investigations and search operations, no conclusive evidence has ever been found to explain the Nanking Battalion's disappearance. The case remains a mystery to this day, and the fate of the 2,988 Chinese soldiers who vanished without a trace remains unknown. The Nanking Battalion's disappearance stands as a tragic reminder of the horrors of war and the human cost of armed conflicts. The fate of Adolf Hitler is a mystery that has fascinated historians and conspiracy theorists for decades. Most sources state that Hitler took his own life in his bunker in Berlin on April 31, 1945, and his body was later carried outside, doused in petrol, and set on fire by his aides. However, many people have questioned the official version of events, and some believe that Hitler may have survived and escaped Germany. One popular theory suggests that Hitler fled to South America, where he lived out the rest of his life in hiding. There have been numerous reported sightings of Hitler in Argentina, Brazil, and other countries over the years, although none have ever been confirmed. Some have even suggested that Hitler may have lived in a secret underground bunker in the Andes Mountains. Another theory suggests that Hitler may have been taken into custody by the Soviet Union and held as a prisoner for many years. Some have claimed that he was eventually released and allowed to live out the rest of his life in secret. Despite the many theories surrounding Hitler's fate, most historians agree that he almost certainly died in his bunker in 1945. In recent years, however, some new information has come to light that has reignited interest in the mystery of Hitler's fate. In 2018, French researchers announced that they had tested a piece of skull that was long believed to belong to Hitler and found that it was, in fact, the skull of a woman. This has led some to speculate that Hitler may have escaped, leaving behind a body double to take his place in the bunker. Despite the ongoing fascination with the mystery of Hitler's fate, it is unlikely that the truth will ever be fully known. The passage of time and the destruction of many historical records during the war make it difficult to piece together a complete picture of what happened to Hitler after his death. However, the many conspiracy theories and speculative accounts that continue to circulate serve as a testament to the enduring power of Hitler's legacy and the enduring interest in the events of World War II. In December 1945, 5 U.S. Navy bombers disappeared without a trace during a training mission over the Bermuda Triangle. The wreckage and the remains of the crew have never been found. The disappearance of Flight 19 remains one of the most enduring mysteries in aviation history, with numerous theories and speculations surrounding the incident. The 5 TBM Avenger torpedo bombers were on a training exercise called Navigation Problem 1, which involved flying out over the Atlantic Ocean and conducting a bombing run, then flying back to base. The weather that day was fair but overcast, and the pilots had been advised of a cold front moving in. Radio transcripts revealed that after an hour and a half of flight, Lieutenant Charles C. Taylor, who was leading the flight, reported that his compass was malfunctioning and that he was lost. Other pilots in the formation also reported problems with their compasses, which they said were malfunctioning or giving erratic readings. It's worth noting that the TBM Avenger had a history of issues with its compass, and several other accidents had been attributed to this problem. As the situation worsened, Taylor became increasingly disoriented and unsure of his location. He eventually reported that the planes were running low on fuel and that they were all lost. The last known communication from Flight 19 was a transmission from Taylor stating, "All planes close up tight. We'll have to ditch unless landfall. When the first plane drops below 10 gallons, we all go down together." A massive search and rescue effort was launched immediately after Flight 19 was reported missing, involving hundreds of planes and ships, but no trace of the planes or their crews was ever found. In fact, during the search, one of the rescue planes also disappeared without a trace, further deepening the mystery. In the aftermath of the disappearance, numerous theories and speculations emerged. Some suggested that the pilots had become disoriented and had flown off course, while others posited that the planes had been attacked by enemy submarines or planes. Still, others suggested that the planes had been caught up in a freak weather pattern or that they had simply run out of fuel and crashed into the ocean. One particularly intriguing theory is the Bermuda Triangle theory, which suggests that the planes disappeared due to supernatural or extraterrestrial factors. However, there is no concrete evidence to support any of these theories, and the fate of Flight 19 remains an unsolved mystery to this day.
Throughout history, tales of legendary creatures lurking in the depths of our planet's oceans have captivated humanity's imagination. One such intriguing account dates back to 1915 when German U-28 submarine crew reported an astonishing encounter with a massive aquatic creature during a naval operation in the North Atlantic. The enigmatic creature, described as a gigantic aquatic crocodile, has since remained shrouded in mystery, leaving experts and enthusiasts to speculate about its true identity and origin. The story of the U-28 creature begins with the sinking of the British steamer Iberian by the German submarine U-28 on July 30, 1915. As the Iberian succumbed to the torpedo attack and disappeared beneath the waves, an unexpected and violent explosion erupted from the depth. This blast propelled the gigantic aquatic animal high into the air, leaving the crew of the U-28 astounded. Commander von Horstner, along with 6 officers of the watch, had a front row seat to this spectacle. The creature they witnessed was awe-inspiring. With its estimated length of 60 feet, 4 limbs resembling webbed feet, a long tail, and a pointed head. Despite their astonishment, the crew's inability to capture photographic evidence left the encounter with an air of ambiguity. Some skeptics might dismiss such accounts as mere myths or fabrications, but the credibility of Commander von Horstner's logbook report deserves consideration. His role as a submarine captain instilled a sense of responsibility and accuracy in his official documentation. It is improbable that he had any ulterior motive to invent such an encounter, especially considering the skepticism that usually accompanies such reports. The absence of any motivation for deception lends credence to the authenticity of the event. Furthermore, the sighting's lack of multiple witnesses and the passage of time have rendered any further investigation impossible. As with many historical mysteries, this lack of concrete evidence fuels curiosity but also limits our ability to definitively identify this enigmatic creature. 2 primary theories have emerged over the years in an attempt to explain the identity of the U-28 creature. One theory posits that the creature was a previously unknown species of saltwater crocodile. The similarity noted by the witnesses to a crocodile supports this hypothesis. While no known crocodile has reached the size reported, it is plausible that a relic population of a species like Sarcosuchus imperator, which went extinct around 112 million years ago, may have survived into modern times and evolved to inhabit saltwater, growing to enormous sizes. The second theory proposes that the creature was a surviving member of the Mosasaur family, large marine reptiles that existed during the Mesozoic era. Although the largest mosasaur species reached nearly 60 feet in length, they are believed to have gone extinct around 66 million years ago, along with the dinosaurs during the KT extinction event. If this theory were true, it would challenge our understanding of extinction events and species survival. As captivating as these theories are, the reality of the U-28 aquatic creature remains elusive. Without tangible evidence or the ability to examine the creature directly, we are left to ponder the mysteries of the deep ocean and the possibilities that lie therein. Unless another sighting or discovery occurs, the truth behind this century-old encounter may forever be an unsolved mystery. The mystery of Casper, the white octopus, began in 2016 when it was first spotted at a depth of 4290 meters in the waters of Hawaii. This discovery was significant because no octopus like Casper had ever been observed at such extreme depth. The cephalopod's ghostly appearance earned it the nickname Casper, as it resembles a cartoon character called Casper the Friendly Ghost. Several intriguing characteristics of Casper and its behavior sparked curiosity among scientists and raised questions about its uniqueness and evolution. Most octopuses have colorful chromatophores in their skin, allowing them to change their appearance and use camouflage to confuse predators. However, Casper lacked these chromatophores, resulting in its pale coloration. The reason for this absence of pigments in its skin remains unclear, but it was suggested that it could be related to a lack of pigments in its food. Researchers saw Casper with its arms wrapped around clutches of eggs attached to tall sponges on the seabed. This egg-laying behavior is very unusual because it was previously theorized that seabed-dwelling octopuses required hard rocks to lay their eggs on. Casper's ability to lay eggs on sponges challenged this assumption and opened up new questions about octopus evolution and reproductive strategies in deep-sea environments. Despite researchers' efforts to learn more about Casper through archived footage from deep-sea surveys, the octopus has not yet been officially named because no physical specimen has been collected for detailed study. Obtaining a physical specimen is crucial for scientists to conduct in-depth examinations and gain a comprehensive understanding of this enigmatic creature. The black demon shark is a legendary creature said to inhabit the waters of the Gulf of California, which is also known as the Sea of Cortez. Descriptions of the creature depict it as a massive shark that is approximately as big as an entire school bus. It resembles a great white shark, but with pitch-black coloration and piercing dark eyes. Even though there is no concrete evidence that the creature exists, there have been many reported sightings of it. Stories of the black demon often paint a terrifying picture of an aggressive predator capable of overturning boats and devouring entire groups of sea lions in a single gulp. Eyewitness accounts suggest a level of ferocity beyond any known shark species, instilling dread in those who claim to have encountered it. Numerous theories attempt to explain the existence of the black demon. One theory suggests it may be a surviving megalodon, a prehistoric shark species that once roamed the oceans but became extinct over 2.5 million years ago. However, the idea of a living megalodon is improbable, as there is no scientific evidence to support such claims. Another plausible explanation is that the black demon could be a hypermelanistic great white shark, meaning it has an overabundance of melanin, resulting in darker skin color. While hypermelanism has been observed in certain shark species, such as cat sharks and rays, it remains uncertain if it can occur in great whites. With all that said, the enduring allure of the black demon lies not only in its potential existence, but also in the broader implications it poses. The legend challenges our understanding of marine biology, biodiversity, and the extent of our knowledge about the ocean's depths. As with other cryptids, the black demon taps into our innate curiosity about the natural world, sparking wonder, respect, and sometimes fear for the vast, unexplored oceans. The contorted squid is a mysterious creature that was encountered during an ocean exploration mission in the Gulf of Mexico. This contorted mystery squid may be the most bizarre ever seen. The squid's appearance was unlike any typical squid, as it exhibited an inverted, contorted posture. Its limbs were tightly curled inward, with 4 of them extending stiffly outward, giving it an otherworldly and alien-like appearance. The researchers were astonished by its extreme pose, leading them to describe it as the most bizarre squid they had ever seen. Despite similarities in limb and body shape to squids from the Cercroteuthida genus, the extreme nature of the squid's posture made it virtually unrecognizable as a squid. This puzzling behavior added to the allure of the creature and intensified scientists' desire to understand more about its identity and habits. What do you think? Is this an undiscovered species of squid, or is it something else entirely? Tell me in the comments below. The Tully Monster is one of the most enigmatic and unexplained creatures that ever roamed the earth. This prehistoric aquatic creature, formerly known as Tullimonstrum gregarium, continues to captivate scientists to this day, as its true identity and place in the evolutionary tree are a total mystery. The story of the Tully Monster begins in the 1950s when an amateur fossil collector, Francis Tully, made a remarkable find in the Mason Creek fossil beds of Illinois, USA. Among the fossil-rich shale, Tully discovered strange elongated creatures with a unique combination of features that puzzled scientists from the start. The Tully Monster's fossil consists of an elongated body with a distinctively long tubular structure at the front, often referred to as a proboscis. Its eyes are positioned on either side of the proboscis, and it also has a caudal fin at the rear, resembling a modern fish. The first challenge that scientists faced was how to classify the Tully Monster. Early theories suggested it might be a type of worm or mollusk due to its soft-bodied appearance and the presence of internal structures that resembled radulae, the feeding apparatus found in certain mollusks. One particular theory claims that the Tully Monster was an interdimensional being that arrived from a distant planet. None of these theories can be proven, and the mollusk theory doesn't fully explain all the unique characteristics and features seen in the Tully Monster. To gain a better understanding of the Tully Monster's identity, researchers turned to its ancient environment. The Mason Creek area was once a tropical coastal lagoon, providing valuable insights into the ecosystem this mysterious creature inhabited. By analyzing the other fossils found in association with the Tully Monster, scientists attempted to reconstruct its habitat and potential interactions with other organisms. As technology advanced, paleontologists employed advanced imaging techniques, such as CT scanning, to study the internal structures of the Tully Monster without damaging the delicate fossils. These scans allowed scientists to create 3D models, providing more insight into the creature's internal anatomy. Despite the lack of a definitive answer regarding the Tully Monster's classification, researchers have proposed speculative behaviors based on its anatomy and comparisons with modern animals. Some theorized that the long tubular proboscis might have been used for capturing prey or for sensory purposes. Others thought it could have been a scavenger or a predator preying on smaller creatures in its environment. As time goes on, the mystery of the Tully Monster endures, leaving scientists eagerly anticipating further discoveries and insights. The quest to unveil the true identity and lifestyle of this ancient enigma continues, reminding us that the world is filled with wonder and that there are still many secrets left to uncover in our planet's rich geological history.
Poveglia Island, located in the Venetian lagoon of Italy, has a chilling history that has left its mark on the island and its people. It was once a quarantine station for the sick and dying during the outbreak of the bubonic plague in the 14th century, and later became an asylum for the mentally ill. Today, it is abandoned and considered to be one of the most haunted and mysterious places on Earth. During the height of the Black Plague, ships arriving in Venice were forced to dock at Poveglia Island, where passengers and crew were inspected for signs of infection. Those who were sick were taken to the island and left to die, without any medical assistance or care. The death toll on Poveglia was staggering, with thousands of people dying from the disease. Tens of thousands of sick and dying were dumped here and were left to die. Obviously, there was no hope of coming back from there. Those who were sent here were fully aware of the fact that they were here to only die in agony. To contain the spread of the plague, the dead were burned in large pits on the island. The ones who didn't die but were too sick to fight back were burned alive. It is said that the screams of the dying can still be heard on the island. In the 19th century, Poveglia became an asylum for the mentally ill. The conditions were deplorable, with patients being subjected to cruel and inhumane treatment. There are reports of experiments being conducted on the patients, including lobotomies and other forms of torture. The resident doctor carried out really strange and bizarre experiments on the patients, which caused a lot of deaths and irreversible damage to the patients. Sometime during the 1930s, the doctor himself turned mad and took his own life. The island was eventually abandoned in the 1960s and has remained uninhabited ever since. Its dilapidated buildings and overgrown vegetation make it a haunting site, and many believe that it is still haunted by the ghosts of its past. Visitors to Poveglia have reported feeling a sense of unease and hearing strange noises. Some have claimed to see ghostly apparitions and shadows moving in the abandoned buildings. The island has become a popular destination for paranormal investigators and thrill seekers who are drawn to its eerie atmosphere and terrifying history. One of the most horrifying aspects of Poveglia Island's history is its association with death and burial. As I said before, during the height of the Black Plague, bodies of the deceased were brought to the island for quarantine purposes. With nowhere else to put the corpses, they were burned in large pits. The smoke and ash from the burning bodies would fill the air, adding to the already horrific conditions on the island. So as a result of this, it is estimated that more than half of the island contains the charred remains of the dead people who were burned there. The soil of the island is said to be mixed with human ash, and the bones of the dead are said to be scattered throughout the area. Some visitors to the island have reported finding bone fragments and teeth on the ground. Today, the remnants of the pits where the bodies were burned can still be seen. Some visitors have reported feeling a sense of dread and unease as they walk through the charred remains of the island. Poveglia Island has been shrouded in darkness and mystery for centuries, and its gruesome history has left a mark on the island that can still be felt to this day. In addition to the Black Plague and the asylum for the mentally ill, it is said that many other disturbing events took place on the island. Now let's talk about some of the conspiracy theories surrounding the island. Some people believe that during World War II, Poveglia was used as a military installation by the Italian army. It is said that the island was heavily fortified with bunkers and tunnels, and that human experimentation was conducted on the island during that time. There are rumors that the Italian government was conducting top-secret experiments on prisoners of war, and that many of them were subjected to horrific torture and medical procedures. The experiments were said to be focused on developing new medical treatments and drugs, and some prisoners were subjected to horrific surgical procedures without anesthesia. Others were used as test subjects for new drugs or vaccines, and many of them died as a result of the experiments. It's also believed that the Italian government was experimenting with chemical and biological weapons on the island, and many of the prisoners were exposed to dangerous toxins and pathogens. Some reports suggest that the Italian government was working with the Nazis to develop new weapons, and that some of the experiments were conducted in collaboration with the German military. It has been rumored that the Nazis also used Poveglia Island as a prison camp. The prisoners were kept in terrible conditions, and many of them died from disease, malnutrition, and abuse. It is said that the ghosts of all the prisoners who died on the island still haunt the place to this day, and that their tormented spirits can be felt by those who dare to visit. It is important to note that these are nothing but conspiracy theories, and there is no definitive evidence to prove them. In addition to its gruesome past, Poveglia Island is also home to some mysterious phenomena. There have been reports of strange lights and unexplained sounds coming from the island, and some visitors have claimed to have seen UFOs or other strange objects in the sky above. One theory is that the island is a portal to another dimension, and that the spirits of the dead are able to pass through to our world. Others believe that the island is cursed, and that anyone who visits it will be haunted by the ghosts of its past. Despite its dark past, there are efforts underway to preserve and restore Poveglia Island. The Italian government has put the island up for auction, with plans to turn it into a luxury resort or a research facility. However, many believe that the island is an important historical site and should be left alone. Now let's talk about the origins of Poveglia a bit. The island's origins can actually be traced back to the Roman Empire, when it was used as a trading post. During the Roman Empire, Poveglia Island was known as Papilia. The island was strategically located between the Roman cities of Altinum and Ravenna, and was used as a stopping point for ships traveling between these two cities. Papilia was known for its fertile soil and was an important agricultural center. The island produced a variety of crops, including wheat, grapes, and olives. The island was also home to several small villages, which were connected by a network of roads and canals. In addition to agriculture, Papilia was also known for its production of salt. The island had several salt pans, where seawater was collected and evaporated to produce salt. This salt was highly valued by the Romans, who used it to preserve food and in a variety of other applications. The island also served as a safe haven residence of nearby mainland settlements during times of conflict and invasion. During the fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century, Poveglia Island became a refuge for people fleeing the invading barbarian tribes. The island's isolated location in the middle of the lagoon made it difficult for the barbarians to attack, and so many people sought refuge there. After the fall of the Roman Empire, Poveglia Island was used for a variety of purposes, including as a fishing village and as a site for salt production. It was not until the Middle Ages that the island became a place of religious significance, with the establishment of a small Benedictine monastery. The monastery was founded by Benedictine monks who lived on the island in relative isolation from the rest of the world. The monks were known for their piety and their dedication to prayer and contemplation. Despite the island's dark history, we have to admit that it played an important role in the history of the region for over 2,000 years, and its strategic location and natural resources have made it a valuable asset to many different civilizations over the centuries. To conclude this video, Poveglia Island has a long and complex history that spans over 2,000 years. From its early days as a Roman trading post to its role as a mental asylum and quarantine station, the island has played many different roles throughout the centuries. However, the disturbing events that took place on Poveglia during 19th century and the Black Plague have left a lasting mark on the island's history. Once a place of commerce, safety, and spiritual contemplation, Poveglia became a site of horror and tragedy where thousands of people died under horrific circumstances. Today, Poveglia Island is abandoned and overgrown, a haunting reminder of the dark chapters in its history. While there have been proposals to turn the island into a tourist destination or to renovate its abandoned buildings, many people believe that the island should be left untouched as a solemn memorial to the victims of its tragic past.
Jojo the Dog-Faced Boy was a real-life circus performer who lived in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. His real name was Fedor Jevtichu, and he was born in Russia in 1868. Jojo was born with a rare genetic condition called hypertrichosis, which caused hair to grow all over his body, giving him the appearance of a dog. Jojo's father was also a performer in the circus, and he recognized the potential for his son to become a lucrative attraction. He began exhibiting Jojo in various sideshows and circuses across Europe and eventually brought him to the United States to join the Barnum and Bailey Circus in 1884. Despite his success as a performer, Jojo was often mistreated and bullied by his fellow performers and the circus management. He was made to sleep and eat separately from the other performers and was not allowed to socialize with them outside of his act. He was also subjected to cruel jokes and taunts from both the audience and his fellow performers. Despite the mistreatment, Jojo continued to perform for many years, becoming one of the most popular and recognizable sideshow performers of his time. He eventually retired from performing and returned to Russia, where he died in 1904 at the age of 36. Jojo's story highlights the exploitation and mistreatment that many circus performers experienced during this time, particularly those with physical differences. While his story is a tragic one, it also serves as a reminder of the importance of treating all individuals with respect and dignity, regardless of their appearance or abilities. Annie Jones, also known as the Bearded Woman, was a circus performer who gained fame in the late 19th century for her unique appearance. Jones was born in Virginia in 1865 and was one of several siblings who inherited a genetic condition called hypertrichosis, which causes excessive hair growth all over the body, including the face. When Jones was just a few months old, she was discovered by P.T.U. Barnum, the famous circus showman, who saw her unique appearance as an opportunity to attract crowds to his shows. Jones' family agreed to allow her to join the circus, and she began performing as the Bearded Lady at the age of just 9 months old. Jones quickly became a popular attraction, and she traveled with Barnum's circus throughout the United States and Europe, performing in front of thousands of people. She was known for her long, flowing beard and her gentle demeanor, and she was often portrayed as a beautiful and exotic creature. Jones also faced significant challenges and discrimination due to her appearance. She was often subjected to ridicule and harassment by audience members who would throw things at her or make cruel jokes about her appearance. She also faced challenges in her personal life, as men would often try to marry her for her fame or as a publicity stunt. Despite the challenges she faced, Jones continued to perform with Barnum's circus for many years, and she eventually became a beloved figure among her fans. She retired from performing in 1902 and returned to her hometown in Virginia, where she lived out the rest of her life. Today, Annie Jones is remembered as one of the most famous and beloved circus performers of all time. Joseph Merrick, also known as the Elephant Man, suffered from a rare and still unidentified genetic condition that caused severe physical deformities and abnormal growths all over his body. Some theories suggest that he may have had Proteus syndrome or neurofibromatosis type I, but his specific condition remains a mystery. Merrick was born in Leicester, England in 1862, and his condition became apparent early in his childhood. His parents initially accepted and cared for him, but as his condition worsened, they began to reject him. He was eventually sent to live in a workhouse, where he was subjected to harsh living conditions and mistreatment. At the age of 17, Merrick left the workhouse and began a career as a sideshow performer in order to earn a living. He was exhibited in London, where he was marketed as a freak and attracted large crowds of spectators who were curious about his appearance. Despite the cruel treatment he often received from audience members, Merrick remained a kind and gentle soul, and he was known for his intelligence, wit, and artistic talent. He was able to communicate through written notes and letters, and he spent much of his time reading books, writing poetry, and creating intricate models and drawings. In 1884, Merrick was discovered by Dr. Frederick Treves, a prominent physician who became interested in his case and eventually took him under his care. Treves helped Merrick to escape from the sideshow circuit and provided him with a safe place to live, as well as medical treatment and personal care. Despite the compassionate treatment he received from Dr. Treves and others, Merrick's condition continued to deteriorate, and he passed away at the age of 27 due to complications related to his condition. His tragic life story has been the subject of many books, films, and plays, and his legacy lives on as a symbol of the power of resilience and compassion in the face of adversity. George and Willie Muse were born in rural Virginia in the early 20th century, and they were born with albinism, a rare genetic condition that affects skin pigmentation and hair color. Their family was poor and lived in a small community, and they were the only two members of their family with albinism. When they were just 6 and 9 years old, they were kidnapped by a white man named Murray Hill, who convinced their mother to let him take them to join a traveling circus. Hill promised the family that the boys would have a better life and receive an education, but instead, he forced them to perform in a sideshow act called the Ecuadorian Savages, or Men from Mars. The act consisted of George and Willie being dressed in grass skirts and tribal makeup and performing a primitive dance while wearing headdresses made of feathers. They were marketed as freaks and wild men, and they were made to perform in degrading and humiliating ways. Throughout their career, they were subjected to racism and discrimination, and they were often not allowed to eat in the same restaurants or stay in the same hotels as their white co-workers. However, they were eventually able to escape their captors and reunite with their family in Virginia. After leaving the circus, George and Willie were able to live normal lives and raise families of their own. In later years, they became outspoken advocates for the rights of people with disabilities and spoke out against the exploitation and abuse that they had experienced during their time in the circus. Their story serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of treating all people with dignity and respect, regardless of their appearance or background. Chang and Ing Bunker were conjoined twins who gained worldwide fame in the 19th century as circus performers. They were born in 1811 in Siam, now Thailand, and they were joined at the chest by a small band of flesh. At the age of 18, the twins were discovered by a British merchant who brought them to the United States to be exhibited as curiosities. They quickly became popular attractions in circuses and sideshows, where they performed various acts that showcased their unique appearance and abilities. Chang and Ing were known for their remarkable physical strength and coordination, and they were able to perform tasks such as playing musical instruments, riding horses, and even rowing a boat. They were also renowned for their outgoing personalities and their ability to charm audiences with their humor and wit. Chang and Ing faced significant challenges in their personal lives. They were often subjected to discrimination and ridicule by people who saw them as freaks or monsters, and they struggled to find acceptance in society. They were also subjected to invasive medical procedures and experiments, as doctors and scientists sought to understand their unique condition. In the 1830s, Chang and Ing made the decision to retire from performing and settle down in the United States. They purchased a farm in North Carolina and became successful farmers, marrying 2 local sisters and raising a large family. They eventually became naturalized American citizens and were highly respected members of their community. The brothers lived into their 60s and remained joined together throughout their entire lives. In 1874, they both became ill with bronchitis, and Chang died first, followed by Ng just a few hours later. Despite their many challenges and struggles, Chang and Ng's story remains a testament to the strength and resilience of the human spirit, and their legacy lives on as a symbol of the power of perseverance and determination. Isaac Sprague, known as the living human skeleton, was born in Massachusetts in 1841. When he was 12 years old, he began to lose weight rapidly, and by the time he was an adult, he weighed only 43 pounds. Despite seeing many doctors and trying various treatments, his weight continued to decline until he passed away in 1887 at the age of 46. Sprague began touring with P.T.U. Barnum's circus in the 1860s, where he was advertised as the thinnest man in the world. He would wear clothing that exaggerated his skeletal appearance and perform various feats, such as lifting heavy weights that were several times his body weight. In addition to his career as a circus performer, Sprague also worked as a bookkeeper for a time, and he was a devout Christian who often spoke about his faith during his circus performances. While he was initially celebrated for his unique appearance, he faced criticism from some who accused him of being a fraud or of having an eating disorder. Despite the mysteries surrounding his condition, Sprague remains a notable figure in the history of the circus sideshow, and his story has inspired many to learn more about the complexities of the human body and the conditions that can affect it. Miran Dejo, born Arnold Hensky, was a Dutch performer who became famous in the 1940s for his seemingly miraculous ability to pierce his body with sharp objects without any apparent harm. He claimed that he was able to do this through deep concentration and mastery of his body's energy, which he called the life force. Dejo's performances involved piercing his arms, torso, and even his tongue with swords, skewers, and other sharp objects, often in front of large crowds of onlookers. He claimed that he felt no pain during these performances and that the wounds healed almost immediately afterward. Medical professionals were highly skeptical of Dejo's abilities and performed numerous tests on him to try to uncover the secrets behind his performances. Some even accused him of fraud and trickery. In 1948, Dejo died under mysterious circumstances after swallowing a needle during a performance in Germany. Some have suggested that his death may have been the result of foul play or sabotage, while others argued that it was simply a tragic accident. Miran Dejo remains a fascinating figure in the history of circus performers and sideshow acts. His demonstrations of extreme physical endurance and mastery of mind over matter continue to captivate audiences and inspire fascination to this day. Felix Wehrle, also known as the Elastic Man, was born in Germany in 1880 and suffered from Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which gave his skin an unusual flexibility. He joined Barnum and Bailey Circus in the early 1900s and became a popular attraction as the Elastic Skin Man. Wehrle's act involved stretching and contorting his skin in various ways, including stretching the skin on his face and torso to nearly double its size. He could also bend his fingers backward and forward, which added to the shock value of his act. Wehrle was known for his ability to control his skin and could even perform the same tricks with other people's skin. While Wehrle's condition was a source of wonder and entertainment for audiences, it also caused him pain and discomfort. He suffered from joint pain and was prone to dislocations, which made his performances even more impressive. Wehrle continued to perform in the circus until the early 1920s, when he retired from the stage. He lived the rest of his life in Germany and died in 1953. His legacy as the Elastic Man continues to fascinate and intrigue audiences today. Myrtle Corbin, also known as the Four-Legged Woman, was a real-life circus performer who lived in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. She was born in Texas in 1868 and was born with a rare genetic condition called dipygus, which caused her to have 2 pelvises and 4 legs. As a young girl, Myrtle was made to feel ashamed of her condition and was often ridiculed and bullied by her peers. When she was just 13 years old, she was approached by a circus promoter who offered her a job as a performer. Myrtle saw this as an opportunity to escape the ridicule and make a better life for herself, so she agreed to the offer. Myrtle became a popular attraction in sideshows and circuses across the United States, where she was billed as the four-legged woman. She performed various stunts and acts that showcased her unique condition, and she became one of the most popular and highly paid circus performers of her time. Myrtle was often mistreated and bullied by her employers and fellow performers. She was made to sleep and eat separately from the other performers and was not allowed to socialize with them outside of her act. She was also subjected to cruel jokes and taunts from both the audience and her fellow performers. Myrtle continued to perform for many years, becoming one of the most famous and beloved sideshow performers of her time. She eventually retired from performing and settled down with her husband and children in Texas, where she passed away in 1928 at the age of 60. Mary Ann Bevan, also known as the ugliest woman in the world, was a real-life circus performer who lived in the early 20th century. She was born in London in 1874 and grew up in poverty. Mary Ann was born with a rare genetic condition called acromegaly, which causes the bones in the face and hands to grow abnormally large. As a young woman, Mary Ann worked as a nursemaid and a cook, but she was often ridiculed and bullied because of her appearance. In 1903, she was approached by a showman who offered her a job as a circus performer. Mary Ann saw this as an opportunity to make a better life for herself and her children, so she agreed to the offer. Mary Ann became a popular attraction in sideshows and circuses across the United States and Europe, where she was billed as the ugliest woman in the world. She was made to wear a mask to enhance her appearance, and her grotesque appearance was exaggerated through makeup and costumes. Despite her popularity, Mary Ann was often mistreated by her employers, who subjected her to long hours, poor living conditions, and meager pay. Mary Ann continued to perform for many years, and she eventually retired to a small cottage in London. She passed away in 1933 at the age of 59. For centuries, sailors have told tales of a monstrous creature lurking in the depths of the ocean. A beast so large and fearsome that it could drag entire ships beneath the waves. They called it the Kraken. The legend of the Kraken originates from Scandinavian folklore. Described as a massive cephalopod-like creature, the Kraken was said to dwell off the coasts of Norway and Greenland. Early accounts paint it as both a harbinger of doom and a creature of almost supernatural power. In 1752, Eric Pontoppidan, a bishop and naturalist, described the Kraken as a creature so immense that it was often mistaken for an island. He even detailed its feeding habits, claiming it could create whirlpools to drown prey. But could a creature like the Kraken truly exist? To answer that, let's dive into the mysterious world of deep-sea biology. The ocean is a vast and largely unexplored frontier. Over 80% of it remains uncharted, leaving room for countless undiscovered species. Among the known deep-sea giants is the colossal squid, an enormous creature that inhabits the frigid waters of the Southern Ocean. The colossal squid can reach lengths of up to 46 feet and has eyes the size of dinner plates. But what's more intriguing is the evidence of even larger squids, reported by sailors and found in the scars on sperm whales, their natural predators. Throughout history, countless eyewitnesses have claimed to encounter Kraken-like creatures. In 1870, French novelist Jules Verne popularized the idea with his book 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, where Captain Nemo battles a giant squid. But could these accounts be based on real events? In 2005, marine biologists captured the first images of a live giant squid in its natural habitat, proving that such elusive creatures are real. The giant squid, though smaller than the Kraken of legend, shares many similarities with its mythical counterpart. Modern sonar technology has also detected massive, unidentified objects in the deep ocean. In 2012, Japanese researchers documented a creature's tentacle measuring over 18 feet long. Could these findings hint at an even larger, undiscovered species? In the extreme pressures and darkness of the deep sea, some species exhibit deep-sea gigantism, a phenomenon where animals grow much larger than their shallow water counterparts. This could explain the existence of colossal or even Kraken-sized creatures. With over 80% of the ocean's depths unexplored, the idea of undiscovered megafauna is not far-fetched. Every year, scientists discover new species, some of which challenge our understanding of marine biology. Fossil records revealed that ancient cephalopods, like Camarasaurs, once roamed the oceans. Measuring up to 30 feet, these prehistoric creatures prove that massive marine predators have existed before. The Kraken may be a legend, but it's a legend grounded in the mysteries of the deep. Whether it's an exaggeration of real encounters with giant squids or a yet-to-be-discovered species, the oceans hold secrets that could rival even the wildest myths. So, the next time you gaze upon the endless horizon, remember, the Kraken might just be watching you back. Mikhail Popkov, also known as the Werewolf of Siberia, was born on March 7, 1964, in the town of Angarsk, Siberia. He grew up in a working-class family and was known to have a difficult relationship with his mother. After completing his military service, Popkov joined the police force in 1985, eventually becoming a sergeant. He was regarded as a reliable and hard-working officer and received several commendations for his service. In 1992, Popkov was stationed in the city of Angarsk. This is when the serial killings began. He would cruise around the city in his police car, picking up women who were out alone at night. Once he had them in his car, he would take them to secluded areas and kill them using a variety of methods, including knives, axes, and screwdrivers. He would then dispose of their bodies in remote locations, often in the woods. Mikhail Popkov was given the nickname Werewolf by the Russian media because of the brutal and sadistic nature of his crimes. The term werewolf is often used to describe someone who is believed to have a split personality or who transforms into a beast-like creature at night. In Popkov's case, the nickname was used to describe his violent and animalistic behavior towards his victims. Popkov's modus operandi involved stalking and attacking women who were out alone at night, much like a predator stalking its prey. After brutally murdering his victims, he would often mutilate and sexually assault their bodies. The nickname the werewolf was used by the media to sensationalize Popkov's crimes and add to the public's fear and fascination with the case. Popkov was able to avoid detection for many years by using his position as a police officer to his advantage. He knew how to cover his tracks and was able to manipulate evidence to mislead investigators. He also had a reputation as a tough cop, which made people reluctant to cross him. In addition, he was married with a daughter and appeared to be a normal family man, which made it difficult for anyone to suspect him of such heinous crimes. Popkov was caught in 2012, thanks to DNA technology. Investigators were able to link DNA found at the crime scenes to Popkov, and he was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder. In 2015, he was found guilty of 22 murders and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In 2018, he was found guilty of an additional 56 murders, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in Russian history. The story of Mikhail Popkov is a chilling reminder of the evil that can lurk behind even the most respectable facade. This serial killer is believed to have operated in the southeastern United States during the 1970s and 1980s. He is suspected of having killed at least 9 women, many of whom were sex workers or drug addicts. The killer was believed to be a police officer or former police officer, as he seemed to have a knowledge of law enforcement tactics and procedures. Unlike the other cops on the list, the Bible Belt Strangler was never actually caught or formally identified. Most of his victims were young women with red or auburn hair who were found along highways in the southeastern United States. The killer's modus operandi involved strangulation, and in some cases, the women's bodies showed signs of sexual assault. Law enforcement agencies in several states worked together to investigate the case, but they were hampered by a lack of evidence and a lack of communication between agencies. Some of the victims were never identified, which made it difficult to connect the crimes and establish a pattern. Over the years, several suspects have been put forward in connection with the case, but none of them have been definitively linked to the murders. At first, the investigators theorized that the killer was a long-haul truck driver who used the interstate highways to travel between states. But it was later concluded that the killer was a police officer who used his knowledge of police procedures to avoid detection. The Bible Belt Strangler case is one of the most perplexing unsolved mysteries in American history. Despite the best efforts of law enforcement, the killer was never caught, and the families of the victims were left without answers or closure. Joseph James DeAngelo was born on November 8, 1945, in Bath, New York. He grew up in a dysfunctional household, with an abusive father and a mother who was prone to angry outbursts. As a child, he was known to have a temper and was once caught shoplifting. Despite these warning signs, DeAngelo went on to serve in the U.S. Navy and later became a police officer. DeAngelo's crime spree began in the mid-1970s when he began breaking into homes and sexually assaulting women in the Sacramento area. He would often bind his victims and threaten to kill them if they made any noise. Over time, his attacks became more violent, and he began murdering his victims, sometimes killing entire families. DeAngelo was able to avoid detection for years by employing a number of tactics. He would often wear a ski mask to conceal his identity and would frequently change his modus operandi to avoid leaving a pattern. He also had a police scanner, which allowed him to monitor police activity and avoid capture. In addition, he had a job as a police officer, which gave him access to inside information about the investigation. Perhaps the most shocking aspect of DeAngelo's crimes is the fact that he was actively involved in investigating his own crimes. As a police officer, he had access to all of the information about the investigation and was able to monitor the progress of the case. He even went so far as to attend community meetings about the crimes and would occasionally call victims to taunt them. Despite all of his efforts to avoid detection, DeAngelo was finally caught in 2018 thanks to advancements in DNA technology. Investigators were able to link DNA found at crime scenes to a distant relative of DeAngelo's, which ultimately led to his arrest. In 2020, he pled guilty to 13 counts of murder and numerous other charges related to his crimes. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The community and the police department were shocked when it was discovered that Joseph James DeAngelo was a serial killer. His crimes had gone unsolved for decades, and many people had assumed that the perpetrator was either dead or had moved away. When DeAngelo was finally caught, it was a shock to everyone involved in the case. As for the police department, there was a sense of disbelief that one of their own could have committed such heinous crimes. DeAngelo had worked as a police officer in several different departments during his career, and many of his former colleagues were stunned to learn that he was the Golden State Killer. Some even expressed guilt or regret that they had not been able to catch him sooner. Overall, the discovery of DeAngelo's crimes was a traumatic event for the community and law enforcement. But his capture and conviction also brought a sense of closure and justice to the victims and their families. John Martin Crawford was born in Bathurst, New Brunswick in 1962. He joined the RCMP in 1985 and was praised for his exemplary service, receiving numerous awards, including the RCMP Long Service Medal. However, Crawford's facade of a respected police officer was shattered in 1995 when he committed his first murder. Crawford's killing spree began in Prince George, British Columbia, where he strangled to death 35-year-old Jean Hooting. The following year, he killed two more women, Jill Stuchenko and Cynthia Frances Moss. Despite the murders occurring over a period of years, Crawford was able to evade suspicion due to his authority and respected status within the community. Crawford's downfall came in 2012 when advancements in DNA technology allowed investigators to connect the murders to him. They discovered that Crawford had manipulated evidence, taking advantage of his position to cover his tracks. Finally, in 2014, Crawford was found guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years. Gerard John Schaefer was a former police officer who turned out to be a sadistic serial killer during the 1970s. Schaefer's crimes spanned over a decade, during which he brutally murdered at least 2 women and is believed to have killed many more. Schaefer was born in Wisconsin in 1946 and grew up in a strict Catholic family. He joined the police force in 1972 and quickly rose through the ranks to become a respected officer. However, behind the facade of respectability, Schaefer had a dark and twisted side that he kept hidden from his colleagues and family. Schaefer's first known murder occurred in 1972 when he killed 2 teenage girls who were hitchhiking in Florida. He was initially arrested for their murders but managed to convince the jury that he was innocent. However, in 1973, Schaefer was arrested again for the murder of another woman. This time, he was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. During the investigation into Schaefer's crimes, police found evidence linking him to several other unsolved murders. However, due to a lack of concrete evidence, he was never charged with these crimes, even though the investigators are more than 90% sure that he is linked to these unsolved cases. Schaefer's crimes shocked the law enforcement community and the public, as it was believed that someone with his background and position would never be capable of such heinous acts. Schaefer's crimes were particularly disturbing, as he was a police officer and was meant to uphold the law and protect the public. Psychologists who studied Schaefer's case believed that he suffered from a personality disorder, which made him lack empathy and the ability to feel guilt. He also had a fascination with sadomasochism and torture, which was evident in the way he killed his victims. So that's it for today's video. I hope that this video shed light on the rare but disturbing instances where those who are sworn to protect us become the perpetrators of heinous crimes. It's important to remember that these cases are the exception and not the rule, and the vast majority of police officers and law enforcement officials are dedicated professionals who work tirelessly to keep our communities safe. The Overtown Bridge Mystery. If you haven't heard of this before, it's a strange phenomenon that has puzzled researchers for years. The Overtown Bridge is located in Scotland and has been known for a series of unexplained incidents in which dogs have apparently leapt off the bridge to their deaths. In this video, we will explore the history of the Overtown Bridge, the incidents that have occurred over the years, and the various theories proposed to explain this bizarre mystery. The Overtown Bridge was built in 1895 and is located in the village of Milton, near the town of Dumbarton in Scotland. The bridge is a popular tourist attraction and is known for its unusual architecture, with its Gothic arches and parapet walls. The bridge spans a 50-foot drop to a narrow gorge that runs beneath it. The phenomenon of dogs jumping from the Overtown Bridge was first reported in the 1950s. Over the years, numerous dogs have been reported to have leaped from the bridge to their deaths. Most of these incidents occurred in the same spot on the bridge, between the 2 highest points of the arches. This bizarre phenomenon has led to various theories as to why it occurs. Some suggest that the bridge is haunted by the ghost of Lady Overtown, the wife of the original owner of the bridge, who died in 1908. Others propose that the dogs may be picking up on some kind of scent or sound that is luring them over the edge. In recent years, researchers have studied the area and come up with some possible explanations for the phenomenon. One theory suggests that the bridge's walls and surroundings may create an optical illusion that disorients the dogs and causes them to lose their balance and fall. Another theory is that the bridge's location, which is adjacent to a mink farm, may be attracting the dogs, as mink urine has been shown to have a strong attraction for dogs. However, some researchers believe that there may be more to the story. Dr. David Sands, a Scottish animal behaviorist, has studied the incidents and has proposed that the dogs may be experiencing a form of canine suicide. He suggests that certain breeds, such as retrievers, may have a genetic predisposition towards suicidal behavior. Despite these studies and theories, the mystery of the Overtown Bridge remains unsolved, and the phenomenon continues to attract visitors and researchers from around the world. There have been many controversies surrounding the incidents, including accusations of animal cruelty and calls for the bridge to be closed to the public. In conclusion, the Overtown Bridge mystery is a bizarre phenomenon that has puzzled researchers for years. While there are several theories as to why dogs have been leaping from the bridge, the true cause of the phenomenon remains unknown. Whether it is a haunting, an optical illusion, or some other unknown factor, the mystery of the Overtown Bridge continues to fascinate and perplex visitors and researchers alike. I hope that this video has given you some insight into the history and the strange occurrences surrounding this enigmatic bridge.
Choriomania was a mysterious mass psychogenic illness that began in Europe during the 1020s. It is characterized by the compulsion to dance uncontrollably for a prolonged period of time. The mysterious illness kept recurring for centuries, and hundreds and thousands of people literally danced themselves to death, until it finally came to an end during the 17th century. One of the biggest and well-documented cases of choriomania was the one that occurred during the 13th century. In 1374, on the streets of Aachen, Germany, crowds of people gathered near a river called Rhine, and began to dance in a hysterical manner. They were completely incoherent and frenzied, with no sense of control or rhythm. They were in a state of mania that had overcome both their minds and bodies. Within weeks, this mysterious illness spread to France and the Netherlands. Hundreds of people began to frantically jump and leap for days on end. Another big case took place in 1518, in Strasbourg, eastern France. Sometime during the month of July in 1518, a woman named Mrs. Trophia began dancing on the street in front of everyone. At first, people thought nothing of it. But several days passed by, and the woman hasn't stopped dancing. Within a week, more than 30 other people joined her and began to dance in a similar manner. They literally kept going long past the point of injury. The city authorities were eventually alarmed by the ever-increasing number of dancers. They theorized that more dancing was the solution to this mass hysteria, so they emptied guild halls for the dancers to gather in, encouraged more people to start dancing as well, and hired a couple of musicians to accompany the dancers. Little did they know that this would only make things worse. As many as 400 people were consumed by the dancing hysteria, and they kept going on for days on end, until many of them died from cardiac arrest due to exertion. It is believed that the 1518 incident marked the end of the dancing plague. Did you know that you can actually trick your brain into killing you? I gotta admit, the nocebo effect is more of a psychological phenomenon than an actual mental disorder. It is still interesting nonetheless. The nocebo effect is the total opposite of the placebo effect, which is also another psychological phenomenon. Placebo effect occurs mainly during the presence of a health condition. It is when someone experiences an improvement of symptoms after taking a fake medical substance. This happens because the person taking this fake substance has the strong expectation that it will treat their conditions. This means that you can literally treat your physical ailments by just using the power of your mind. Now, the horrifying opposite to the placebo effect is the nocebo effect. It is when you start experiencing bad side effects after taking a medication, just because you are expecting it to happen. In other words, the nocebo effect refers to the harmful and sometimes life-threatening outcomes that result from your negative anticipations and beliefs. The nocebo effect is not only associated with medication. There are many instances where it can occur without the presence of medication. Just because you have a strong belief that something bad will happen to you, whether after taking a medication, or eating or drinking something, there's a chance it might actually happen. During the 1980s in the USA, a group of seemingly healthy men who came from Southeast Asia as immigrants mysteriously died in their sleep for no apparent reason. Doctors were totally mystified by these deaths and were not able to figure out what exactly killed these men. In the end, they decided to give this problem a name: sudden unexplained nocturnal death syndrome. 25 years later, a professor named Shelley Adler came up with an explanation for the death of these immigrants in her book, Sleep Paralysis, Nightmares, Nocebos, and the Mind-Body Connection. After conducting interviews with Southeast Asian populations, Shelley Adler came to the conclusion that the men were killed by their strong cultural beliefs. Many Southeast Asian immigrants actually believed that the ancestor spirits, who protected them from harm in Laos, would be unable to travel across the ocean to the United States and thus could not shield them from spiritual dangers. They also believed in the existence of a nightmare spirit, referred to as the dubbed Sog. It is believed that this evil spirit would visit people in their sleep and kill them by crushing their chest. This by far is the most logical and reasonable explanation for why a group of 116 seemingly healthy immigrants would suddenly die in their sleep, one by one, for no apparent reason. especially just after arriving to the US. Another instance where the nocebo effect killed someone was one that occurred during the 1700s. A group of students decided to play a prank on their medical professor's assistant because they disliked him. They kidnapped him and told him that he was about to get beheaded. They blindfolded him, laid his head on a chopping block, and draped a wet cloth over his neck. Convinced he was about to die, as soon as the wet cloth touched his neck, he died instantly. Up to this day, scientists still don't understand why the strange nocebo and placebo phenomenon happens. It is one of psychology's biggest mysteries. This psychological condition is by far the creepiest one on this list. Prosopagnosia is a brain disorder characterized by the inability to recognize or see faces. It is also called face blindness. Prosopagnosia can either be congenital or acquired from a brain injury. People who live with face blindness are not able to recognize the faces of their loved ones and friends, or even their own face when they look in the mirror. Just imagine the horror of having to deal with prosopagnosia on a daily basis. The horror of living in a world where everyone looks the exact same to you, and you are unable to know how the person you are looking at truly feels about you, because you can't see their facial expressions. People with prosopagnosia often avoid all social interactions, and they find it hard to form bonds and relationships with other people. It is believed that the first ever case of prosopagnosia dates back to 1976. The condition is fairly rare. Roughly 2% of the general public have prosopagnosia. We all have some kind of fear or phobia. Some people have an extreme fear of things that others see as relatively harmless, such as spiders, heights, social interactions, tight spaces, oceans, etc. While these irrational fears may be uncomfortable to experience, they are completely harmless, because they involve things that are totally avoidable. If you fear spiders, you can choose not to look at them, or avoid places that they inhabit. If you have a fear of heights, you can avoid towers, skyscrapers, lighthouses, etc. Now, what about fears that involve the unavoidable, like the fear of death? Or, something even more bizarre, the fear of food? One strange phobia that involves fear of something that is unavoidable is the fear of sleep. It is called somnophobia. Somnophobia is an extreme irrational fear of falling asleep. People who suffer from somnophobia are convinced that they will die in their sleep, or experience horrific nightmares. People with somnophobia will often spend days, and in rare instances, weeks, completely depriving themselves of sleep due to this fear. Somnophobia is a very serious condition because it may cause chronic, long-term sleep deprivation in some people. Chronic sleep deprivation is associated with a myriad of health problems, like high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, stroke, etc. Sleep deprivation even increases your chances of dying from an accident. When you deprive yourself from sleep for a long period of time, your brain will not function properly. Your ability to stay alert will be reduced, which will create a serious lapse in attention that, for example, could easily cause a car accident. Heart anxiety, or cardiophobia, is a rare type of extreme anxiety that is fixated on the possibility of experiencing a deadly cardiac event, particularly a sudden cardiac arrest or a heart attack. People with cardiophobia have to deal with this fear on a daily basis, because they believe that a deadly cardiac event may happen at any moment. This causes them to make frequent visits to the emergency room, in order to be reassured that nothing is going to happen. You'd think that after frequent visits to the ER, they'll stop worrying about their heart. But that's not the case at all. People with cardiophobia still continue to fear the worst, even after all the tests have proved that their heart is completely fine and functioning properly. Their extreme anxiety spirals them down a rabbit hole of terrifying thoughts that make them believe they will definitely die from a lethal cardiac arrhythmia. There may be physical symptoms that they complain about, but they are nothing but manifestations of panic and fear. Even though these symptoms happened hundreds of times before, and countless doctors have told them their heart is in good health, they're still convinced it will stop.
Located just 30 kilometers north of Damascus, Sednaya Prison is a high-security facility infamous for its role in the Syrian government's brutal crackdown on dissent. Originally built to house military personnel, it has become a chamber of terror for thousands of civilians, activists, and perceived enemies of the state. Since the start of the Syrian civil war in 2011, the prison has been a key site for mass detentions, torture, and executions, making it a focal point of international human rights investigations. Former prisoners describe Sednaya as a labyrinth of suffering. Divided into multiple wings, the prison's cells are overcrowded, dark, and unsanitary. Inmates are stripped of basic human rights, enduring conditions designed to break their spirits. It is estimated that tens of thousands have passed through Sednaya since 2011, with thousands never emerging alive. Amnesty International reports detail systematic executions, with up to 50 people hanged at a time in the so-called execution room. Torture is not just a tool of punishment in Sednaya, it is a methodical practice used to instill fear and extract false confessions. One of the most harrowing practices is the use of welcome parties, brutal beatings inflicted on prisoners as they enter the facility, setting the tone for the torment to follow. For many detainees, their time in Sednaya ends in the execution chambers. After sham trials lasting mere minutes, prisoners are taken to the basement where they face their grim fate. The executions are carried out in secrecy, often during the night. Bodies are then transported to mass graves, erasing evidence of the atrocities. Mass graves, the outskirts of the prison, silent witnesses to the horrors committed within. The global community has condemned Sednaya as a symbol of state-sanctioned brutality. Human rights organizations continue to document testimonies and satellite evidence to hold perpetrators accountable. Against all odds, some have survived Sednaya, and their stories are testaments to the resilience of the human spirit. These survivors are now voices for the voiceless, shining a light on a darkness the world must confront. Sednaya is not just a prison, it is a symbol of unchecked tyranny. But awareness is the first step toward change. Share their stories. Demand accountability. Together, we can fight for justice. Ettore Majorana was an Italian physicist who was born in Sicily, Italy, 1906. He made a notable prediction that his breakthrough discovery would revolutionize the world. Ettore decided to pursue physics at the University of Rome when he was 22. In 1937, he made a significant breakthrough by discovering neutrinos, which put him ahead of his time by 4 decades. However, Majorana was dissatisfied with the results and destroyed many of his unpublished studies, leaving his true potential unknown. In 1938, Ettore mysteriously withdrew all his money from the bank and left a note to his family, asking for forgiveness and to always remember him. He sent a telegram to his colleagues, urging them to forget everything he had written and that he was going home, but he never returned. Investigators found evidence that Majorana bought a steamboat ticket and had a witness claiming to have sailed with him. However, the company employees lost the information about his ticket, and his traveling companions were uncertain if they had indeed sailed with him. Majorana's relatives published his photos and information in newspapers, hoping someone would identify him, but no trace of him was found. Some speculate that Majorana realized the dangers of atomic energy and wanted to protect humanity from its potential harm. Mussolini's regime was in power at the time in Italy, and it is believed that Majorana knew the risks of his discovery falling into the wrong hands. This theory is supported by the fact that Mussolini personally supervised the search for Majorana after his disappearance. Recent findings suggest that Majorana lived in South America from 55 to 59 based on a preserved photograph. Why was he in South America? And why didn't he return back to Italy after the fall of Mussolini? The reasons for his presence in South America and his ultimate fate remain a mystery to this day. Within the depths of this individual resided a total of 24 distinct personalities. His name was Billy Milligan, a man whose life story will fascinate you. Billy's notoriety stemmed from being accused of assaulting 3 women, a crime that etched his name into history as the first man to be acquitted by a court due to the presence of his fragmented identities. Billy's early years were marred by the shadows of his fractured self. Born in 1955, his childhood was a turbulent journey. The foundations of his life crumbled as his father succumbed to mental illness and took his own life. Billy's stepfather later faced accusations of pedophilia and the unspeakable act of molesting young Billy himself. It was during his youth that alternate personalities began to surface. By the age of 20, Billy had already earned his first criminal conviction for robbery. However, it was in 1977 that he committed a heinous act, assaulting 3 women on the campus of Ohio State University. This crime could have led to a lengthy prison sentence. Yet, an unconventional defense strategy was devised, hinging on the intricate web of his mental instability. Billy was referred to a psychiatrist who, after careful evaluation, diagnosed him with schizophrenia. Subsequently, he was confined to a psychiatric institution. It was within the walls of this asylum that Billy's story took an astonishing turn. His multiple personalities began to manifest, each asserting its individuality in a surreal dance of psychological complexity. Among the multiple identities, 10 emerged as primary, exerting their influence over the others. Notable among them was the scholarly and erudite Arthur, a persona that possessed vast knowledge across various sciences. Arthur played an important role in managing Billy's day-to-day affairs. On the other end of the spectrum was the spirited and fierce Rambo, representing a Yugoslav communist named Rigor Rodaskovic. This persona, an expert in weaponry, assumed control in intense situations to safeguard the collective entity of Billy. The mystery of Billy's psyche deepened as another identity of Billy revealed itself. Adelana, a 19-year-old lesbian persona, harbored desires for intimacy that turned malevolent. Within the tapestry of these personas emerged a unifying figure, a guiding teacher. This presence manifested to assist the renowned writer Daniel Keyes in narrating Billy Milligan's narrative, ultimately resulting in a book that documented Billy's enigmatic existence. Among Billy's multiple identities, there were those gifted in the arts and music, each specializing in distinct genres of painting and musical instrumentation. These expressions of creativity added further layers to the complexity of Billy's condition. After a decade within the confines of a mental institution, Billy was released and allowed to live freely in society after the medical professionals acknowledged his gradual integration and stabilization. Yet, this chapter of the story reached its inevitable conclusion in 2014 when Billy passed away at the age of 59. The story of the Man in the Iron Mask begins in the late 17th century in the heart of France during the reign of King Louis XIV. The legend of the Man in the Iron Mask emerges from the depths of secrecy as a masked prisoner is brought to the Bastille fortress. But who was this mysterious man? Was he a disgraced nobleman? A political threat? A royal relative? The whispers of the past point to all of these possibilities. The prisoner's face was hidden behind a heavy iron mask, allowing him to see but not be seen. Why go to such extraordinary lengths to conceal his identity? Was it to protect him from assassination attempts? Or to prevent him from revealing shocking truths? The Man in the Iron Mask was held captive in various prisons throughout his lifetime, including the Bastille and the fortress of Pignerol. The strictest security measures were employed to ensure his confinement, raising questions about the significance of his captivity. According to historical records, the Man in the Iron Mask was believed to be none other than Louis XIV's older brother, Philippe I, Duke of Orleans. The theory suggests that Philippe was imprisoned to avoid any potential claims to the throne. But why was he masked? Other theories stated that the Man in the Iron Mask may have been a high-ranking official who perhaps knew too much. Or maybe the Man in the Iron Mask had a severe and haunting facial deformity, which is why his face was kept hidden behind a mask. It is important to note that these are merely theories, with little to no evidence backing them up. Over the centuries, historians and researchers have tirelessly searched for any clues that could shed light on the true identity of the Man in the Iron Mask. Yet, despite their efforts, the mystery remains unsolved. The identity and the fate of this masked prisoner continue to elude us, leaving behind a legacy of intrigue and speculation. In the annals of history, there are certain mysteries that continue to captivate the imagination, defying explanation and leaving an indelible mark on the collective consciousness. One such enigma that has puzzled people for centuries is the baffling story of the Green Children of Woolpit. The story dates back to the 12th century, during the reign of King Stephen. According to historical accounts, the villagers of Woolpit were astonished one day to discover two children, a brother and a sister, wandering near the edge of a field. What set these children apart was their peculiar appearance. Their skin was a distinctly green hue, their clothing was unfamiliar, and they spoke an unintelligible language. Fearful and perplexed, the villagers initially regarded the children with suspicion, believing them to be otherworldly or supernatural beings. However, their compassion prevailed, and the villagers eventually took the children in, providing them with nourishment and care. Over time, the children's skin gradually lost its green hue, and they began to adapt to their new surroundings. As the girl and boy learned English and integrated into the community, they revealed the remarkable tale of their origins. According to their account, they hailed from a subterranean world illuminated by a perpetual twilight. In this subterranean realm, the inhabitants subsisted on a diet primarily consisting of green beans, which the children claimed was responsible for their unusual skin color. The circumstances that led to the children's arrival on the surface are less clear. In some accounts, the children mentioned hearing the loud noise or experiencing disorientation before finding themselves near the entrance of the cave or tunnel that led to the surface. The children reportedly had a limited understanding of time and struggled to convey how long they had been in the subterranean world. Their perspective on time might have been affected by the constant dim illumination of their environment. The accounts of the subterranean world described by the Green Children of Woolpit are limited in detail, and their descriptions are often vague and fantastical. The information provided by the children is found in various historical records, including the writings of two primary sources from the time, Ralph of Coggeshall and William of Newburgh. These accounts have been passed down through the centuries and have contributed to the mystique surrounding the story. So, who were these mysterious children? Were they visitors from another planet? Or another dimension? Assuming the subterranean civilization that they described actually exists, we have no idea whether this place exists on Earth or somewhere on another planet. If it exists on Earth, then this means we've been literally living above subterranean civilizations all this time without realizing it. Now, of course, that is the supernatural explanation. There are scientific explanations which make a bit more sense. According to these explanations, the children may have suffered from a rare medical condition, such as hypochromic anemia or porphyria, which could have caused their greenish appearance. This theory, however, does not explain the children's account of their origins. The tale of the Green Children of Woolpit has left an enduring legacy, inspiring art, literature, music, and even modern discussions about extraterrestrial life and mysterious phenomena. The story's ambiguity and fantastical elements make it a perennially fascinating topic of exploration and speculation. Now I want you to tell me in the comments below, what do you think is the most plausible theory regarding the mystery of the Children of Woolpit?
This is a disease that makes people zombies. It is common in Africa, and it is caused by a parasite called Trypanosoma brucei. It is transmitted by tsetse fly, which is a large biting fly that is common in tropical Africa. Initially, the infection will cause severe headaches, aching muscles and itching. In the late stages, also known as the neurological stages, when the parasite has completely invaded the brain, the symptoms become more obvious and severe. The host will find it hard to concentrate. They become irritable, their speech is slurred, and they stop eating. Their daily circadian rhythm becomes disrupted to such an extent that they can't sleep at night and find it almost impossible to stay awake during the day. It even becomes very hard for them to do simple mental tasks, such as drawing a straight line. This is an infection that carries nightmarish qualities, reducing many of its victims to a zombie-like state before they go into a coma and die. Trypanosoma brucei infection can be treated if detected during the early stages, though the treatment is very complex and requires the intervention of highly skilled doctors who specialize in the disease. Once the parasite reaches the brain, the chances of survival become lower. Even if you manage to survive the disease, you will be left with permanent brain damage. This brain-eating parasite is the stuff of nightmares. The brain-eating amoeba, also known as Naegleria fowleri, is a parasite that lives in lakes and rivers. It can be found anywhere in the world, but it is more common in the United States, particularly in Florida and Texas. The most common way of being infected by this parasite is when infected water goes into your nose while you're swimming or diving. Once the parasite enters your nose, it will crawl to your brain and literally start feeding on its tissues. As the parasite penetrates deeper into the brain, you will start experiencing severe symptoms, such as delusions, hallucinations, extreme phobia of light, extremely painful headache that can make you scream, seizures, vomiting, nausea, and coma. There's almost no way to effectively treat this parasitic infection. Once the parasite enters into your body, death becomes imminent. It takes between 7 to 10 days for the parasite to kill its host. Despite all of this, you have no reason to worry about contracting this parasitic infection, because getting infected by this parasite is extremely, and I mean extremely, rare. There are only 34 cases of this infection during the past 10 years. Fatal familial insomnia is an extremely rare genetic brain disorder. It is characterized by a gradual slide into dementia. Along the way, you will experience panic attacks, paranoia, phobias, high blood pressure, hallucinations, rapid heartbeat, excessive sweating, and a complete inability to sleep. Fatal familial insomnia affects the thalamus, the part of the brain that controls the sleep-wake cycle, causing the victim to stay awake for unusually long periods of time. These insomnia episodes will keep recurring for months on end, until you eventually die due to multiple organ failures. During the last months of your life, you will completely lose touch with reality and become clinically insane. Your subconscious will merge with your conscious, and ultimately, you will enter into a state of dementia. The disease is completely incurable and has an average duration of 18 months. Kuru disease is a rare neurological disease. It is common in cannibalistic tribal areas in Oceania, where people eat the brains of the deceased during burial rituals. The people from these tribes eat the brain tissues of a loved one after death as a sign of respect. This tissue eating results in the transmission of an infectious protein known as a prion. Kuru disease is also known as the laughing sickness, as one of the first symptoms is pathological bursts of laughter. The loss of emotional control is swiftly followed by a total lack of physical control. Sufferers will shake uncontrollably and completely lose control over their movements. There is no cure for this rare medical condition, and death soon follows after the first appearance of symptoms. Stoneman syndrome is a mysterious genetic condition that affects the skeletal and connective tissues of the body. A mutation of the body's repair mechanism causes the muscles, tendons, and ligament to slowly turn into bones. The condition is very rare, affecting only 1 in a million people worldwide. The condition starts from the shoulders and neck, making its way down to the legs. A second bone grows over the first one in a process known as heterotopic ossification. Surgical efforts to remove the second bone will trigger even more bone growth. In some extreme cases, the whole body could become ossified to the point that the victim will become equivalent to an inanimate stone sculpture. In some cases, Stoneman syndrome can be fatal if bone growth is stimulated in the chest area. As more bone growth is stimulated, chest movements become restricted, leading to respiratory arrest and then death. In 1973, A man named Harry Eastlack developed this disease. His body became ossified. He was able to move only his lips. Currently, there's no effective treatment that can cure the Stoneman syndrome or stop its progression.
The most brutal animal attacks iceberg. In case you don't know what an iceberg is a chart that sorts things by obscurity or strangeness. So starting from the tip of the iceberg, this is the least obscure part of the whole chart. This part contains entries that you probably already know about, or entries that are not as disturbing or strange as the entries below. As we go deeper in the chart, things will get more obscure and weird. The tip of the iceberg. Known as the biggest and worst shark attack in human history, the USS Indianapolis shark attack took place during the 1940s. It was July 29, 1945, when the Indianapolis sailed from Guam to meet the battleship Idaho in the Leyte Gulf in the Philippines and prepare for an invasion of Japan. It never reached its destination. Just one day after the Indianapolis left Guam, it got torpedoed by a Japanese submarine in the Pacific Ocean. Just a couple of hours before the Japanese assault on the Indianapolis, the sailors were playing cards together, dancing, reading books, and having a good time. Some spoke with the ship's priest, Father Thomas Conway. They were totally oblivious to the horrors that were about to ensue in the following hours. After the USS Indianapolis was torpedoed, the 1,195 men on board had just two choices: plunge into waters and risk drowning, or getting eaten alive by sharks, or stay on the ship ravaged by flames. Obviously, they chose the former, and what happened next was the grisliest shark attack of all time, with the Pacific turning red while survivors watched as hundreds of their crewmates were eaten alive by white-tip and tiger sharks. Only 317 individuals survived the horrific ordeal. The rest were eaten alive. The attack lasted for 4.5 days. Yes, you heard that right. The 317 survivors had to endure this living nightmare for almost 5 entire days. One of the survivors, Edgar Harrell, was just 20 when he watched the traumatic events unfold in front of his eyes. All we heard was men being eaten alive. Every day, every night, you would hear a blood-curdling scream and look and see someone going under. The USS Indianapolis attack was the biggest attack on humans ever recorded. Layer 2. Osama bin Laden was a rogue elephant in India, named after the terrorist leader, Osama bin Laden. In 2004, Osama went on a 2-year rampage and killed at least 30 people. He was also responsible for the destruction of a property in the Sonitpur district of the Indian state of Assam. Osama was said to be a very strong elephant that did not fear firecrackers or fire like other elephants. In December 2006, Indian officials issued a shoot-to-kill directive. Authorities spent a couple of days looking for Osama, until they eventually found him on the 18th of December, in a tea plantation near the town of Bahali. Drums and fire were used to trap Osama in the corner of the plantation. He was then approached by hunter Daipan Fukang. When Osama realized that he was about to be killed, he charged the hunter. Fukang panicked and immediately started firing at Osama as he was rapidly charging towards him, until he died. Fukang said, "It was charging towards me and I kept firing. Another few yards and it would have run over me." Gustav is a very large serial killer crocodile that lives in the country of Burundi. He is known for being a notorious man-eater, killing at least 200 people on the banks of the Ruzizi River and the shores of Lake Tanganyika. He had been terrorizing villages for decades, and his diet mainly consists of humans. Gustav has obtained legendary status in Burundi and is greatly feared by the locals. Gustav was given his name by the herpetologist, Patrice Fay, who has been studying and investigating him since the 90s. Not a lot is known about him, since he was never actually captured, and sightings of him are very rare. Though based on the few reported sightings of him, scientists and investigators were able to know some details about him. His exact weight and length are unknown, though according to the scientists who saw him, he is estimated to be more than 20 feet in length, and 900 kilograms in weight. Scientists also believe that he could be anywhere between 60 to 100 years old, and that he is likely still growing. Scientists also reported that Gustav has 3 big bullet scars on his body, and a deep wound on his right shoulder. Gustav's uncommon size and weight make him unable to hunt agile prey such as fish, antelope, and zebra, so he is forced to attack larger animals such as hippopotamus, large buffalo, and humans. The last reported sighting of Gustav was in 2009. No one knows if he is still alive or not. The Tsavo man-eaters were a pair of man-eating serial-killing lions that lived in the Tsavo region of Kenya. The lion pair killed 135 construction workers on the Kenya-Uganda Railway in 1898. The Tsavo man-eaters are some of the most widely studied man-eating animals, given their unusual behavior of hunting humans as a pair. The Tsavo lions would often stalk the campsites of workers and then drag the workers from their tents at night to kill and devour them. The attacks stopped for a couple of months, but then they occurred again. The new wave of attacks was more intense than the previous one, with almost daily killings. The locals tried to scare off the lions by building campfires and thorn fences around the camps, all to no avail. The lions would leap over or crawl through the thorn fences. Early in their killing spree, only one lion at a time would enter the inhabited areas and seize victims, but later they became more brazen, entering together and each seizing a victim. On the 9th of December, 1898, John Henry Patterson was sent to hunt the Tsavo pairs. Patterson wrote about his hunting experience in his book, The Man-Eaters of Tsavo. Patterson said that he wounded the first lion with 1 bullet from a high-caliber rifle. He shot it in its hind leg, but it escaped. Later, it returned at night and began stalking Patterson as he tried to hunt it. He shot it through the shoulder, penetrating its heart with a more powerful rifle. Surprisingly, the lion survived the heart-piercing shot and was able to escape from Patterson for the second time, though only temporarily. The lion later succumbed to its wounds, and Patterson found it lying dead on the next morning, somewhere near the place it was shot. Some time later, Patterson was able to locate the second lion. It took 11 entire days and 9 bullets for this one to die. Patterson said that it died gnawing on a fallen tree branch, still trying to reach him. Layer 3. The Champawat tiger was a Bengal serial-killing tigress that killed at least 400 people in Nepal and India. The killings started in the last years of the 19th century and ended in 1907. The attacks began in a village in western Nepal. A group of hunters was sent to put an end to the tiger's rampage, but they failed. She was then ambushed for the second time by the Nepalese army. They tried capturing or killing her, but they also failed, though they were able to force her to abandon her territory. The tiger later crossed the borders and entered India, where she continued her killing activities in the Kumaon district. In 1907, she was shot and killed in the town of Champawat in India by the British hunter Jim Corbett, with the help of 300 villagers. After killing the Champawat tiger, Jim Corbett acquired a reputation as the leading hunter of man-eaters. The Champawat tiger was listed in the Guinness Book of World Records as the tiger with the highest number of victims in existence. The Sankabetsu brown bear incident was the most brutal bear attack in Japanese history. Between December 9th and December 14th, a huge spree-killing brown bear entered several houses in Hokkaido and killed their settlers. The most gruesome attack took place on the first day of the killing spree, the 9th of December. At around 10 a.m., the giant brown bear turned up at the Ota family house, where Abe Mayu had been taking care of a baby. The bear entered through the main door of the farmhouse and bit the baby on the head, killing it instantly. Mayu saw what happened and tried to fight back against the bear by throwing firewood at it. She then attempted to escape, but the bear knocked her down and dragged her into the forest. According to investigators, the scene resembled a slaughterhouse, with blood puddled on the farmhouse floor. Attacks of similar nature kept occurring for about 5 days, with the bear ransacking multiple properties, killing their owners, and eating their winter food stockpile. The bear was eventually tracked down by a team of hunters and killed on December 14th. The hunters spotted the bear resting near a Japanese oak. One of the hunters, Yamamoto, approached the bear and shot it in the heart and the head. In 1991, a very huge serial-killing lion, terrorized the people of the Mefue settlement in Zambia. It killed and ate around 6 people in Mefue. Sometime during that same year, the lion was killed by the American hunter Wayne Hosek in the Luang War River Valley. You may think that a number of 6 fatalities isn't that impressive compared to other attacks on the list, but what makes this case special is that the Mefue lion was actually the largest man-eating lion in existence. It measured over 10 feet in length and 500 pounds in mass. After the lion was killed, its body was taken to be displayed at the Field Museum in Chicago. Layer 4. Over the course of a few years in the early 20th century, the leopard of the Central Provinces, also known as the devilish cunning panther, killed over 150 people in the Central Provinces of British India. Many of the victims were women and children. According to reports, the leopard killed a victim once every 2 to 3 days, sometimes 20 to 30 kilometers apart. The tribal communities in the area were so terrified of the leopard that they seldom ever left their houses unattended or unarmed. Sometime during the early 20th century, the leopard was fatally shot with a projectile propelled from a gas pipe. In the Principality of Ansbach, in 1685, a man-eating wolf known as the Wolf of Ansbach attacked and killed an undetermined number of people. The wolf began as a nuisance, preying on livestock, but soon, it started attacking children. The people of Ansbach thought the creature was a werewolf. The wolf was driven from a nearby woodland during a planned hunt, and the locals chased it with dogs until it jumped into an exposed well for cover. The wolf was killed after being trapped, and its body was paraded around the city market. The crowd dressed it in a man's clothing, then covered its head with a mask, wig, and beard, to give it the look of the former mayor. The wolf's body was then left hanging from a gibbet for all to see, until it was later preserved in a museum nearby. Layer 5. The Kali River Goonch attacks were a string of fatal attacks on humans, believed to have been carried out by a goonch weighing 90 kilograms. The attacks took place on the banks of the Kali River, in India and Nepal, between 1998 and 2007. In April 1998, a 17-year-old boy named Dil Bahadur was dragged underwater in front of his girlfriend and several witnesses while swimming in the Kali River. A massive 3-day search was launched, but Dil Bahadur was never found. It's as if Bahadur was dragged into another dimension by something evil. 3 months later, a similar incident occurred. A young boy was pulled underwater in Kali River, as his father was watching him helplessly. He was never found. The final attack occurred in 2007, when an 18-year-old Nepalese man also disappeared without a trace in the Kali River, after being dragged down by something unknown. The Kali River attacks were later investigated by the British biologist, Jeremy Wade. Jeremy believes that the perpetrator is most likely an unusually large goonch. During 2016, at least 12 children are said to have been brutally killed by stray dogs in the state of Uttar Pradesh, in northern India. On the 1st of May, 2016, an 11-year-old boy named Khalid Ali was on his way to school, when a pack of stray dogs ambushed him and mauled him to death. A witness named Amin Ahmed said, "I heard loud screams from the neighboring orchard in the morning. What I saw was gory. This little boy, who was being attacked by dogs, tried to climb up a tree, but the animals pulled him down and mauled him. I ran towards the village for help. By the time the villagers arrived, the boy was dead, and the dogs had vanished into the forest." The boy's mother, Mezabine, said, "He died on the spot. He was so badly mauled there was no point taking him to the hospital." Khalid was not the only victim of mauling that day. 2 more children were also killed by the pack of stray dogs, in the same village, just a couple of hours after Khalid was killed. The locals were so terrified that they stopped sending their children to school. Locals believe that the child-killing dogs are no normal stray dogs, but a rare unknown breed of man-eating dogs. Many of the people who saw the dogs reported that they were slightly bigger than usual and their jaws were like that of a jackal. This entry refers to a brutal bear attack that took place in Algonquin Provincial Park, in Ontario. 3 boys, George Halfkenny, 16, Mark Halfkenny, 12, and Billy Rindrus, 15, were stalked and killed by a big black bear while fishing near Radiant Lake. Not a lot is known about this incident. Layer 6. In Uganda, chimpanzees are attacking people as part of a troubling trend that has resulted in crop loss and even fatalities. According to National Geographic, the issue has existed for a while, citing a 2014 event in which a chimpanzee kidnapped a 2-year-old boy from his mother and brutally mauled him. A mother was doing some digging in the garden when a chimpanzee suddenly emerged out of nowhere and snatched her 2-year-old child while she was busy getting water. The child screamed in terror, which caused the other villagers to pay attention and chase after him, but it was too late. The chimp broke off the child's arms, fatally injured him on the head, and opened the stomach and removed the kidneys. All of this happened in less than a minute. After this incident, other attacks of a similar nature kept occurring over the years. It's unclear why the chimps in Uganda are targeting children. A massive predatory bird soared through the skies of New Zealand hundreds of years ago, striking terror into the hearts of humans. The terrifying, and very real, bird, known to scientists as Haast's eagle, became extinct in the 1400s. They were top terrestrial predators and the world's largest raptors. The average Haast's eagle weighed more than 31 pounds, grew to 5 feet in length, and stood at nearly 3 feet tall. They were actually 40% larger than the largest living eagles, and their beaks and talons were twice the size of any modern eagle. Because of their unusual size and strength, these terrifying creatures hunted humans on a regular basis.
The Abyss.
Congratulations if you made it to this point in the video. This is the final layer of the iceberg, the Abyss. There's only one entry in this layer. Germany killer rats. Let me explain it in a nutshell. The entry refers to a horrific incident that happened in the island of Majorca, where a homeless man was partially eaten alive by rodents. Frank Herman was a homeless man living under a bridge who survived by eating scraps thrown away by a local supermarket and begging. Sometime during 2013, Frank was found trying to crawl out from under the bridge, where he had been sleeping. He was in a very bad condition and had bite marks all over his body. He was taken to the hospital, and the doctors who were treating him reported that the marks on his body indicate that he was being eaten alive by rodents. Frank died a couple of days later in the hospital from massive organ failure. In 2011, also in the island of Majorca, an elderly woman was found dead in her home after being bitten by rats. The unnamed woman, who was in her 80s, had been bedbound as a result of a stroke. She was taken to the hospital but died 2 weeks later. So that's it. This is the end of the iceberg. May all the people who died in these brutal attacks rest in peace.
A mysterious massive metal sphere has been discovered on a Japanese beach, leaving locals and netizens stunned and speculating about its mysterious origins. The almost 1.5 meter wide sphere, with 2 raised handles and an orangish, rusty exterior, was found on Enchuhama Beach in the city of Hamamatsu by a passerby who reported it to the authorities. Police quickly sent a bomb squad to investigate and to ensure the safety of the area, blocking off a 200-meter radius around the object. Upon inspection, it was discovered that the sphere is hollow and likely had been hooked to something else. The origin of the sphere is unknown, and authorities have confirmed that it poses no threat. Speculations are flying as to what this sphere could be. Internet sleuths have called it everything from a Godzilla egg to a Dragon Ball from the popular anime of the same name. Others have even suggested it could be a piece of espionage technology or a spy balloon, following the recent reports of the US shooting down a large Chinese spy balloon and the removal of smaller objects from airspace over Canada, Alaska, and Lake Huron. Despite these wild theories, it is most likely that the sphere is a detached mooring buoy. These objects are usually floating, permanent objects that secure vessels while in deep or shallow water. However, no one knows for sure, and the mystery only deepens. One unnamed local man claimed that the sphere has been on the beach for some time now, and he even tried to push it but couldn't budge it. As local authorities continue to investigate and study the object, the world awaits eagerly for answers. Could this sphere be a remnant of an ancient civilization, a futuristic technology, or perhaps even an extraterrestrial object? Only time will tell. So, what do you think this mysterious sphere could be? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more intriguing content like this.
This is the Turk, a mechanical chess-playing robot from the 1700s that was basically unbeatable. For almost 90 years, it toured the world facing some of the best chess players and historical figures and beating them all, but no one ever figured out how it worked or if it was actually real or not. The Turk was in fact operated by a chess master hidden inside the machine at all times. The operator would slide forward on a movable chair and open a hidden door inside the Turk's body, revealing a chessboard and a mechanical lever which would control the Turk's arm. Under each square was a small magnet dangling from a copper wire. As his opponent picked up a chess piece, the corresponding magnet would drop and wobble for about 30 seconds, allowing the operator to see what piece had moved and replicate it on his own chessboard. The mechanical Turk played hundreds if not thousands of games and won almost all of them. Over its nearly 90-year exhibition history, the Turk faced many renowned figures, including Napoleon Bonaparte and Edgar Allan Poe. In 1809, Napoleon tested the Turk with unconventional moves, including illegal ones, to gauge its responses. The Turk reportedly swiped pieces off the board or reset them in response to rule-breaking.
The Turk captivated audiences with its blend of mystery and mechanical ingenuity. Its ability to simulate intelligence created a cultural fascination with the boundary between human and machine capabilities. Even after its secret was revealed, the Turk story continued to inspire innovation and remains a symbol of both technological ambition and the allure of illusion.
During the Middle Ages, an unspeakable act of barbarism was taking place throughout Central and Western Europe. Thousands of cats were being burned alive as a form of entertainment for the public. During these dark ages, cat burning was thought to bring good luck and fortune. They would put dozens of cats in nets, cages, and barrels over a large bonfire and watch them as they burned to death. According to Welsh historian Norman Davies, people shrieked with laughter as the animals, howling with pain, were singed, roasted, and finally carbonized. And according to American historian Robert Darnton, crowds made bonfires, jumped over them, danced around them, and threw into them objects with magical power, hoping to avoid disaster and obtain good fortune during the rest of the year. A favorite object was cats. Cats tied up in bags, cats suspended from ropes, or cats burned at stake. Parisians liked to incinerate cats by the sackful, while the Coromos of Saint-Chamond preferred to chase a flaming cat through the streets. In parts of Burgundy and Lorraine, they danced around a kind of burning maypole with a cat tied to it. In the Metz region, they burned a dozen cats at a time in a basket, on top of a bonfire. While this barbaric act occurred in many places throughout Central and Western Europe, like Britain for example, it was particularly common in France. French kings often witnessed it and even ceremoniously started the bonfires themselves. Cat burning was considered a midsummer routine in France. It is believed that King Charles IX once threw a live fox into one of the bonfires for extra amusement. Born in 1875, Samuel Hose was a young African-American man who grew up on a farm in Macon County, owned by the Jones family, where his mother had been working as a servant. Sam learned how to read and write, and most of the people who knew him described him as intelligent and friendly. Sam had plans to pursue higher education, but due to some circumstances, he had no choice but to work as a manual laborer instead. In 1899, Sam left Macon County and went to Coweta County, where he got employed by the Cranford family. Sometime during that same year, Sam Hose's employer, Alfred Cranford, was found dead in his home. His head appeared to be split by an axe, and his wife, Mattie, was raped. Sam was accused of committing the heinous crime, and he was apprehended on April 23, 1899 in Marshallville. Sam told the authorities that he had requested time off to visit his mother, because she was ill. According to Hose, Alfred Cranford refused, and threatened to kill him and pointed a revolver at him. Hose claimed that, due to the threat, he acted in self-defense by throwing an axe to Cranford's head, killing him instantly. While Sam was being returned to Coweta County by a train, a mob kidnapped him at gunpoint and took him to the jail, where a dispute arose between them and the sheriff. The mob agreed to surrender Sam, but only if they were paid their reward money. For some reason, the mob became furious and decided to kidnap Sam once again, this time taking him to a forest so that the authorities won't be able to find him. It is believed that by the time Sam was taken to the forest, the mob had grown to anywhere between 500 to 2,000 individuals. Sam's genitals, ears, and fingers were severed using a knife. He was then repeatedly stabbed by multiple members of the mob. The skin from his face was removed, and his body was doused with kerosene. The mob then chained him to a tree and burned him alive. As the flames consumed Hose's body, he screamed out in agony, "Oh my God! Oh Jesus!" Multiple witnesses recount that the fire was so intense that Hose's veins ruptured, and his eyes nearly burst from their sockets. One witness reported that the crowd watched with unfeigned satisfaction as Hose's body was contorting. It is believed that Sam Hose suffered for an entire 30 minutes on the hands of the mob. Following Hose's death, members of the mob took pieces from his dead body as souvenirs and decorations. Other pieces like the heart and liver were also taken and sold in town. Detective Louis Leven was sent to investigate the lynching of Sam Hose. It was later concluded that Hose acted in self-defense when he killed Alfred Cranford, and that the rape allegation was fabricated to incite a lynching. The Nanjing Massacre was a horrific atrocity that was committed by the Imperial Japanese Army against Chinese citizens and surrendering soldiers during the Second World War. The death toll is estimated to be anywhere between 100,000 to 300,000. And tens of thousands of women and young girls were sexually assaulted. On November 11, 1937, after the Japanese troops secured control of Shanghai, they began to march towards the city of Nanjing. By December, the troops have already reached the borders of Nanjing. The Chinese troops were overwhelmed by the invading force and they weren't able to defend the city, so most of them decided to retreat to the other side of the Yangtze River. On the 13th of December, the Japanese troops entered the city and began annihilating its citizens. Hundreds of thousands of civilians and injured soldiers filled the two major streets of Nanjing in a state of panic, and the Japanese troops relentlessly fired at them with tanks and artilleries. Dead bodies of men, women, children, elders covered the two major streets. And the streets were later called the Streets of Blood as a result of the two-day annihilation. A large number of Chinese soldiers had already been captured on the borders of Nanjing before the Japanese troops raided the city. The soldiers that were trapped inside the city removed their military uniforms and disguised themselves as civilians. On the 17th of December, the Japanese troops arrested anybody who was suspected to be a Chinese soldier. A huge number of young men were arrested, and they were then sent to the suburbs to be massacred, in an excavation known as the 10,000 Corpse Ditch. Some captives were lucky enough to receive a quick death by machine gun execution, while others were unfortunate enough to be burned alive or gassed. The cruelty of the Japanese troops doesn't end there. They committed numerous heinous atrocities against the innocent citizens of Nanjing. They invented and exercised the most inhumane and barbaric methods of killing imaginable. The war crimes committed against the people of Nanjing would include bayoneting infants in front of their mothers, decapitations, cutting open the abdomen of children, excavating the hearts out of the victims' bodies and eating them, drowning elderly women, burning civilians alive, stabbing the bodies and the eyes of victims with an awl, and even mutilations of female vaginas using bayonets. There are also many accounts of Japanese soldiers forcing families to commit incestuous acts under gunpoint. Sons were forced to engage in sexual activities with their mothers and sisters, and the fathers were forced to engage in sexual activities with their children. According to two U.S. news correspondents, Frank Tillman and Archibald Steele, who were present in Nanjing when the Great Massacre took place, corpses of massacred Chinese soldiers formed mountains that were 6 feet high at the Nanjing-Yijiang Gate in the north. After the Japanese troops were done massacring the citizens of Nanjing, they began looting numerous stores, houses, and hotels, and they burned down houses and newly built government buildings. American historian and writer Jonathan Spence wrote, "There is no obvious explanation for this grim event, nor can one be found. The Japanese soldiers, who had expected easy victory, instead had been fighting hard for months and had taken infinitely higher casualties than anticipated. They were bored, angry, frustrated, tired. The Chinese women were undefended, their menfolk powerless or absent. The war, still undeclared, had no clear-cut goal or purpose. Perhaps all Chinese, regardless of sex or age, seemed marked out as victims. Anthropodermic bibliopagy was a practice in the 18th and 19th century that involved binding books in human skin. Yes, you heard that right, human skin. What you are looking at right now is a book with a cover made from actual human skin. One anthropodermic book was bound in the skin of an unclaimed female mental patient who died of natural causes. Some anthropodermic books were bound in the skin of criminals. And some were even bound in the skin of people who wanted to be memorialized in the form of a book. Only 18 books of this kind still exist, or at least, these are the only ones that have been discovered so far. They can be found in museums and libraries like the Wellcome Library and the Surgeons Hall Museum. Who knows how many anthropodermic books out there that we still haven't discovered yet? If you enjoyed this episode, maybe you should consider subscribing, because I upload episodes like this on a regular basis. Also be sure to hit the like button, because that'll immensely help the video get seen by more people who are interested in this type of content. Thank you for watching.